Hello, hello, good morning everyone. I'm so excited to see such full stage of people here early in the morning. Hopefully you had time to drink a bit of coffee. And now I can welcome you to the conference DigiGreen 2024. My name is Rugilė Matusevičiūtė, and today I have the privilege of moderating this event, which is dedicating to exploring the intersection of digital and green innovations. Our mission today goes beyond simply understanding what clean tech is. We aim to highlight its immense potential for driving sustainability innovations and fostering a greener future. In today's day and age, we hear more and more, and we see more and more droughts, floods, fires, and other extreme events caused by climate change. And sometimes we might think that there's very little we can do to help to solve these issues, while the reality is quite different. There's small actions and there's solutions that us as individuals, as citizens, as businesses, as organizations, and as countries can do to stop climate change. By now we know that the main cause of climate change is CO2 emissions entering the atmosphere by burning fossil fuels, which we use for transportation, energy, and industry. And we know now that the main solution to solving climate change is stopping those CO2 emissions. And we can do so by transforming our industries to renewable energy, sustainable development, and of course, clean tech. Now, on behalf of conference organizers, Sunrise Tech Park and Clean Tech Cluster Lithuania, again, I am very excited to welcome you to this year's event, where startups take center stage, showcasing their success stories and their impact on society, the economy, and of course, the environment. Before diving into today's agenda, I want to share a very special and a very big thank you to the conference's partners and friends, Innovation Agency, Ovoko, DocLogix, Clean Tech for Baltics, Tech Fusion, Climate Kick, and many others for making this event possible. So if I could ask for a big round of applause for our friends and partners. And I would like to encourage you to use today's agenda and today's discussions to learn more, to talk with each other, to ask questions, which you will be able to do all throughout the conference for our panel discussions, and use our coffee breaks to network and know more about each other. And now, I would like to start today's conference with a very special guest. I would like to welcome on stage and give a big round of applause for the Speaker of the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania, Viktorija Čmilytė-Nilsen.
Good morning, everyone. It's really a pleasure to be here. I am really excited to have a chance to address this special conference where green and digital solutions come together to create more opportunities, expand horizons, and shape the future. I'm also thrilled to see such a really impressive field of experts, talents, entrepreneurs, investors, representatives of academia, who are drawn here by Lithuania's progress in the journey towards sustainability and technological advancements, which is clearly reflected in the strides we have made in the clean tech sector so far. During recent years, investments in Lithuania's clean technology sector have grown by 70%, signaling robust confidence and expanding potential of our green economy. The crises that have hit Europe, that we have all been on a receiving end of to some extent, have tested our societies. And among many other things, we learned that clean technologies must play a pivotal role in the resilience of our energy systems and economies. The coming years will bring challenges, such as building a strong renewable energy production capacity, increasing our industrial competitiveness, electrifying and decarbonizing the economy. And as usual, tough challenges come together with a silver lining of opportunities, which are particularly visible in this field. The Lithuanian cleantech sector is on a steady trajectory to improve our economic well-being by creating high-value added jobs and increasing the competitiveness of our industries. We have a growing number of cleantech startups and scale-up success stories, and a handful of them are going to appear here on this stage today. Turning to our national energy independence strategy, Lithuania has charted a course towards a solid goal, 100% electricity production from renewable sources by 2050. Even more, there is a projected energy surplus in the Baltic and Nordic countries between 2030 and 2035 due to our relatively small economies but high renewable energy potential. The Baltic countries will be among the first in the EU to achieve an electricity surplus and export high-value added energy products. Looking ahead, I think we can safely identify several main points or maybe principles. Economic growth must be driven by green technologies. Increased investment in research and technological development of clean tech are needed today. And it is essential to bring back to Europe the manufacturing powers that we, at a certain point, gave away to Asia. We also need to build a net zero industry from the ground up. And of course, it is time for Europe to reclaim productions and jobs based on new, clean technologies, thereby also tackling environmental and social issues. To achieve all that, a strong cooperation between public, private sector, and academia is crucial. And in this puzzle, investors play a pivotal role in accelerating the clean tech transition by providing not just financial support, but also strategic guidance, market confidence, and a long-term vision for Europe, for Europe's net zero future. Hence, impact investors who are present here today as well are one of the most important parts of the clean tech value chain. So once again, congratulations on bringing together this impressive field of experts, very forward-looking field, and I hope that you have a meaningful day, networking opportunities, and of course, good insights for the greener future. Thank you so much, and good luck.
Thank you very much for such an inspiring opening word. And now, let me introduce the first section of the DigiGreen conference, Lithuanian Cleantech Market Ecosystem Review, where will be presented the key results of Lithuanian cleantech ecosystem players that they reached during 2023. And for that, I am inviting CEO at Sunrise Tech Park, Director of the initiative Cleantech for Baltics, and founder and member of the board of Cleantech Cluster Lithuania, Laima Balčiūnė. Laima, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Rugile, for the introduction, and thanks so much for our head of Lithuanian Parliament for giving her time to us. It is so crucial and so important for cleantech ecosystem, for all the members, that political agendas are in line with the cleantech market trends. Before jumping into ecosystem review, I want to encourage everyone to stay until the end, because for the last part we left some fascinating things. Perhaps some of you know that this year we initiated and started Cleantech Catalyst, which is first of its kind incubation and acceleration program in Lithuania. And we're going to have 7 pitches with a jury investors, and we are going to know who won the main prize, which is the best startup, and will win 10,000 euros. Sorry, just have to, I did something wrong. Not working anymore. All right, so until we are working with the slides. Rugile already introduced the situation, and I will just remind to each and every one of us that 2023 was the hardest year on record, and it is quite obvious that 2024 will be the second hardest year on record. A couple of months ago, I was in Spain when one of our projects dedicated to circular economy, our Spanish partners, it was not like, oh, hello to our project, but it was like, welcome to your near future. And it was not a joke, they were serious, and we have to be serious about it. But together with challenges, we also have opportunities. Startups and scale-ups have opportunities to adapt existing technologies, to create new technologies, and to help us adapt to new situation and to get more resilient. And okay, now let's get back to the Lithuanian ecosystem review. For the evaluation, we divide Lithuanian startup scale-ups into 3 categories: for energy, for transportation, and for resources and environment. For next year, might be we will add 2 more for chemicals and materials. But well, we will see, because Lithuania doesn't have that much of startups, so we have only 60 and 40 startups, 19 scale-ups, and 1 unicorn that you know very well. It's Vinted. And in terms of, I didn't do that. Who changed the slides? But never mind. And in terms of geographical positions, the majority of companies are in the Vilnius region, but that situation might change because, as you might know, Lithuania, in terms of EU funding, is divided into parts, and might be it will enable more new clean tech companies in central and western Lithuania. I will not bother you with a lot of slides, only 1 slide per category. And as for resources and environment, this is the largest sector in Lithuania, with 29 companies and more than half of all employees working in the sector. Everyone knows Vinted and why it is important. Fashion sector is the 3rd largest pollutant in the world, and it produces 10% of annual carbon footprint, which is more than international flights and maritime shipping combined, which is huge. Investments in this field, well, it doesn't seem big, 3 million euro, but it is because 2 or 3 years ago, Ovako and Vinted respectively raised 14 and 250 million euros. So that's a lot. And why heavy finance is important? Well, this year, at the beginning of this year, they raised fund for sustainable agriculture. So we are very much looking forward at what's next. And by the way, in each of the slides, you will see 3 companies. Why we picked them is that we are going as a clean tech cluster to observe them quite closely in terms of their scalability, their innovation, and their next big steps. Another sector is mobility and transportation. In this subsector, we have kind of 3 subcategories, and these are charging infrastructure. Then we have developers and manufacturers of electric vehicles and parts, and of course service providers. And what is going on? All right. And the last sector is renewable energy. And this sector last year witnessed the largest investment rounds. As you might know, PVKs, together with Solitech, raised 100 million euros. And PVK's was nominated as a Startup of the Year. In addition, they received an award of Tech for Good. And Tech for Good is a nomination established by Sunrise Tech Park together with Cleantech Cluster Lithuania. And it is not just a trophy, it is a recognition of companies' commitment not only to innovation, but also to environment. And to sum up everything, as you might see, well, the graph for some reason doesn't display correctly, but the growth rate, the revenue growth rate until 2022, because we still have no data for 2023, growth rate was more than 3 times, which is really nice. And investment rounds, well, only 6, but what is important? Last year, startups located in Lithuania and established in Lithuania raised a little bit more than 292 million euros. And 37% of these funds went to Cleantech, which is huge, I would say. We can see trends and where investors turn their attention to. And in terms of people, sector is not very large, around 4,000 people within the sector, but might be it is because it's quite hardware intensive and quite well automated. But salaries were more than 40% higher than the national average. And top investments, well, these are already are mentioned, PVK, Solitech, and Heavy Finance. And using this opportunity, I would like to shortly introduce you Cleantech for Baltics, quite new initiative, which is initiated by Breakthrough Energy, which is Bill Gates and other private investors fund. Together with Cleantech Group, both from the United States. And the main aim of Cleantech for Baltics is to make the Baltic countries next powerhouse of Europe. And another task is to build bridges between startups, between Cleantech market and policymakers. And of course, we like to compare ourselves. So here you can see volumes of investments from 2017 to 2023. And as you might see, Lithuania is doing really, really very well. I'm just pushing the wrong button all the time, sorry. And I left the last as a cherry on the top. Quite recently, Cleantech for Baltics picked 3 startups per country as startups to watch, which are really interesting and doing good things, and investors should take a look at them quite close. And these companies are DigiGreen, Balance Grid, and Heavy Finance. DigiGreen is producing alternatives for animal protein and proteins from insects, which is really interesting. And by doing this, they save enormous amounts of land, of water, and of course, they save hundreds of tons of CO2. In Balance Grid, well, it's all about the hardware and software for charging infrastructure. And Heavy Finance, well, we are going to have Heavy Finance CEO today on the stage. So I will leave for him to tell all the details about the new fund and perhaps some more insights. And yep, that's it for me. And if you will have any questions, any suggestions, anything, we can chat during the networking break. And if anyone would like to be a part of Cleantech Cluster in Lithuania, so let's chat as well. Thank you and have a great conference.
Thank you very much, Laima. And now we will continue our agenda with a discussion. But first of all, I would like to remind you that all throughout the conference, you can ask questions to the panelists, which you can do so. There will be a QR code on the screen anytime soon, I think, which you can scan. It's a Slido program, and you can ask questions there. And I will make sure to ask the panelists the questions after the discussion. Or you can simply raise your hand after the discussion, and we will give you the mic, and you can ask the question live. And now, finally moving to the first panel discussion of today's agenda, Synergies for Sustainability, the Power of Industrial Symbiosis, where we will talk about a deep dive into the circular economy, and this discussion is powered by our partners, Innovation Agency. So I will ask to wait for a few seconds until we prepare the stage, but after that, I would like to invite you to give a big round of applause for our panelists. Dalia Jokubauskienė, CAO at EMP Recycling. Ragnar Rus, Sales Manager of Baltic Region at Eton Electric. Victoria Vaitkevičienė, Project Junior Researcher at Blue Bio Clusters Project Marine Research Institute at Klaipėda University. And the moderator, Teresė Škutaitė, Head at Green Tech Hub Innovations Agency. So 1 second, and the stage is yours, colleagues. Galima dainuot?
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, industry leaders.
Hello.
Welcome to the first panel discussion of the DigiGreen conference dedicated to industrial symbiosis. Today, we gather to dive into a crucial topic that embodies the essence of collaboration, innovation, and sustainable practices in the industry. Industrial symbiosis represents an important shift in how industries can work together towards a shared goal of resource efficiency and environmental stewardship. It embodies the idea that exchanging materials, resources, energy, and expertise, industries can not only reduce waste and environmental impact, but also foster economic growth and resilience. In this discussion, we will explore the transformative potential of industrial symbiosis, highlighting possible successful case studies, identifying barriers to implementation, and envisioning pathways to scale up these symbiotic relationships across various sectors. I invite our esteemed panelists, experts in their respective fields, to share their insights, experiences, and the vision for a more interconnected and sustainable industrial ecosystem through symbiotic collaborations. So let's dive in. And for the beginning, I would like to discuss the idea of transforming waste into resources. And the first question for all of the panelists would be to define the waste in your field and to answer, can your waste become a resource to other ecosystems? Let's begin by Mrs. Dalia.
Hi, everybody. Nice to see all of you here. It's a quite good question for the waste recycling company, first of all. So we are an electronic recycling company, biggest in the Baltics, and that world waste is running through our veins already 25 years. So it's how long EMP recycling exists. So, or it is possible to recover waste and get it into resource. Of course it is. So each year what we are doing, it's 5 million electronic devices that we are collecting and recycling in Lithuania. So yes, it's possible.
Okay, that's great. Victoria.
Works. Hello, I'm Victoria from Marine Research Institute. Sorry, I'm not green, I'm blue, or emerald, which means that we work with resources in marine environment and also on coastal area. So, sorry, but we do not generate waste, but we work with waste which is generated by different industries. we work with all kind of waste and pollution which ends up in the ocean. So this is our business. We provide various services, starting from chemical analysis of pharmaceuticals, of metals in the ocean. Also, we perform research on microplastics, how to reduce it, how to monitor it in the oceans, etc. A wide variety of services and R&D activities. So, and also we do try to develop methods and technologies trying to turn waste into profit. And this we have on our agenda a specific biomass, which is blue biomass. So and we're trying to use waste from other industries which might help to cultivate and to valorize that blue biomass.
Thank you, Victoria. We will most definitely dive into this practice on the next question, but let's now move on. Mr. Ragnar, please share your experience.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for inviting. This question, this is, I think, very wide space because there are so many different industries. I'm here perhaps representing this so-called old school manufacturing industry, not a startup. So company where I work is daily manufacturing electrotechnical materials such as low or medium voltage electrical apparatuses, so switchgear, distribution boards, so on. If I look my own company, different manufacturing plants, we have loads of them all over Europe and somewhere out. So then the short answer would be yes, you can use many things there in a production. So and this becoming more green, that can be that you're reusing some manufacturing process leftovers. You put them back in a manufacturing process. I think the easiest way is to recycle some metals. This is very done for years, metal recycling. Or why not you can reuse plastic materials that you get leftovers. But also it's possible to reuse energy. So and we do this, and I think we come to this a little later. So this innovation part. So I hope it was a little bit answering your question.
Yes, thank you, dear panelists, for your introductory insights. And I really enjoy to see such a diverse panel. And even as Victoria has mentioned, she states herself as blue, not directly as green. And I love how that fits the overall brand book of the DigiGreen conference.
Our brand is also blue, so everything is okay.
Yes.
Well, we have the same issue. We are not green, we are blue. So.
I believe that it very well reflects the aim of this discussion to search for collaboration between different industries and variety of sectors. So let's dive a little bit deeper into the positive practices that you have just mentioned. And for this session, I would like to begin by Victoria. So could you please elaborate a little bit on your experience?
Blue biomass, I mean, these are microalgae, microalgae, also different kinds of crustaceans. And to cultivate them, we need extra energy. We need energy, heat, and light. And so there are attempts already to cultivate it applying multi-use technologies. For example, if we develop offshore wind farm, we could combine that and to start cultivation of these marine organisms together in the same area. So this is for us an example of industrial symbiosis, and also one of the examples is aquaponics. It's cultivation of fish and plants together when the nutrition which comes from fish is utilized by the plants, and so we do perform in a cycle. So probably.
Thank you, thank you. It's very great to hear these positive practices implemented. And now let's move on to Dalia. Dalia is a definite pro in the industry of electronics recycling, and the question of successful waste to resource conversions in your field might seem a little bit ironic.
Yeah, but
even
we
by
have
saying-
that success, but you know, it's a work of each day, because
Yes.
each day we recycle. And from all those 5 million devices per year, we recover after recycling 80% of secondary raw metals. And we are putting back into circle economy.
Yes,
So yeah, and for example, how it could be used, those secondary metals. So it's, for example, the wires from electronic that we are getting 99% pure is perfectly used in shipbuilding. For example, recycled aluminum producers are using for window profiles, for production of window profiles. So everything what we are doing, all those secondary materials, raw materials that we are recovering, it's our each day success, I think.
Yes, I definitely agree. But would you also like to share maybe a case of some bigger project that had a huge impact in circularity?
You know, big project. Okay, so in Baltics we are the biggest. What the project that we had by ourselves, the investment that we had made, so it is around 10 million. So we have built the factory just for recycle for one device, so it's fridge. So you need 10 millions to recycle the fridge. So anyway, if someone has a fridge, it should be recycled here in MP, because nobody has such a factory in Baltics. So after recycling of that fridge, we are getting 12 sorts of raw materials that it's put back in circular economy.
Thank you, Dalia. That is indeed impressive, and I truly hope that the audience is taking notes on this one. Okay, let's move on to Ragnar. Could you also share some successful waste to resource conversions in your field? And also reacting to what the colleagues just said, do you engage in collaboration projects with the recycling companies?
Yeah, so thank you. If you think about some bigger projects, so I mean, the recycling part, I think I would bring up our factory that we have in Finland. So we are manufacturing, we are manufacturer of UPS devices. So these are devices that are keeping lights burning if energy grid is failing or having some challenges. That's the UPS. And one of these factories we have in Finland, where we do, we call them premium products. So, and if you are manufacturing the UPS, so of course you need to test it before you are giving it to the customer. So, which means that you do electronic assembly, so put everything together, and then you are applying electricity to this. So, and you need to, it's not that you're just turning it on and off, so you need to give certain stress to that. And this means that you need to pump energy through these machines. And we are manufacturing, they're big machines, really big, so banks and hospitals and so on. So if you do conventional way, this testing, this would mean that if you have a megawatt UPS, so then you need to run through this machine some 4 to 8 hours megawatt electricity every hour. So the electricity bill would be enormous. And usually what was done in the past, that they use as a load some kind of heating devices. So that was pretty hot place, this testing area. So, and of course, somebody has to pay for that. So, and that's the customer. But our engineers came to an idea how they can recycle this electricity. So they put into this UPS machine, and what they get out from this, so they pump it back to the beginning of the UPS. So we can how to say, recycle terawatts of electricity during a year. So earlier I mentioned some plastics and metal. But I think this electricity recycling. So this is also quite important nowadays. So that would be one of such use cases. So that we have been taking into case not too long ago.
Thank you, Ragnar. That's quite impressive indeed. And I found it interesting that you mentioned that in most times still, the bigger costs of environmental practices usually go to the customers. So I'd like to begin the next question by asking, do you, as a company representative, receive economic, not only environmental benefits of turning waste into valuable inputs, or is it still a more moral imperative than a business case?
Well, Eaton is a global company, and we try to be accepted in many different regions. So, and there are countries where you need to prove that you're green. Otherwise, you don't get the deal at all, or you cannot quote, or you're not accepted. So it's mainly old Europe, but unfortunately, that's not the case here in Baltics so far. So I haven't seen any public procurement or tender where any green aspect is considered, unless perhaps they are buying electrical cars or something like this. But the very same UPS that I was mentioning earlier, or any other, I could talk about medium voltage switchgear or something. So there is just a price. So and nobody cares. So unfortunately, it's so. But for Eaton, this is then so. In some cases, we do it to comply with this. In some cases, we do that we feel that we have to do. So these green stories, I was starting this business in this business area, year was 2000. So, and then they were pretty hard to pushing green packing, so that everybody was packing in a plastic. So, and our warehouses were packing things in a carton and recyclable materials. So, and many looked at us as a lunatics, so that why are you doing like that? So, and that was definitely internal, such a, let's say, wish to be a better company.
Okay, thank you for your inputs, and I agree that government incentives are definitely still a way to go, but we will dive into that a little bit deeper. And I would also like to rephrase the similar question to Victoria, discussing the marine industry. Is it profitable to engage in industrial symbiosis, or is it still, just a moral imperative?
Yes, it is. Yeah, for us, for institute, for researchers, we are not profit or company, but if we talk about the industrial companies, so the cultivation of biomass as a side business, it could generate additional revenue for the companies. So also there is not only economic, as you said, this is how to say, this ecological impact. Yeah, because all we have one planet to live, and we do need to care about it. And I'm happy that companies started to think about this already. Of course, it costs, but as shows Dalia's example, they do perform business already for 25 years. Yeah, trying to get value from waste.
Yes.
Yeah, but if we see that situation, it will be the same question also for me, yeah? Yeah, okay. So I think all the companies have the same strategic goal. It's profit. Every business model is designed like that to earn money. What has changed in those years that we need to disclose how we earn that money, how we have ESG indicators in our strategy, where we are making direct impact. For all those ESG things, yes, business has many challenges, Also, it increased daily costs. But I think in this place, our government should take a little bit more partnership, because with that financial support, because business, if he wants to be green from that all ESG side, we are increasing costs. So we need to help and support from that. So yeah, so this is I think the goal for all the countries and from government side.
Thank you, Dalia. So as we can clearly see, the potential is here, but the barriers to cross are also on the way.
Yeah, okay. And also about goals, European Union, it has a goal to ensure that all the resources that are not found in Europe, or it is limited, it should stay, it should get through recovery of the waste. For example, for produce of batteries. It's cobalt material that is used for production. That cobalt mainly is mined like raw material in Africa, in Congo Republic. Lithium, it is in countries from Africa, it is in Australia, but it is not in Europe. But we have waste. So we have that resource, just we need to recycle and bring that into circular economy and be independent Europe.
Yes, Dalia, this is an excellent point, and I believe that the establishment of both the Critical Raw Materials Act and the Net Zero Industry Act really paves a way to ensure that most of the materials needed to build these future net zero technologies are really gathered here in Europe. And I would now like to turn the discussion to the technological innovations, as I think it is clear that technologies are a pivotal part of industrial symbiosis projects. And now let's move on to Ragnar, and I'd like to ask, could you maybe share some emerging technological trends in your industry that could further enhance the practices of industrial symbiosis? And also, could you maybe provide some insights into your organization's plans and ideal strategies?
Thank you. So this becoming green or blue, so this has so many different aspects. So when we have been talking here about recycling being more environmental friendly, so this can be that you are first of all you are more green, more environmental friendly with your production process. So earlier were mentioned here renewable energies, so that you can decide either to install some sort of renewable energy devices, for example, these solar panels that are even made here in Lithuania on your factory. But yeah, well, it is expensive. So then, so by the energy input, you can be more green. So you can decide that you are trying to buy not let's say fresh material, but recycled material. Some aluminum and plastics were mentioned here earlier. There are certain challenges, aluminum less, plastic more, because if you recycle it, so it doesn't look so good anymore. So, but it's still okay. In many cases, it can be used. What else you can do? So the process where you produce, you can try to find areas where you are reducing the, let's say, impact, maybe energy demand or the process itself. It could be more green. So, and the ways how you pack things can be definitely more environmental friendly. So there are many areas. So if you look what our company has took as a goal some 10 years ago, they decided that they are going for a project zero waste to landfill. So, and I think most of our production locations have reached this goal that they don't put anything to landfill. They try to put everything back to the recycling, and in a bigger manufacturing environments, definitely that gives impact. And this gives also, in many cases, this financial impact, so that quite a few things you can sell back. Of course, I'm talking about my company and my customers that I've been visiting all those years so many times. and I do know that there are also processes where it's not that easy. So this recycling part, but yeah. So to be more innovative, it's possible, and Ethan is doing it. So and try to reduce less. So I think about the innovation, there will be later on some more topics, so that I don't go too deep here. Otherwise, I keep this monologue till the end. The panel is rather short here.
Yes, unfortunately, the panel is rather short, and now I would like to move on to Victoria. As an academia representative, what are some future innovation technological trends that you're looking up to?
We as a coastal region are very interested in the utilization of cultivation and valorization of blue biomass. So, and we do try to encourage startups and businesses to think about the blue biomass as a case for businesses. And from the future technologies, yeah, we do look for multi-use opportunities and as I already mentioned, it's used together with offshore wind farms. And we're happy that the life is, the trending technologies is that offshore energy is coming to oceans, and there are plans, yeah, to build offshore wind farms in the Baltics. So it's a time for us, for our country, to think about these multi-use opportunities already now. So, and us being researchers, we do contribute to these activities. Yeah, developing how to say technologies, also working on research of blue biomass, and also that's it.
Thank you, Victoria. I definitely agree that the time to act on technological innovations is now. And Dalia, what kind of technological trends would enhance your business?
I think that we need to talk about not only trends but challenges. What recycles has. So and I think it's just one for today. It's how to recycle, because when we are talking about circular economy, and we see that ideal circle, so we are producing something, we are using something, if it's not interesting anymore, we can reuse. If it's already broken, we can recycle it, and it goes on and on into that cycle. But how much energy and thoughts we are putting when we are designing things? How we will, after all, recycle it? Best example.
It's a good point that you were bringing up. So this it's a kind of new trend, but unfortunately not everywhere. That if you're designing your product, so then you should consider the life cycle, the full life cycle, not only the manufacturing process, but you should. When you do it, you should think how to recycle it already, and that's something in EU. So I'm not in a position to talk how it are things in the US, and I think in Asia Pacific nobody thinks about it. So we need to think here. So if we build something, if we design something, so how to take it to the parts. So the total life cycle of the product must be considered, and that should be somehow kept in mind, not only for engineers, but also the ones who are buying it, so that it should be kind of green product.
Yeah, and it should go through European Union, because the simplest, I think, example, and I'm talking every time the same, so it's our mobile phones, yeah? Everybody has it. Let's go 10 years ago, how we removed the battery. And now, our smartphones, the battery is glued into the device, and it's really hard to recycle. And this, when we are talking about stepping into innovation technologies, so we need that support, because yes, devices are changing, laws are changing, but anyway, support from government, it should be here.
Thank you, Daila, and you reached an excellent topic to, I think, to sum up this discussion, because the collaboration of various industry players and the government is not possible without key support elements. So I'd like to begin the last question of the panel by asking all of you, what could be some needed policy examples for our public sector leaders that could enhance the industrial symbiosis and the positive recycling practices? Daila, the mic is up to you.
You know, we are working 25 years. I'm working EMP recycling 20 years. So during that time, we didn't got any financial support from our government for technologies innovation. So everything that we are doing by ourselves with our investment. So it is quite strange situation in Lithuania that recycles are in not the same section as producers, but we are producers. We are producing secondary raw metals and materials, and we are putting back into circular economy. So this is discrimination, this is inequality, and it should be changed. So, and after that, yes, we can talk about many synergies, many symbiosis, yeah, then we can change things, because we have waste. If EMP recycles 5 million devices per year, so yeah, there is electronic in Lithuania and in Baltics.
Most definitely. Victoria, I pass the question to you.
It's always tricky issue to talk about the support from government. I would say sometimes they lack knowledges, practices, competences, and probably we need to speak loudly and daily about our problems. And it's, how to say, it's kind of the innovation process. When people do not know the issue, they reject it. So when they get to know it, they get more familiar with it, they accept it. So probably we simply need to speak a lot, again and again.
Agreed.
And in this way, we will change the attitude of all stakeholders.
Thank you, Victoria. As a public sector representative myself, I always find those insights very valuable. Taking note. Ragnar, the question to you.
Change management is always very tricky and a long process. So it starts from the consumers. We have to change our way of thinking and want to be a bit more green. Unfortunately, people are doing those decisions on this moment very often, and based on this moment, I don't know, purchase value or price of this product, and they don't think too much about the future or what is behind this. So that's, yeah, change management. That would be the key word. But I'm not asking that dear Lithuanian government pay more or Lithuanians buy more expensive things. What I would like to see is that total cost of ownership would be counted. So on some tenders, whatever it is, private or public tenders, so that not only the purchase value is considered. So that would be a very big step ahead already, because today I see only the initial price matters. And then if you try to be green, if you are green, well, you are out of game. Chinese are coming and they just take it with a price. I think this environmental effect should be considered. I mentioned earlier UPS devices. Those kind of products, there is difference how energy efficient they are. So you pay for one product 10,000 euro, you get efficiency, I don't know, 95%. You pay for something else, let's say 14,000 euros. You see quite a big difference in the percentages. but you get efficiency 97.5%. You might think 2.5% is nothing, but then this device is working for you 365 days a year, and so next 15 years. So, and put this into money, the payback time is like 1 or 2 years, but unfortunately very few places are considering this effect. So that is those examples. So green thinking, and I think governments should be role models and trendsetters. So and with what I said here, actually, I'm not asking more money. So if you look this, that
I am asking.
what is the total cost of ownership, so you're actually winning. And what else they could think? I mean, people, we all, is that how long this product lasts, and what happens to this at the end of the life. We're almost done with our time, but I would like to highlight for as an innovation part, products more and more, they have a green pass, so that which says what to do with this product, how dangerous it is, or how to recycle it later on. So those things should be kept in mind when something is bought, and we would expect that the ones who are buying it, they start to think about it. So the big picture, not only the second when you're buying that, I don't know, shirt.
Thank you, Mr. Ragnar, for excellent conclusion remarks. And I would just like to sum up the panel by saying that even though we still face some serious barriers and challenges, but there is potential that the practices of industrial symbiosis can not only create environmental impact, but profitability for the industry players and of course, recycles as well. So I very much thank the esteemed panelists, the audience, and we wish you a successful further discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. I ask you to stay here for a few more minutes, actually, because we have so many questions from the audience. Yes, I'm very happy to see a very active, yet very silent audience, but very active on Slido program, which is very, very good. So actually, we will try our best to fit all the questions in 5 minutes. If we are not able to do so, please use the networking coffee breaks to ask the panelists the questions if they were not read out loud. Now, so we will start with, I guess this is aimed to Victoria. How can we collect microplastics from the ocean water? Do we have solutions now?
First, we need to consume less, and we need to recycle as much as possible. Yeah, these are trends. And how to remove? Actually, it's how to say, it's if we talk about the trash, about the big size trash, then we can remove it. There are already various campaigns who do try to remove. But if we talk about the microplastics, which is already within marine organisms, then it's difficult.
So we should focus more on reducing recycling, sewage system upgrades probably, and so on and so forth. Okay, second question. How to increase product longevity, for example, mobile phones that shouldn't be upgraded not as often, and how to change into new model. And the reason is not to use but a manufacturer. Actually, I'm finding it difficult to understand the question myself. Did you understand it? So I will skip to the second question while you answer. I will try to solve this puzzle myself. Do you see this trend of regulation for prolonging life of electronics as a threat to your businesses? And I guess you, Dalen, you Ragnar, but
I don't think it's a threat. I think for manufacturers, this gives opportunity to make better products and more long-lasting products. We need to keep in mind that they will cost a little bit more because you need to use better components there. So there are certain things that are so optimized to the edge. But as a manufacturer representative, I would be more than happy to make better products and longer lasting products, more serviceable products. So yeah, let's do it.
I guess I now understand the second question, which is very much related to your answer. How do we increase the longevity of these products? And I think the person that is asking is aiming this towards the manufacturers. What can be done now to solve that? As we know that there's this planned obsolescence, this term, that products are now getting old faster and faster. So how do we solve this?
Well, coming back to this, what I said earlier, this change management, so that I mean, consumers would need to change their head, I mean, it's a kind of symbiosis. So the manufacturer should build a trust that this product lasts. So that's one, and another is that there should, I don't know, something in people's head that well, Apple is launching a new model, and then there is a group of people who are getting mad, so they're going with their tents and sleeping bags, and so they can get this new, and they pay whatever. So I personally don't understand this. I'm very much using things till the end of their life, and then still trying to repair them, and getting into issues because of that I'm trying to repair too many things. But I think it's change management. So really, we need to start to think why I need this new thing, why I need to change that. So if there is really that it's so much more energy efficient, so then yes, of course, or maybe safety or security, if you talk about cars, maybe, so that it's more safe car. So yeah, okay, justified decision to do it. So, but just because it's new, so that really, do you really need that?
Thank you. And a few questions to Daila. So one was, is there still waste left after recycling electronics?
Of course.
And what could be done to possibly eliminate them completely, if it's possible?
I have a dream of ideal circle economy. So it would be like that we are producing things, using things, and then we can recycle everything. There will be no non-recyclable material. But for today's situation, for example, into recycling of the fridge, there is still polyurethane, that it is in main corpus of the fridge. After recycle, we are getting that poor polyurethane, and it's like a powder. But there is still no possibility to recycle and to get the raw material, because there is no such a technology. And what it goes to recover of the energy. But yeah, it's also it's not a landfill, but anyway, we need to reduce that kind of thing.
So this dream is actually quite reachable. It's easy. So
But we just need to change the management, you know.
Not the management, but we need to change the way how we build a refrigerator.
Yes, how we build.
So product design should, from the first moment, consider this recycling element, and then your dream can be reached. So. And if you can go there, then we have one more really happy lady here. So
we would be happy. So producer happy, we are happy.
Scientists happy.
Scientists are happy. So everybody are happy. So
what a perfect way to end this discussion. Thank you very much again for all of your ideas and thoughts.
Thank you.
Thank you. I was not able to ask all of the questions, so make sure to talk to our panelists during the coffee break and ask the questions if they were not answered. Thank you. And now, while we have a quick change of panelists on the stage, let's continue our agenda and the next discussion dedicated to energy. So we talked about recycling, manufacturing. Let's talk about another very important aspect of the industry, and that is energy. And as the last few years have showed, that the countries that won were the ones that were able to pivot quickly from fossil fuels to renewable energy and other solutions. And in regards to COP28 consensus, we do see that the future is tightly related to the renewables. Therefore, I'm excited to present the second discussion, which is titled Currents of Change, the Role of Digitalization in Green Energy Transition. And on stage, I invite Žygimantas Vaičiūnas, Policy Director of European Solar Manufacturing Council and Board Member of Global BOD Group. A bit of round of applause. Encourage our panelists. Ernestas Bubnys, Head of Business Unit at NFQ. Ernestas, we welcome you to the stage. Julius Sakalauskas, CEO at Solitech. And moderating this discussion, we have Simonas Barsteiga, Head of Competence Center at Vilnius Tech. The stage is yours, and I wish you a very fruitful discussion.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Rugile, for a nice introduction. And it's a pleasure to be here and to see so many people with good, positive, and blue and green energy, what I saw from the beginning. And before we start our discussion, I would like to, I think that our audience is interesting about you something. So I would like to ask you, what brings you energy to do this job, what you do with green energy transition? So maybe some of you could start.
I can start. Of course, energy is one of the key pillars in all the professional life, but mainly working on the regulatory basis. So working in the Ministry of Energy for like 12 or even more years. Also some experience in Brussels, being energy attaché, and later, of course, after the Ministry of Energy, 2016-2020, I joined the private sector and consultancy as well.
And what brings you energy to do this job?
I think that the key issue is that the dynamics, what we are witnessing in the sector, is really astonishing, and that's really the way of life, how we can perceive in our personal lives, and also to show that that really we can bring the change for the society, for our citizens, and so on.
Thank you. And Nestle?
Yeah, I can carry on. So good morning, everyone. I suppose I'm not originally on green energy and sustainability from the start of my career. I started my career working in finance, in fintech sector, working for stock exchange, going through various corporate actions, implementing technologies for stock exchanges, how we trade stocks. And eventually, once I joined NFQ, I started looking into the technologies driving the sustainability and green energy. And since then, I think I finally found the purpose, finally found the right energy and the right goal for the technologies to develop.
Thank you a lot.
Hello, everyone. I am in green energy already 15 years. And for me, what brings the energy is the competition to Chinese. We need to fight them, and we are one of the company, not so many left in Europe, who are really fighting with them, and this brings me additional energy and power each day.
Very nice answer. Thank you a lot for that. By the way, I asked before our conference, ChatGPT, what is human energy? It's not renewable, so we need to save for the fight. To go to our topic, as we all know, Lithuania has ambitious goals for its green energy transition. By 2030, we aim to generate 100% of our electricity from renewable sources. This will require a significant expansion of our wind and solar energy capacity, increasing current levels about 4 times. To achieve these goals, we must make rapid advancement on multiple fronts in the same time, expanding generation capacity, improving grid infrastructure and interconnections, balancing energy supply and demand, digitalizing the energy market, and last but not least, ensuring cybersecurity measures. Žygimantai, how can we successfully drive progress in these multiple areas to achieve the green transition? What role do government policies and regulation play in this process? Please share your thoughts.
Okay, thanks. This is really multiplying sectors challenges, and the question is how to address that. I think it's really, as you're pointing out, from the regulatory perspective, this is really the key, because the regulations could advance the things moving forward or can block or stop. That's very simple. 2 options, no more. And in principle, I would like to put one of the examples that the current advancements of Lithuania in the renewable energy, the legal grounds has been created 7-6 years ago. And we are on that path, moving forward. At that time, now we are treating renewable energy as a new normal. It's just business as usual. But at that time, this was not the case. When we are described the purpose not for 2030, but for 2050, to have 100% renewables, everybody was looking at us and saying, you are crazy. You will destroy the energy system. It is not feasible. It is not capable. So I think that this is really it's very important that regulatory framework is moving one step ahead of the market, or at least to be in line with the market, but not to be backwards. That's very important. And of course, that's once we are pointing out on the renewables, Lithuania is really advanced, and we are happy to see such developments on the big scale renewables, also on the prosumers model, which has been created. At that time, also nobody was there to say that it will be possible. Everybody was saying, well, in Lithuania we have not so much sun. It's not feasible. But the regulatory framework made that feasible. So that's why the difference now Lithuania on the one person comparing the generation capacities in the prosumers is more advanced than Italy or Spain, comparing with the different geographical zones. So this is really important, and what is necessary to be done in the future, I think that's really the case that we have to fight with the bureaucracy, what we have now. We are very good at defining the strategies, but not very good at the implementation. And the bureaucracy is really the key point. Here we have also the topic is digitalization, so I think that the private business also could help the bureaucracy to make the things easier enforcing. And the last point which I would like to point is that really we need to use the opportunities of the storage. Because this area is not yet developed. I mean, from the legal framework's perspective, it should be advanced. It should be really the same as with the prosumers. At that time, I mean, in 2017, the payback period for the prosumer for the solar power plant on your roof, the payback time was from 14 to 16 years. What we have made, we made the regulatory framework and we made the support. Currently, this is the bottleneck because for the individuals, there are not so much incentives to have the storage solutions on their house.
Thank you, Logigimantas. For bureaucracy, we will come back in the end of our discussion. But now you mentioned about storage. So I would like to ask Julius, you have been working in the renewable energy sector for a long time. What are the biggest challenge in transitioning from traditional energy source to renewable energy, for example, storage or other things?
Yeah, so everybody knows the main challenge is that sun is not shining in the night and you cannot order the wind to blow when you want. So here comes the challenge how to balance everything. And already in May, Lithuania produced half of its energy just from renewables. So our renewable generation is growing significantly and quite fast. And I believe we will reach our targets even earlier than 2030. But without balancing solutions, it will not be possible. We can check, let's say, other markets which are even more advanced than us. For example, Germany. So they are installing batteries with solar power plants already 3 years as a mandatory thing. So this should come into the Lithuanian market as well as soon as possible. And then here the regulations and bureaucracy stops it a bit still and needs implementations here faster. Because people are ready. We as a producer, we feel the demand from the customers. They are asking, they are interested. Just, as 7 years ago, solar was payback time 14 years. Now with the storage solutions without incentives, it's the same story. So we need support to accelerate this business as well. And as we are talking about the digitalization here, it's important to have, I would say, smart storage solutions. Because you cannot each day control yourself how to store the energy and so on. And dumb storage will not work efficiently. So there are, let's say, we can look also to other markets, for example, Sweden, where they already installing a lot of storage solution, small storages, which are connected and aggregated into one system, which helps for grid operators to balance the grid. And for the investors, let's say, into storage solutions to have better payback term. So all of these things combined, we need to make more efforts and faster now into storage solutions.
So sum up your thoughts. It is support because it's early stage with storage, and also some digitalization solution which could help us to speed up it, yes?
Yes, because without digital tools, it will be impossible to efficiently control everything, and the solutions are here.
Ernesto, you are from IT sector. Maybe you can mention for us most promising technological innovation currently driving the transition to sustainable energy, exactly about storage solutions maybe, or in general about the digitalization of electricity market.
Yeah, so it's probably obvious that I'm from IT sector. It's usually look for the guy in a t-shirt. So when we are talking about solutions and IT solutions, there are usually two types, whether it's SaaS solutions, so software as a service, or custom solutions that are developed from scratch and specifically tailored for a certain purpose or business application. So I won't get into too many details when it goes to SaaS solutions. We have a lot of in the market, digital twin solutions, wave modeling solutions, because we have certain environment in Lithuania that if we want to implement a local solution on a large scale, we have to integrate that with LitGrid on a machine level, and then transform the protocols to the IT protocols, and then build the application from it. So we see, as NFQ, we see potential in this field for several years at least, and far beyond that. So first of all, grid balancing solution, and that is a very broad term, I would say. Any solution that helps us to balance the grid, to use the energy in a more sustainable way, a smarter way, is a grid balancing solution. So first of all, energy management solutions that could be applied to, let's say, control the energy use within buildings, within factories, supermarkets, you name it. Coupled with energy storage devices that I'm sure my colleagues are very well aware of, you can go to another level to actually trade in Nord Pool, and we are talking not only about batteries made for households, but industrial batteries that are over megawatt in power. You are doing everything on a much larger scale. So trading in Nord Pool, implementing them as a part of renewable energy parks, solar parks, wind turbine parks, and then again, for example, implementing them as part of a large business, factory or supermarket, that you can charge up the battery during the night and use it as a main energy source during the day. And that way using the whole electricity in a more sustainable way. So these energy management solutions are quite on the rise right now as we see it. They are not ideal. Usually only a few of them are cloud-based because there's a lot of data going through from the machines, but we are getting there. We see some potential in this field. Another solution would be predictive maintenance. It is, as I like it to put it, the way of your enterprise assets to hear what your enterprise assets are telling you. So basically, your solar parks, your wind turbine parks, your batteries, you name it, any hardware devices. You can read that data from the devices and implement algorithms basically knowing when they will malfunction before that actually happens. And for example, if let's say a wind turbine park malfunctions, you are stopping the whole generation. This is quite a costly effort to bring it back up. So knowing then when that malfunction will happen is quite priceless. But then again, we have to take into account massive amounts of data. For example, the monthly data generated by a single industrial battery, if you take over, let's say, 8,000 tags of data, is counted in petabytes. So it's quite a venture to host this on cloud, and you have it to basically manipulate the data through the data warehouses and only extract the data you really need to put it on the cloud. And last is not least, I think it's a wonderful concept is virtual power plants. So basically the whole ecosystem of small energy producing and storage devices that acts as a one body. So for example, electric vehicle batteries, solar panels on private households, that could be used part of the grid. And so imagine if it is a hot summer day and you are running your air conditioning systems, let's say on 21 Celsius, and you keep it up on 22 Celsius, you are saving a tiny amount of energy. But if this decision is centralized and made over 100,000 of households, you are making available massive amounts of energy, and this is quite something to balance the grid.
Thank you. It's a broad perspective, very difficult to understand. But what is missing? It's like a vision. It's like a possibility. When you are digitalized, you can do that. But what is missing to be in this point, or what we need to do in government level, policy level, or support level to achieve this faster, or it goes everything fluent?
I think it's a bit of all. We definitely have some laws in place that do encourage it, but that is not sufficient. We are still waiting for the legislation for the storage batteries, especially for the industrial ones. And it's a bit of an uncharted territory for all businesses investing in green energy. Green energy doesn't sound like profit for a private business. It sounds like a risk with some potential profit. So I think some courage investing in this, professionals, and I'm not talking about the professionals from local markets because there are very few. Inviting professionals, being audacious enough, inviting professionals from Europe, US. There are some solutions already in place in Australia and Japan. And just starting everything from scratch. As I mentioned, we have a very unique environment and we have to integrate everything with LitGrid if we want a national scale IT solution.
Okay, thank you. When we touch this digitalization point, also we touch some security points. And I have a question for Julius, because he mentioned China things. So this digitalization, transforming the energy sector in terms of reliability, what risks and opportunities it brings to us?
Yeah, so being Lithuania being on a border with angry, let's say, neighbor, we see the risks a bit different from the other countries. And energy security, as we see from the history of the war in Ukraine, is one of the key elements for the country to survive if something happens. We want to reach 100% generation from renewables. But if these renewables will be controlled online by the, let's say, Chinese software, so you know the risk is too high. Simply, it's too high, and because they can turn off everything if they want. So in this place, there should be regulatory, let's say, tools how to avoid and how to secure ourselves from that. It would be good to do this on European level, of course, but as I said, other countries are thinking a bit differently. Let's say 2 days ago we host in our company a delegation of trade commissioners, let's say, from Nordic countries. So for example, Denmark's view is totally different. So Denmark is telling that China is our biggest friends and then we should work only with them. Because their biggest export market is China. So everybody is looking in Europe a bit short term, and we, by being in this geographical location, we see it everything a bit different. So even at least in the national level, we should put some safety measures for these kind of things.
Žygimantas, do you agree that this reliability of the renewable energy sector is crucial for Lithuania independence? And if it's yes, how we can push our partners to think otherwise about these risks?
Yes, of course, I agree, and I agree by 120% on that. The issue is that in energy, the independence and forms are changing from time to time. We had the story of too much dependence on Russian gas, on oil, and so on. Now this is the question about the reliability and independence concerning the energy storage systems, the smart ways how we can ensure that. And I totally agree with Julius that in principle in the SMC with the inverters producers, we have calculated that, for example, in Europe, only 4 gigawatts of solar, it's enough that in case the inverters are simultaneously disconnected from the grid, and then it could really create the blackout risks, really important risk for all the Europe. So this is another thing. And of course, this Monday, by the way, we had a talk with the European Commission, for the incoming Commission, to form the harmonized approach in that. Of course, it's not an easy way because European Commission is trying to find the smart way how to go on from the current situation, because we are too much dependent as Europe to the Chinese supply. And this is, of course, a lot of smart efforts would be necessary to be done, but that's absolutely necessary, because another way we will be in a situation that getting the vehicle or the instruments for China, for example, to blackmail Europe, and it can be done anytime. So the issue is, of course, not only to think about these things seriously, also to act on the national level, because in Europe, in Brussels, it's 3 years for important regulations to be made, and then the implementation phase. So really, I think I would like to encourage also the national governments like Lithuania. Also, there are some small steps already taken, but there should be more clear strategy. And this is, of course, the renewables, the storage, and also the question about how we are defining very concretely, very concrete steps. Because we have really clear vision in 2030 to have 1.5 gigawatt of storage, but how we will achieve that, and now I'm pointing from the reliance system to the how to encourage the consumers to go there. The issue is that Ministry of Energy for 1 year is defining the support system, what could be the level of support and so on. But in parallel to that, we have also to think about the security things.
So you mentioned this understanding, so probably we have different understanding in Europe about these risks, and also in Lithuania different understanding. Different parties of politicians think differently, so probably it's very important to align our understanding. And I want to go to the last discussion points about cooperation. It's no matter political understanding or its implementation stage of renewable energies. We take very good strategy. We have ambitious goals. But how to improve our cooperation to align us, all Lithuania, to work on that? And the question for all of you, how digitalization can help us to reduce bureaucracy and to make better cooperation in Lithuania? Žygimantai, maybe you.
Okay, I will start. I think there are 2 main points. So one point is, of course, better coordination, interinstitutional coordination. I mean that everybody knows that this is, of course, another example, but how the LNG terminal has been built. Because every week it was a serious push from the Prime Minister to do that, and everybody was gathering there. In renewables, we have to move on the same direction on the big scale projects. We have to have like a one-stop shop where the solutions are being made. Another issue is about the openness for the digitalization market. I think we have to, and the government should be more open to the private sector, to trust more it, and to, because there are all the private market are moving forward. They have the solutions, they have the proposals. But in order for the ministry to get instrument on the digital things, they need to make the public procurement for 1 year and so on and so forth. There should be some flexibilities, maybe defined budget, concrete instruments, maybe to make some hackathons and so on. And that should be then the business and the government relations should be more adapted. We have no time. We have to move faster.
Erneste, you are from IT again, so maybe you have some quick ideas how to improve it.
When it comes to IT solutions, what we face usually when talking with renewable energy, let's say implementers, integrators, is usually the opinion is that I buy everything from one source. I get my hardware and my software usually from the suppliers from China. So this is a challenge for us, how to overcome, first of all, we need to overcome the problem of hardware and the software. So for the software part, if you want to develop something European-based, it's a lot more expensive. So protecting our market and local producers, both for the hardware and the software, is of utmost importance, I think. That's a starting point. Reducing bureaucracy, I think, yes, I agree with Žygimantas that on national level we are quite more agile to take some quick measures, and on European level we are not as quick. But that should be coming in the next several years if we want to break through in this technology field.
Yulo, what kind of challenge you have and how digitalization could improve this cooperation and transition?
Yeah, so I fully agree what my colleagues told, and just would like to emphasize the importance of, let's say, now, for example, new energy strategies considered in SEIMAS. So I would like this to be, let's say, really a strategy of Lithuania and all institutions and all parties, all businesses, not only just a document which is really nice. We paid for that a lot of money and it stays somewhere. But every institution and everybody should be working one way, because currently we sometimes feel that everybody's looking into things quite narrow, only from the perspective of their own, and then here the digitalization should help and to decrease, let's say, times for permissioning and so on. So I think this is the main what we need now, and this would accelerate all the, let's say, implementations even faster.
So if we assume that this energy strategy is one of the most important things in Lithuania for our independency, so maybe the KPIs for each, I don't know, organization in Lithuania or its public institution should come from the top of the strategy. Is it possible at all? Maybe Žygimantas, you are from politics, you know better this. Is it possible to align with KPIs starting from strategy going down?
Yeah, previously I'm from politics, but no, that's really the case that everything is possible. The issue is the mobilization of and having the concrete target. We have the target. We have to move there. The issue is how fast and how efficiently we will achieve that. And here, of course, the KPIs should be not only for the institutions, but also for the on the annual basis, for the next year, for the year after, and so on. And the issue is that currently, for example, even the European legislation allows to do very important things, like the Net Zero Industry Act, which has been adopted at the end of May. It will be in force from this June, and the governments could move forward, and encouraging the institutions to buy not the Chinese product, but to buy the European produced product. There are pre-qualification criteria, there are non-price criteria, everything is feasible. But the issue is about the internal coordination. Once we're asking the ministries what you will do on that, they think, no, this year it's not feasible because we have to create the legislative things, maybe next year, 2025, maybe 2026. So, this is the issue of course, we have the political cycles, but the priority for the next government should be debureaucratization and, of course, a better coordination on these concrete targets, including KPIs.
Okay, so everything is here. We just need to act. So we have all possibilities. So I think that we will be able to do that, and our time is finishing. Maybe we will have some questions from audience, so let's check it.
Yes, thank you again. Thank you for the panel discussion. With a round of applause for the panelists. And as always, a lot of questions, not enough time. Again, thank you for being so active and asking your questions through the Slido program. So one of the questions we received is, what are your thoughts on nuclear energy? Are micronuclear reactors the future of green energy? Who wants to start? I think it's a very broad question for everyone.
I can try to answer. In my personal view, this is nonsense. Why I'm saying that? Because in 2012, 2011, visiting United States, they were saying that after 10 years, it will be commercially deployable. Now we are in 2024. In United States, comparing the regulatory basis in United States and in Europe, after these reactors will be commercially available in United States, for Europe we will need 10 more years. And I think that this message is really having negative influence for the development of the renewable sectors. It might be the future option, but we don't have to waste our time while discussing that and talking about this.
Does anybody want to add? Okay, moving on. Another question regarding, I would say, alternative sustainable energy factors. It's hydrogen. And the question is, would green hydrogen solve the storage issue? What do you think about hydrogen as an energy storage solution? Is it a case for wind and solar parks? I know we hear a lot about hydrogen at the moment as one of the solutions. So what are your thoughts on it? Especially green hydrogen, of course.
Okay, I can start also, but the issue is about the hydrogen is of course also a nice vision. The issue is that currently we don't have enough concrete, how to say, success stories on that. I do agree that we have to invest to that field because the issue is how we are transmitting the energy from point A to point B, and hydrogen is really a promising technology. The most important question was about the time to have really commercially available projects. So I would think that yes, it could be the option for the future. The issue is that Lithuania, as a quite small country, have to find really a niche for that, and that would be really important for our industry. So as a consumers, of course, sooner or later we will use that technologies, but the question is for Lithuania to find a small niche where we can be some competitive advantages there.
Would you agree that green hydrogen is like a secondary step? Now we have to focus on renewable energy first, and then, of course, thinking about hydrogen at the moment as well, but as a sort of a second step that we do once we have too much renewable energy.
I do agree, but this is also the parallel step concerning the storage solutions, because there are two ways how we can store energy: in the storage facilities, storage batteries, or to transfer this from one point to another point. So technologically, hydrogen is of course more complicated, but we have to think about. But I think that first priority should be deployment of renewables and empowering the storage solutions.
And you've mentioned storage, which leads me to the final question. How much solar electricity is stored in the grid in Lithuania? Could anybody answer?
In the grid or in the storage?
In the grid.
So currently in Lithuania we have 1.6, 1.7 gigawatts of solar. And the biggest part, 1.2, is from the prosumers. So this is probably the record comparing for the European numbers, because in the most of the countries there are huge solar parks. In our case, this is really decentralized generation. So that's the capacities. And concerning what is important to mention, that Lithuanian peak during the summer is 2,000 megawatt hours. And currently, Lithuania is producing even more than half of that. So meaning that we are really reliable on solar. And I think that also in the strategy, the numbers which are there, so even for the solar, it could be more place in the future. So that's the current numbers.
So thank you for your answers and thank you for the discussion. Again, round of applause for the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you a lot, and I would like to wish us all to act for the purpose of Lithuanian independence, for the purpose of nature. Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you. So while the panelists are getting off the stage and the second panelists are preparing, I'm going to introduce the second discussion. So we talked a bit about manufacturing and recycling, we talked about energy, and we have another head scratch in the world, which is transport, of course, which is one of the biggest emitters of CO2 emissions and air pollution. And of course, we need to find new eco-friendly motions and actions to solve these issues. So we have a future, coming up next, we have a discussion titled Green Routes, Redefining Mobility in the Age of Digital Transformation. And in this discussion participating, we have Aivaras Knieža, Sales Director at Elinta Charge, Austė Pranskutė, CEO at Stewart Energy, Benas Kontautas, Head of Sales at Teltonika Energy, and moderating this discussion we have Arnoldas Nausėda, CEO at Vertablox. The stage is yours, and I wish you a very fruitful discussion.
Hello, everyone. We have a third panel, I understand, so we'll talk about future mobility and digital infrastructure. As we gather today, we found ourselves in pivotal moment in the history of transportation and urban mobility. The world is rapidly changing, driven by technological advancement and urgent need to address the climate change. Our cities are expanding, populations are growing, and the demand for efficient and sustainable mobility solutions has never been greater. Today, we will explore the transformative potential of green routes, a concept that encapsulates the integration of eco-friendly transportation modes and smart infrastructure. We will delve into how digital transformation is influencing sustainable transportation solutions, examine the environment and economic benefits adopting the green routes, and tackle the challenges and opportunities in implementing innovative solutions on the broader scale. We have an expert panel, Austė from CEO Stewart Energy, we have Aivaras from Elinta Charge, and we have Benas from Teltonika Energy. Aivaras and Benas is actually competitors in their product range. Together, basically, so we will begin. I would like to remind the audience that we have questions at the end, so you can ask questions. And let's start on this discussion journey. So I would like each of you to introduce yourselves and also give the initial thoughts about what is green routes to you personally. Let's start from Austė.
Okay, hello everyone. So I'm Austė, CEO and co-founder at Stewart Energy. Do you hear me? Okay. At Stewart Energy, we are working to secure abundant EV charging process. We are solely focusing on the software development part. My personal involvement in the green routes is that I'm always trying to choose walk or bicycle instead of a car if I have an opportunity to do that. So I also encourage you to think about this perception for yourself. So
okay, thank you. Aivaras, what about you?
My name is Aivaras, as introduced already a few times. So I'm from Elinta Charge, and we are manufacturing AC chargers. I was all the time I was on the innovation environment. All of my career was around innovations, and what I was seeing on it, what green technologies are taking over. And in the beginning of my career, it was like a long reach target, what was unreachable, at least from a standpoint of that age. But now, when I work in EV market, I participate in many different events all around Europe. I see lots of opportunities for this market, and nowadays I see how the cities will be transformed, how the population will be transformed, and we will have to readjust our ways how we are using transport in our daily lives. And this drives me a lot on how this market can be changed, and that's why I'm happy to be here.
Thank you, Ivars. What about you, Benas?
Hi, first, hello to everybody. My own roots sort of come, of course, from sales. I've previously worked mostly in the communications industry, but with sales, sometime later in life sort of comes a point when you start to not only want to sell, but to actually sell something important that's actually changing the world in a positive way. So when a company like Teltonika actually opened up a division which was focused on this sort of new green sector, new energy sector, I took the leap sort of immediately, was one of the very first sales. And now have grown to a chief of sales position just for one of the sales groups, so not the entire head of sales as of yet, but hopefully soon.
Okay, let's talk about digital mobility and infrastructure. So, what are most promising digital mobility and infrastructure solutions? What do you think? Ivars, Benas. Go ahead.
Yeah, so the idea of overall infrastructure for e-mobility is what is very, very different innovations happening at this moment. One thing is in Europe as such and in the whole world, what there's different approaches how it could be reached, and different approaches even in different regions in the same country. I'm not talking maybe about Lithuania, because Lithuania is a small country, but when we talk about Germany, about France, each different regions have their own approach how they want to solve this issue. But the good thing is here, what everyone is thinking about it, so e-mobility as such is developing, but not yet figured it out. And I think this is also a problem happening in the market. What majority of the countries are not yet figured out, and Europe as such is not figured out. So everyone is working on different directions, and working on different directions creates opportunities for startups to create new ideas, but also it burdens, make burdens for companies to develop straight away to the point to green e-mobility in each different city and in each different country.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so to maybe add to Ivars, I completely agree. Like currently we have a very interesting moment in the history of EV, of charging and everything, where it's still a little bit of Wild West. At least previously everything was sort of developing independently. And now we're seeing regulation like a fair alternative fuel infrastructure directions. We are seeing more interconnectivity between various network players, and it's becoming more and more sort of easy and interconnected, and a lot of these digital solutions are sort of helping to make everything a bit easier joined, but still sort of on an individual level.
Yeah, thank you. Let's touch base on the economic and the environment, quality of life benefits. So what do you think? What are the economic benefits of transitioning to sustainable digital mobility?
Yeah, first of all, I want to just mention that I believe that all the transitions are happening when the end users are motivated economically. So in the EV part, we still are working on that. We do have renewable sources, which decreases EV charging price per kilowatt hour. Also dynamic pricing, which also helps to manage or decrease or predict the pricing. Yeah, but the technology itself is still a bit more expensive than the regular ones.
Yeah, overall, I would say we already reached the impact point where, like, if you again look at the whole life cycle of the electric vehicle versus like an internal combustion engine, it's actually cheaper to drive the electric vehicle. I've heard of like customers where they've calculated that I have like I think €3 for 100 kilometers that I'm actually using. I've like paid off my solar roof. I have integration, of course, with Nord Pool and charging according to that. So it's an exciting moment, and it opens up a lot of travel.
Anything to add, Ivars?
I think the biggest impact, of course, not only economically, but also there's greener environment, one of the things. And one, of course, economically, as I said, most of the integrations, what is happening at this moment with solar, batteries, EV charging,
car batteries charging. So by integrating everything in one place, you can be completely independent from a grid as such, and you can be independent from the invoices coming each month. So more or less you can control everything, but of course the initial investment is needed. And at this moment, the initial investment is very high, at a high level, so it's only affordable with some incentives coming from governments or with people who can allow for themselves to have this incentive. But in the near future, the prices of the batteries are dropping like 20% each year, so it will be more and more affordable to drive EV car, to have solar panels on a rooftop, and to have a battery to peak shave the energy or energy prices and to use it as a lowest point possible for yourself.
Thank you, Ivaras. So as we all know that technologies improve our life, so what do you think how these mobility solutions, digital solutions can improve our life to make our life better, better quality-wise? Auste, would you like?
Yeah, I want to share a story. I was having a walk with my 7-year daughter, and we were just going near the really intensive road, and my daughter said that, oh my gosh, I want all the cars to be electric. And I don't know, maybe you have an answer for yourself. Why did she say so? But the truth is that it's less noisy and does not smell. So it's the main things that I think really having a good impact on our human health and general surrounding.
Yeah, so the benefits are clear even to a 7-year-old. So, you know, what does that say, you know, about us?
Probably 7-year-olds are smarter in some cases because we are thinking straightforward, and yeah, we are trying to complicate things what is not complicated in most of the cases. Yeah, just I think it's also worth considering what in the near future the big transformation will be happening in our daily life. So we'll have to switch. For us, probably sitting here in this room, everyone is thinking about green technology, so there will be a not difficult switch for us. But for others, there is like, how can I charge? I will not go. For Lithuanians, the biggest concern is how to go to Palanga, nearby the sea from Vilnius, because it's like it takes 300 kilometers. But all of those are already solved, and those problems are already solved. In the near future, the technologies are developing so fast, it will be very easy to think about everything, how to drive. And I think in the near future, like in 3 years or 5 years, you will no longer need to think about it because it will be already solved for you. And the transition will be much, much easier. And in 10 years, it will be like living a very, very different life, choosing different source of transportation. As an example, if you start using autonomous cars for taxis, so maybe you will not need to have a second car in your house. Maybe you will need only one car, or maybe you don't even need to have a car. You can rent it for your own purposes.
Yes. Okay. I understood that you all have 7-year-old children, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So you already mentioned some things about trends and future outlook, Ivaras. So yeah, I wanted to ask this question. What are the latest trends in eco-friendly urban transit that are gaining traction worldwide? Benas?
So a lot of things, of course. Like there's a huge focus to electrify city buses to, of course, in some regions where trains still don't run on electricity, to actually do that. I think that's a part of where Lithuania can sort of lift up quite a bit. And just a lot of micro-mobility. So, you know, from bikes to scooters. I mean, in Vilnius, it's already, I would say, a fully, you know, everyday life, normal thing to see, but it's still going around the globe, the trend.
Auste, sorry.
I would have to agree with Benas. Actually, public transport, electrification of public transport is very intensive, at least in Europe. We are having all the bus fleet operators are getting subsidies. Also, duty transport, it's another thing, and heavy duty transport is aiming to electrify it. So.
Would you like to?
For sure, I would like to escalate a bit about heavy duty and light commercial vehicles, because all of the companies are now thinking not only how to invest in e-mobility, but we are thinking about how not to pay additional taxes when the sustainability reports will be introduced, and it will be introduced from coming next year. So we already calculated, and from the next year, 2026, it will be even forced to the smaller companies. So now we're calculating how to reduce those taxes, and the answer is quite clear for them. So we are buying EV trucks, light commercial vehicle. France, by the way, is also introduced what we want to switch all light commercial vehicle to EVs. Of course, we have manufacturers, so it's easier for them. But it's a good examples how majority of a business will switch. And when you will have a possibility to drive commercial vehicle at your daily job for 8 hours, it will be much, much easier for yourself to switch to EV for your home use.
I understand we already switched from diesel to electric. We're all driving electric cars. Me personally, yes.
So far, no. But
so far, no.
hopefully soon.
Oh my God. Okay.
It's the dilemma of the shoemaker, you know, who has broken shoes.
Okay. Let's touch a bit about startups. What role do startups and tech companies play in shaping the future of urban transportation? Would you like, Auste?
Okay. I think that the role in general is very crucial, because startups are flexible, fast, and can implement innovations faster. We are also having like new technologies, AI, a lot of data from real-time data that can be implemented in different solutions from transport in a different level. So yeah, I believe that without startups, the sector will be much more slower and not so innovative at the moment.
Thank you. Bernas?
So when we think, you know, about transportation, like Uber and Bolt, you know, they once started as startups as well. So it's like the impact is unbelievably huge already. So I think it's the same sort of opportunities now opening up, and you know, these digital transformation areas, micromobility, other, you know, areas. So it's possible, you know, we'll see some new major players, or of course the larger ones sort of just eating up, consolidating, and at least taking the sort of good examples, which are, you know, started out as a startup.
Thank you. Ivar, anything to add?
We also call startup, but we already have more than 10 years of experience in business. But yet again, in the market, there is no regulation as described in the beginning of our discussion. There is so many opportunities to create something, and it's not yet shaped. So you can go any direction, and you can hit a jackpot. And another good thing is that in this market, there's also lots of funding possibilities. Even in Lithuania, special funds, but there are also funds in Western countries. The big oil companies are now switching to e-mobility. So like an example, Total is we sold all of a business in gas stations, and we switched to e-mobility charging business. All energy companies, all the biggest energy companies are having the branches, or we already started to work on e-mobility sector, and we heavily investing in different startups, only thinking what we don't want to lose at some certain point of time. So there are lots of possibilities, and without startups, the market will not be shaped as it could be. So yeah, I think the startups is now, it's a good time to be a startup in the e-mobility sector.
Thank you. I think you should not call yourself a startup. You're a scale-up. You got a growth capital, so you're a scale-up. Okay, so what do you think, how does future of urban mobility looks like in a decade? What do you think? You already mentioned some points, but yeah, Bernas, would you like to start?
So I think it's going to be a lot of interconnectivity. I think sort of AI, self-driving, and car sharing, and all other things are going to catch on even more. So maybe you drive off to work and let your car work as a taxi for some other persons, or simply take one like that yourself. Of course, the whole field, I think, will be more towards the model of Norway, where absolutely the largest part of cars or any other transportation run on clean green electricity. And yeah, we have a much brighter, greener, safer, and more comfortable future.
Auste?
Yeah, I can agree with Benas that more electrification and more sharing economy, definitely. And I also believe that our infrastructure will be more adapted to a sustainable transport, green corridors for biking, for scooting, and etc. So I think that from infrastructural part, we will see like maybe the most significant difference in the first decade.
Yeah, I totally agree, and I think what we are thinking now about the future, about innovations, I think it will be a daily life, like you living and not thinking about it. So you're having a phone and you're having an AV car, it'll be the same. But just what concerns and what developments are now happening in Europe is to secure majority of the people, because at this moment there was lots of innovations happening without control, so where few directives came to the market. And I think is what is trending at this moment and started to trend this year is digital security and securing ourselves, so not ourselves but the clients, to securing clients, client data, breaches, etc. Because there was without regulation, there was no proper way to secure it, secure the data. So now everything is pushed towards that, and how digital security will work in the nearest future is also important.
Let's improvise those 7-year-olds, right? I have also 2 boys, twins, 7-year-olds. So we all have 7-year-olds, and then the people who are born today, they say, that they would live 100 years, right? So let's say, let's improvise what would be the, our planet in 50, 100 years. It's absolutely very hard to predict, right? But what are your thoughts coming to this question?
So I think first and foremost, it's taking responsibility in just the daily life that you actually do, that you sort of understand that it's not just you who's living, it's your children, your children's children, and we, of course, it sounds very banal, but like we have just that one planet so far, so maybe let's try and secure it and not waste what we have, and of course just preserve for future generations.
I believe that now sometimes we have to, like, at least I have to force myself to take a more sustainable action in some cases, particular ones. But for these 7-year-olds or younger generation, we are just do not have any doubt what to choose. So I believe that this thing will change, and of course, the level of digitalization, everywhere. Not only in transport, but everywhere in their lives and our lives, probably.
Super connected world.
Yeah, super connected.
Okay, I'm
not so optimistic. I was optimistic until the war started, because I was thinking, yeah, we were starting to plan how to conquer another planet, and just recently the war happened. So I was not thinking of a world war or war of this scale could happen nowadays. Before that, if I was like 5 years ago, I would say, yeah, everything started moving towards this. Economies have started moving towards greener economy, and business are moving towards this. But it's only happening in Europe and in some very narrow number of countries what is choosing this direction. But this direction needs to be chosen by the whole world. And if we want to have a greener planet and to save the planet itself, so I think more action needs to be taken, not only in European level, but planet level.
All right, thank you. So we have some more time. Let's start on the closing questions. So we have one question. If you could implement one change in order to accelerate the mobility, digital transformation, what it could be? Benas?
So probably not as much of a change, but sort of a continuation. I think the current trend of like various European subsidies of actually trying to rise up with the whole green sort of path is very important. So the continuation of that, in spite of various Eurosceptics, in spite of maybe some economic losses, long-term thinking, it's still a very good investment. It's for a reason that, Saudi Arabia, China, others, they are also investing in sort of a lot of these green technologies. Sort of having a focus on that is very important. So as long as we continue that trend, as long as we try to help people to adopt, to make it more economically feasible, there's going to be adoption. It's inevitable.
Thank you. Auste?
I cannot define one. I have to mention two. So it's reliability and interoperability, because there are two things that really are not in a place yet, and it really irritates the user experience. So I think that changing these things will help to improve and scale in this field.
Thank you. Aivaras?
Majority of things already said, but my idea and how it can work much better, so it could wrap up everything what was said previously. I think we have to have a direction, what we want to achieve, incentivize it, of course, and to have a regulation to support this. So we can it's not only Lithuania. I think Europe have to choose this, because when I talk with different countries, all of different countries, our clients from different countries are having the same problem, because we subsidize something, we cut it, another time we subsidize after a year or something. So everyone is waiting for something to be subsidized, but there is no general saying, okay, we will do this, we are going this way, and it will be supported all the way till we will reach those numbers. So there is not yet, this agreement is not yet made, but we hear a lot on paper. It is already made, but we have to feel it not only in paper.
Okay, and what message would you leave to the audience regarding the future of mobility in our digital age? Benas?
So for me, I would say maybe more of a suggestion, for example, is to, of course, like it's very important to know from the green side, from the economy side, circular economy and everything else, to sort of, use, the green transportation and do everything. But I would suggest to actually just to try and do that for fun a bit, like, rent an electric bike, rent an electric scooter, powerful EV car, go on a country road and see how you see the environment just a little bit differently, how it's actually sort of, you do feel just a little bit closer to that sort of nature, and to sort of enjoy it, because like functionally all EV transportation, I think it's just fun.
I have a suggestion for you. Buy an electric car.
Next one already is in plans, so yes.
Auste?
I wouldn't say that it's not only fun. Sometimes it's challenging, but so yeah, I will encourage everyone to just not to look to the changes from a perspective, but to start from yourself, and maybe add to Benas that it's not to try electrical transport. It's really interesting, and you have to do it definitely. But also, I'm a huge fan of micromobility. So we are not talking about electrical cars only and scooters only. We are having ourselves as a transport machine as well. So we can always think and define our way of transportation depending on our criteria. I don't know, meters, kilometers, with kids, without kids, and so on. So as much green as possible.
Thank you, Auste. Aivaras, what about you?
My initial suggestion was, switch to EVs, switch to e-mobility.
Switch to e-chargers.
Yeah, use our chargers or our competitors' chargers, whatever. But in general, I think this is kind of describing this, how to say, culture of e-mobility, of people who are working in e-mobility, even though we are competitors in most cases. But the good thing is everyone is open to discuss about many different things, about different problems. And I think this community of e-mobility enthusiasts are quite open to many things. And if you try, as it said, as suggested by others, if you try to become a member of this community, you will never want to leave it. I haven't heard about a person who said like, no, I will not, I'm coming back to combustion engine, and yeah, I will stick to that, and I will never buy an EV again. So let's join a community.
Thank you. Thank you. So thank you very much for this discussion, Auste, Aivaras, Benas. I hope audience became more, knowledgeable about future mobility, digital transformation, have more insights, got more expertise. Let's open the floor to the audience for their questions.
Yes, a round of applause for the discussion again. Such a light and fun discussion. Thank you. So we do have quite a few questions from the audience. I will start with I will say the most popular one. Can we go from Vilnius to Klaipėda in one charge with an EV car?
I can take this one. I have Tesla 100 kilowatt battery. So in winter time, I go about 130 kilometers, 140, and I reach Klaipėda with several percent remaining energy in my battery. And during the summertime, maybe it's more efficient because in the cold weather, battery is less efficient. So there was a summer trip to Jūrmala, 324 kilometers to Jūrmala from Vilnius, and I got remaining battery 25% because the road is less speedy, so average maybe speed was about 100 kilometers. And Klaipėda I reach easy as well with maybe 15% remaining energy in my battery.
But I guess there's two layers to this question. One is there's different types of EV cars, right? And if somebody with a smaller budget wants to buy a car, I've heard people of buying Nissan Leafs just as an experiment, saying, well, it is a bit difficult to drive to Klaipėda. It's fun nonetheless. So I guess it's also the aspect of affordability of getting a car that you're able to afford and that would drive to Klaipėda. And on another aspect, we keep getting questions from Vilnius to Klaipėda, but what about from Vilnius to Anykščiai or Vilnius to Druskininkai? I myself live in Druskininkai, so I'm very much interested about the smaller towns and the amount of charging stations on other regions, not only the seaside. So
I can share my example, my personal example, from traveling from Vilnius to Druskininkai, and I don't have that high battery as Ronaldas does, but so I went to Druskininkai and came back to Vilnius with 30%. So actually, it's a misperception that the length of a distance is very, very high. Actually, usually it's like with Leafs, yes, Leafs are created for city driving, not for from city to city. So you have to, of course, keep in mind your car battery. But
what I would add on top is to that question. So, do you usually drive to Klaipėda without having a stop for a coffee, for a toilet break, or for a snack? So, if you already do that, you're already pretty much covered to top up.
Yeah, I just want to add. Okay, Nissan Leaf is like 20 years technology. Nowadays, I said like each battery price reduces 20% per year. So each new car is having much higher batteries. So if you are, of course, Lithuania is second-hand car country, so most of the cars are bought second-hand, but nonetheless, it's not only Tesla who can drive. Some cars are more efficient than others, and as it said, 300 kilometers is no longer a big distance for cars. And you have to calculate how many times you are going 500, 300 or 400 kilometers per year. I understand you are having a few trips like that. Of course, if you are working as a salesman, probably in Poland. Poland and Spain is two countries where the drivers are average, they're driving longest distance in Europe. In other countries, there is no so many long distances, and people are not driving these kind of distances. So normally, it's enough even a 40 or 60 kilowatt battery to drive those distances without worrying yourself. And another thing is there's already developed network of chargers, fast chargers, slow chargers, and the network will be developed, as I know from our clients' perspectives and their plans. It will be developed in coming year or two, like significantly.
Another.
Please raise your hands who has electric cars. 1, 2, 4, 3, 5, right? So I hope next year will be twice as much.
But there's another aspect. A lot of environmental activists and climate activists say that we shouldn't be focusing on developing the infrastructure of electromobiles, but rather sharing systems, public transportation. So I'd like to ask, is there somebody who stopped using a car? See, so that's a bit of a difference. So my question is, should we be focusing also on the sharing economy as well, and perhaps not personal cars, but rather e-cars, but that are shareable, or public transportation as well?
Definitely. I mean, even nowadays, everybody has a choice whether you know, if you go Bolt, Spark, whatever, whether you choose an electric vehicle or something else as a shared car.
We have to think at this moment, most of the people are not comfortable I am coming from Kaunas. For me to go here to Vilnius to this conference, for public transport, it will take about 2.5 hours.
And it's more expensive.
And it's more expensive, yes, for sure. So with EV, it takes 1.5, and I can park here for free. So it's even better. So if you calculate all the costs, so it's not yet comfortable to use this. Of course, the investments needs to be done, and railways is very comfortable when you are living in Germany, in UK, in other countries. It's already developed network. Here in Lithuania, we have very little developed network, and I don't think it will be developed in the near future this pace as other countries have. But nevertheless, in the city center, I think there could be developed car sharing. It's already developed in all major cities, car sharing experiences, and I think in nearest future, there will be a possibility to reduce families not to have 2 cars, but to have at least 1 car, and to have EVs. So it will be already a good solution.
Well, as always, as a discussion about EV raises a lot of questions, and it always takes a bit longer than usual, and I still have quite a few questions. So if I didn't ask your question, please make sure to use the networking break to ask the panelists the questions that you had, because there were some interesting ones as well. But now I thank you for your time and your interesting discussion, and I hope we will discuss later on during the break. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
And now we have the final discussion before the break we will have. So the discussion is titled Revive and Thrive, Unleashing the Power of Sustainable E-Platforms. And in this panel, it's a discussion about how the marketplaces and e-platforms disrupt user habits and even trends, empowering equipment to have a second life, at the same time lessening the consumption of new production. And here are the guests of today's discussion. We have Saulius Česnulevičius, CEO of Ovoko, Eimantas Balta, Head of EV Charging Network for Baltics at Ignitis, and former Bolt Micromobility Manager for Baltics. And moderating this discussion, we have Karolina Urbonaitė, Head of Startup Lithuania at Innovation Agency Lithuania. So we need a few more seconds to quickly change the stage, and then, panelists, the stage is yours.
Hello, everyone.
Hi. Hi. Hello, hello.
Thank you so much for helping me introduce these amazing panelists we have here today, and for naming the panel, the name of the panel discussion that we're going to have today. And just to start, I wanted to quickly say that obviously all of the audience that is here understand how important sustainability nowadays is. And it's not a choice, it's a necessity today, right? And I think e-platforms really play an important role in that, especially sustainable e-platforms. And as we had the previous panel talking more about the mobility, right? These two amazing panelists, Eimantas and Saulius, they're also from the mobility sector. But I think what we could do today, we should not focus to the mobility sector, but we could talk a little bit more from a startup perspective, right? And talk a little bit more how these e-platforms are helping to run the sustainability. So I wanted to start with Saulius, because obviously Avoko is the rising star in Lithuanian startup ecosystem. And you are one of the largest B2B and B2C marketplaces for used car parts in Europe. Could you share a little bit of your story and how, like, what was the how technologies and innovations helped for your success and for such a big growth?
Absolutely, and thank you so much for the compliment on Avoko. I know we have some people in the back that appreciate that a lot, and some people might be watching. You know, in general, first of all, I just wanted to ask the audience, how many of you know who Avoko actually is? Okay, so quite a few. Basically, like just a quick intro for those who doesn't, it's a marketplace connecting car dismantlers. So basically the companies that take the crash car, dismantle that into pieces and sell that to either a consumer like myself, yourself, who would want to save some money on buying the spare part and actually, or you know, make a sustainable choice. And we're selling, we're connecting to the buyers all around Europe, basically to the repair shops, to the people. And I think, in general, this sector, still to this date, 90% of the time, if you want to buy the used car part, you would go to the scrapyard directly or call them, and 90% of the transactions would happen that way. So the fact that you can purchase that online without contacting the dismantler is actually already, I think, an innovation in the area. That's an obvious one, the marketplace, like you're connecting the buyer and supplier, and they don't need to, you know, interact over the phone or basically in place. But I think there are two things that are very separating, you know, at least us from competitors or other marketplaces, two innovations that we brought. So one is actually shipping products. It's not only that we have marketplace, but we have the shipping. And what does it mean? For the car dismantler in Lithuania, somewhere, let's say in Pakruoja, with dismantling cars, if they want to ship that part, like a bumper to France, they need to find a solution. They need to find the prices. They need to find basically, for a small mirror, you can ship with DPD. For, you know, a larger, like an engine, you need a pallet. But we take care everything for them. So basically what they need to do, they just need to package it, press the button, print the label. They don't care about anything else. So that was very, very huge innovations, I think, especially for dismantlers. And another one is we offer a system to organize their warehouse. And one of the key features of the system is that actually you dismantle the car part, you put it on the table, you take a photo, it reads from the image the manufacturing code, and then categorizes that part, suggests the price within 15 seconds, boom, you can put it on the marketplace without knowing what this part can be used for. So they can hire people who doesn't have a knowledge about the car as an employees and then grow. So I think those two actually are big innovations in this industry, and I think in the marketplace as a whole is quite important components.
That's amazing. We can all see how really innovations are changing the daily life, the working space, right? And especially if it's driving sustainability, I think
100%.
I think it's great. Thank you so much. And Eimantas, you're a part of Ignitis Group, right? But Ignitis On, the one that you're responsible for, it's like a startup itself, right? Like a spin-off from this big company group, right? And what I want for you to also share a little bit more of how you are growing this business, right? But also touch point a little bit on the consumer perspective. How can consumers play more active role in supporting and driving the success of adoption of these sustainable e-platforms?
Sure, yeah. So basically, I think so. Everything started in like late 2018 with the very first fast charge EV station in Vilnius next to Opera Theater. And long story short, back in the day, all of the charging stations, some of them even now, are free of charge. So back in the day, you didn't even need to have some kind of specific application platform to manage the charging station. Basically, you just come there, you just plug and it's automatically, you know, charging, right? But times are changing. I guess similar as what Solus was saying, you know, like back in the day, you know, you're just going, first of all, opening, you know, that huge book with yellow pages, you know, searching for some kind of, you know, contacts and so. Similar, you know, with let's say the ride hailing or something that back in the day you were calling, you know, through the phone and some kind of a lady, you know, dispatcher was answering and saying like, yeah, some kind of, you know, old Volkswagen Charan will come in, I don't know, 15 minutes, and you don't even know how the car looks like, what's the name of the driver, etc. And similar with the, you know, EV charging that, well, basically you are just, you know, driving, hopefully, that in some kind of paper map, there's already, you know, a company who printed, you know, some kind of a pin that, yes, there's, you know, a charging station, because back in the day there were no such type of specific platforms or so. So I guess the biggest breakthrough was in, I guess, you know, couple of years when the platform started to grow, similar as Ignitis. So in 2019, we won the first Vilnius municipality tender, and we managed to install, I think, so roughly 60 charging stations in Vilnius, the ones that are still, you know, in some of the locations in Vilnius and let's say Vokiečių Street. And basically, then we started to think, like, yeah, we need some kind of a platform. We need to first of all, well, monitor, to administrate, and to control, to monetize. And that's where, you know, we see that this is, you know, coming a super huge thing, and it will become even more important feature for the end user in upcoming years. Because, well, to just, you know, have a solution that, you know, you're coming to a place, you just, you know, starting the charging session through the app, well, basically anyone can do that, right? But imagine that there's multiple different type of operators in a country, or let's say in a region, or in Europe, which means that you need to have 5, 10, or maybe, you know, 100 different type of apps, just, you know, to use one or another's, you know, charging station. And that really, you know, messes, you know, most of, you know, people's mind when, you know, they need to add, you know, a new card, you know, select, you know, a charger, etc. So ideal way is to just, you know, forget about, you know, multiple apps, to have, you know, the roaming, or a solution where basically you just have one app, let's say even though Ignitis on, and you can see everyone's charging stations. Because, well, again, the end user wants to have a quick, user seamless experience without any kind of, you know, hassle. And for us, we can just, you know, share the revenue with different type of operators and provide the solution. So I would say that the platform is the main key element to connect, you know, the end user to the client and the service provider. And this will be, you know, even more important in upcoming years. So those platforms who will be able to develop additional features, not only, let's say, you know, start charging, etc., those will be, you know, the leaders. So we're looking forward that we will be one of them as well.
And are you taking already the measures to do that, and like being the platform that combines a few, like, are you taking any steps towards that?
Sure. I mean, overall, in terms of like measuring, so that's one of the, I guess, most important things that if you know, we won't look into the data, none of the decisions will be, you know, based on data, and that's going to be just, you know, some kind of a gut feeling that might lead to really bad decisions. And it's better to, you know, to be, you know, some kind of, you know, data-driven decision company. This is where we're going as well. Even though, let's say, comparing back in the day at Bolt as well, you need to understand where you need to expand, let's say, the areas to have, you know, seamless micro-mobility or car-sharing solution in a city. So based on that, you're just seeing, you know, the heat maps where most of the clients are searching for vehicles, but that area either way is just, you know, still banned, or there's just not enough of vehicles. So based on specific type of measurements that we can see how many searches per, you know, square kilometer or something happens, you know, we can explore and extend the areas. Similar with Ignitis, where I would say we just recently actually, even though, added a specific idle fee, just because we measured that, I think so in 10 locations in Vilnius, we see that the charging session is over, but one of the biggest problem overall for EV drivers is that the cars are still parked in a parking lot, and it obstructs, you know, for the others to just, you know, start, you know, their charging session. And we see that sometimes people just forget about it. And communication sometimes works, but in most of the cases, you know, people just don't care. But when they feel some kind of, you know, a slight, let's say, additional deduction from their bank card, just because, you know, they left the car for a longer period of time, well, then it's a different story. And that's what happened, that we managed to add additional idle fee in 10 locations in Vilnius. And we see that, you know, the average idle fee when the charging session is over reduced quite significantly. So it means that for sure data is important. And we're already talking with different type of roaming partners to connect the other operators into one app, into our app. So you just need, you know, one, you know, Apple App Store or Google Play, you know, click, just to get one app and just, you know, to see basically all of the Baltics, all of the Europe in one place. Because otherwise, well, it's just going to be really, you will become crazy just, you know, finding the right app to find where to charge. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense, and that would be so easy if like one app could help like in each sector, right?
Soon.
Oh, we're looking forward to that. And actually, it's recorded now, so.
Soon.
Thank you so much. And Saulius, I'm looking at you, and as we're talking about consumers, right? What would you say are the key factors that are driving the shift in consumer behavior towards more eco-conscious decisions and the adoption of sustainable e-platforms?
Makes sense. I think in general, when it comes to consumer choices, it's not so easy to understand what was driving them at a large scale. So let's say if we take the whole Europe. But basically, if I would think about it, I would think it from three angles. I think one is, which is the long term. I think it's awareness that comes through the education. So basically, I don't know, documentaries, you know, journalists writing how sustainability is important, and over time, you know, which is very hard to measure. That's I think the downside. The pattern is changing. So like, for example, I don't know, 15 years ago, buying second-hand clothing might be something that would make some people uncomfortable. Now, Vinted is like what I think top 5 number downloaded applications in France, which has an amazing brand. So the pattern has completely changed, and I think only the education in the long term will do it. In sort of the medium term, and we already see it in our case, regulation is very important, I think. So like in our space, in France, there is a law that requires a repair shop to offer a used car part repair as an alternative to the new one in writing. So you basically take the car, go to the repair shop. They need to give you 2 papers. So one is the used car part, the new car part, so you have to choose it. If they fail to comply, they get up to 3,000 and 10,000 euros in penalty. So that definitely helps. And actually, in our case, France is the biggest market from the demand side. And in the short term, which I think could be really effective, it might just harder to reach the scale, is actually the innovations that startups or the companies are bringing. So one example that I could share in our space, because you're buying not the clothing, you're buying the basically item like a headlight, so you need to know that it works, right? It has to have a functional value to the customer, and let's say you're somewhere in France. So what was very successful in our case, we introduced guarantees to the customers. So basically, if let's say you order an engine in France, you pay 1,000 euros, you pay 100 for the shipping, and with a small charge of like 4 euros, you can get the guarantee that within 14 days after receiving that engine, you can change your mind. You say, I don't like the color of this engine, I don't know, like, or something is scratched in the area that I just don't like. We return the money back to you for the engine, for the shipping, and take that engine back to, let's say, Lithuania, somewhere, I don't know, Pakruoja, Šiauliai, or whatever the scrapyard might be. And that creates a trust because basically even like the team, shared one statistic, which for me was staggering. You have a lot of stats, but this one in particular memorized me that the people between the age of 17 and 24 would 80% of them would prefer to choose the used car part if they have some guarantees. So that's like insanely huge number, but the companies can innovate that. So that can be very fast and efficient, but maybe not as at large scale because it takes time, basically to scale the company and actually offer to that. So I think the long term, medium term, short term, like those are the three things that are driving the decisions.
And you mentioned that France is your biggest market because of the regulations, right? The policy. Like, what Lithuania still need to do to be as big market as France, for example?
So I think from the company perspective, France is the biggest. But like if you look at how many of basically sales are happening, how many scrapyards, how many sellers we have, and how many parts we have in Lithuania is by far, per population is the biggest. So like just to give an example, a couple of competitors of ours, the biggest ones, they have 10 million used car parts online. Like basically, let's say in Germany. We have in Lithuania 10 million from Lithuanian scrappers. So per population is actually very, very huge. And at one point, big players from classifieds, from eBay are coming and trying to understand what's happening in Lithuania in terms of innovation. That used automotive space is so massive per population, and they try to basically learn that. So I think it's actually per population it's huge.
Oh, that's amazing. That's great to hear. Thank you so much. Now I'm looking at Eimantas again, and you already mentioned what you are doing, right? Maybe you could share some success stories from your company's perspective, as well as maybe share some of the biggest challenges that you've encountered.
Let's talk with the challenges, right? First, and then let's go into success. Basically, we are also, using different type of cloud platforms. Which allow us to be much quicker in this fast-paced environment, because let's say the Baltics are super wild west at the moment between different type of operators, trying to expand as quick as possible. We're one of them as well, investing up to 115 million euros into the development. And the biggest challenge actually is that it's nice, you can put the charging station there and there and there, and you think that's done, but you need to think about the end result, that somebody needs to use them, and they should, find them in different type of platforms, even though OEMs, car manufacturers, navigation systems, Google Maps, you name it, right? And everything actually, relies on the platform. But also from the other side, you need to take care that, the platform will be quite secured. And then actually, we had one very interesting challenge, I would say, in the beginning of this year, actually, I think so, like February. So we had a small data breach as well. So it also allowed us to review what's happening and to be more precise. That let's say different type of attacks would be let's say demolished, even though on the first try, from let's say people who willing to do something. Right, and this is where we're actually investing even more to reviewing, the processes and then trying to be as basically independent from different type of potential threats, and that's, I think, so very important when we talk about the platforms. It's nice and shiny. It's also important that that the back end part will be also quite secured, and the clients. The partners, the teams, the employees, and everyone can use it securely and nicely. So this is what we are looking into it. This is what we're doing now, and this is what really allow us to scale much quicker. Just because we are also having our third-party providers, we have our in-house teams as well. So connecting and joining the forces gives us this speed. So basically, I would say that. The success is to be more agile and flexible in the way how to reach the end goal. Because if we talk about Ignitis, it might sound that it's a big organization and everything, but as you mentioned, yeah, Ignitis One is like a spin-off, a startup in a huge company. So we're running much quicker than, let's say, others can do, and this is also, I think, so is startup mindset. So what's very important that, you always need to, look from the client perspective, what he wants, what he needs, and try to be quicker than the others, and not to be, let's say, not always agree with the, let's say, the IT team that says like, okay, it will take, X amount of months, and then, you need to challenge all the time. So think about all of the possible opportunities to, have the end result in the much quicker time possible. So yeah, let's just, focus on the result and, be pushy.
I think this is one of the examples how the spin-off of a big company, like how the big company can actually help the startup or the spin-off, right? That's such a support for you. Thank you so much for sharing that. And Saulius, could you share some of the challenges that you faced and some of the successes?
Absolutely. Where do I start? Where do we start?
For the challenges or successes?
For the challenges as well. But so the couple of things, especially that was faced, back in the day in the company, especially with Justinas, who was actually the founder, the idea author. When you start a marketplace, you also have this, question. So where do I start? I need to add, some sellers, but the sellers need to sell, so I need to have some buyers. So the challenge was at the beginning is basically to attract the sellers, but you don't have the demand. So the way that it was solved is that we came to the scrapyard, and instead of offering, look, we're a marketplace, we can sell the parts to you, actually said, look, we can help you to organize the warehouse, because basically when the customers come, you try to, for 10 minutes to try to find the part. So we will give you the system where you can mark the parts, where you can put it on the shelf, basically create some sort of utility and onboard the suppliers. So getting the supply, online, especially in the industry, which is not digitalized, it was like a really massive challenge. But then when you solve that challenge, another challenge comes, because like we have nearly 18 million parts on the marketplace, basically. And from what we see, none of the direct competitors in Europe has more. But if you take the random car from the street and you go online and you basically on our marketplace and try to search for the part, maybe you're gonna find 2, maybe 3 out of 10 times, just because the catalog needs to be so much bigger to actually be like a booking.com, where you go and you find almost any single hotel apart from some boutiques. They might want to have their website, etc., but majority of the hotels do you find. So how do you ensure that the buyers have a good experience? And it turns out to be the case that shipping actually helps a lot, because basically if, in Lithuania, people would come directly, but they don't find the part they need. Instead, we're finding the buyers all around Europe and saying, maybe, we have this part, buy from us. So basically getting a broader scope of the customers and matching when they trying to search something, that really help to scale the company. In terms of the failures, maybe, and the challenges, I'll give you just one example that like we always remember with the smile on the face, is that when you scale fast as a company, you also need to ensure that the quality is sustained, because you have a lot of scrapyards in the platform, etc. And we had a couple of the events. So one of the events is that at the beginning, when we didn't have a chance to basically track the basically quality, like there was one scrapyard that packaged the headlights into a pant, so basically trousers, send it to abroad, and the buyer got it. But the buyer didn't get lost. You basically take those pants, wash them up, put them on, and sends the picture. Amazing, guys. So that's a fun example, but you need to ensure, the quality. And on the successes, I think the successes is just in general, this industry, there's no, bigger, alternative to buy used car parts in other countries, because in Lithuania we're quite big, and we expanded to Europe quite big. And for the consumer, the alternative is to buy the new car part, which typically tend to be more expensive, not as sustainable. But at the same time, basically the alternative, if you want to buy a used car part, you just have to call it. So if you buy online, it's already such a good experience that it allowed the company to elevate it, with some customers just finding us, organically without advertising and saying, okay, this is amazing. It solves so many problems for me, which lifted the company. So I think this, marketplace for used car parts by nature, it's a good experience that, made this company a success in the industry.
Amazing. Thank you for sharing that. As I can see, we don't have a lot of time left. I think we could use these 5 minutes just to, maybe you can predict, or what would you think are going to be the biggest trends in the future for the sustainable e-commerce, e-platforms? Very briefly. I don't know who wants to start.
I can try. I can try to start. Predictions in the future is very hard.
Let's think about nearest like 5, 10 years.
But from our experience, you know, what at least we can anticipate, that could be a likely scenario. So I think, look, we have an amazing success story like Vinted, right? It already innovated the space and used, you know, clothing. We're trying to contribute as much as possible with auto space. But I think, you know, some space are yet to be, you know, created. The infrastructure is not there. And one example that I would give you, so you can, you know, on Vinted you can sell, you know, your clothes. On a walk you can sell the car parts. But what about, you know, TV that you have, or a table, or you know, a fridge or something like that? I would imagine if the shipping infrastructure is created in Europe, which is yet to be created, especially for the larger items, bulky items, especially we're dealing with this, right? Because we're sending engines, we're sending gearboxes. I would imagine that in the future you would be able to sell that item, you know, in abroad, in any country, just by taking the picture, you know, putting online. Let's say the courier comes in, packages that fridge, and sends it somewhere into Poland, and it could be efficient if done, you know, very right. So but it doesn't exist at the moment because, like, you know, sending the fridge, you know, for consumer, usually someone would come and pick it up. So I would envision that to be created, just because, you know, the shipping for bulky items across the Europe as a solution, the sustainable one, the affordable prices is yet to be created, and that enables other categories to be solved without the friction. So this is something that I could imagine to be as an option.
That would be great.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens. And Eimantas, what about you? What would you predict for the nearest future?
Yeah, so I guess there are a few things. I won't repeat, you know, what the previous panelists were talking about, that, you know, the future is bright in terms of the network, because that's absolutely true, and this is where I guess, you know, everyone is focusing on now. Talking about, you know, the functionalities and the technology, right? What's very important that at the moment, yes, you know, the platform that, let's say, the client is using, you know, the front end, you know, the app that you just, you know, can find the nearest, you know, charging station, click the button that, you know, start the session. In upcoming few, even though years, let's say 1 or 2, the technology will change that, you know, you don't need to have, you know, the phone in your pocket anymore, because everything will be connected automatically. Just one time you just download the app, or, you know, you just sign in through your, let's say, Android Auto or Apple CarPlay, you know, system in a car to one or another, you know, operator's platform or system. You add your vehicle and you forget about it, because you will just able to arrive to any of the destination and you just plug and play. So basically that's one of the technology that, you know, plug and charge that will really grow very quickly. Now there is, you know, intermediate solution auto charge, but the plug and charge will allow you just, you know, go anywhere around, you know, the world, and forget about, you know, those, you know, technological issues that, you know, internet or something. Basically, the charging station will just, you know, identify you that you are you, and basically will allow you to start the charging session, and you will be just charged as regular from your bank account on monthly or pay-per-use. So that's one thing, because you will need less and less, you know, phone in your pocket just, you know, to start doing something. And the other thing is that overall, you can just, you know, go and finally, you know, have a different type of platforms now that are, let's call it community-based. That now, yes, EVs are some sort of like, you know, enthusiast groups, because fun fact, in Lithuania there's just 13,000 registered electric vehicles at the moment, which is just roughly 1% from the total Lithuanian car fleet. So that's a super tiny number at the moment, but by 2030 there's supposed to be around 120,000, and by 2040 the number will double, just because of, you know, incoming and upcoming regulation by 2035, that not a single new car will be sold as with the internal combustion engine in European Union. So it means that the cities will be much cleaner. The air will be much better, and there will be less pollution, noise, just because the technology will also go into the city centers where they won't allow you to enter it, just because you won't driving a specific vehicle, because you will be able to register into governmental system, your EV or something, and you will be able to enter the city center only in that way. So. The connection between the end user, and even though a further municipality solutions will become much more important in upcoming years. So the future is bright. Technology is coming. Don't be afraid of it, because as you remember back in the day when the first electricity bulb was invented, people were thought that this is some kind of evil invention. So be open to new things, and everything will be fine. Yeah.
That's amazing. Looking forward for the EVs to reach 10% for sure.
Wow, that's amazing. Thank you so much. I couldn't even finish the panel myself better. Thank you for doing that for me. And we are out of time. Thank you so much both for sharing your insights and sharing your stories. Hopefully the audience really enjoyed it as much as I did. And I think we have some questions from the audience.
Yes, we do. Quite a few questions. So a round of applause, first of all, for the panelists and a really interesting discussion. We have ran out of time quite a bit, and I know that there's one thing that people have during the conferences, it's coffee breaks and networking sessions. So I will leave a few of the questions for the people to ask the panelists during the break that we will have very soon. But I have one very broad question. What you talked about mainly focuses on sharing economy, basically. And we take Vinted or Ovoko as an example of people wanting to share what they have, what they don't need anymore, of course, getting a financial gain out of it. In one case, we see Vinted as a unicorn, as a proof that people are ready to share, they want to share, and they're okay with it. On the other hand, we've discussed here today many examples of still lacking this idea of wanting to have a share economy. So, do you think that Lithuania, Europe in general, is prepared for that? And have we created a suitable system for the sharing economy to grow regarding platforms?
I think to the Lithuanian example, have we created? I think from what I know from Vinted, for example, the community forums, etc., were like crazy. Like people spending like almost an hour on this and sharing their experience, which is totally like it's crazy when you think about it. So I think in Lithuania we definitely created a sharing economy. I think some incentives are generally needed. Like that statistic that I mentioned before of like 80% of young generation, which for me still blows my mind. 80% of people within 17 and 24 would prefer used car parts as an alternative if you offer guarantees to them, because basically buying an item, you doesn't know whether it works, etc. So I think if the startups are innovating and adding those criteria, as for Vinted, it was the same. Like you add a lot of security by connecting the buyer, and if the problem is arising, the Vinted is solving. Lithuania is for sure ready, and I think the Europe is ready at a large scale from what we see from our at least data, right? Like a lot of people in different countries, even when the company 5 years ago from Italy, Spain, Portugal, etc., people were trying to find us and buy the used car parts. So they're willing, to basically replace that, not necessarily with new. So I think we're ready. It's just the innovation, regulation, and awareness as the three combinations that within 10 years is going to be massive.
And the same question for Imantas, because your experience with Bolt and now with Ignitis, I think, shows, is Lithuania ready for the sharing economy?
I mean, let's start with the logic and the statistics that around 95% of time the personal car is just parked in at home or at the office, which means that you are still paying for the insurance, maintenance, and many more. So basically, I think so that the biggest challenge is that some of the people already seeing the breakthrough into the sharing economy, starting from electric scooters, bikes, and especially the car sharing. And what's really surprising that yes, it's becoming quite a nice trend, especially in the Western Europe, and I do see that this trend is coming more and more into the Baltic states. I think so. What's lacking at the moment is a slightly bigger support from governmental level, because I think so have read some articles that some of the municipalities willing to increase the parking fees for car sharing vehicles, etc., which means that it's going to be quite difficult to adopt such a solution if, let's say, the parking is be more expensive, which most likely that parking fee will end up at, the final, invoice that, you pay for the car sharing. Yeah, exactly. So I think so. We just need a bit better, understanding from, not understanding, but education into, the political level as well. Because I think so some of them do understand, and, to give the opportunity to the end user, to choose, right? But not, to force to stay within the, the same, personal vehicle just because, well, we don't have enough of, parking space in the city center. So maybe better just, go into the city center with the car sharing, because it will be free to enter, and, the personal car might, stay at home, or even though just, sell it, just because, sorry about that, but just, because it will not be some kind of, efficient or financially, optimal way to do it.
So there must be a financial gain and a security aspect to it for people
For
to
sure.
want to share.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so thank you for your answers, and thank you for a very interesting discussion. Again, if you have any questions you would like to ask, feel free to use the coffee break we will have now to ask the questions for the panelists. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
And I see everybody's moving quite fast because, as you know, it's the coffee break now, and we will meet here at 12:30. So that is in 33 minutes. We will meet you here back in this area to have 4 more interesting discussions. And then also 7 startups of clean tech catalysts will showcase the culmination of their hard work, and they will pitch their ideas and win 10,000 euros. So please stay after the break, and I'll see you here. Thank you.
tomorrow when we're alright. That's when we forget just who we are. Make us come together when it's alright. That's when you remember who you are. Make us come together when it's alright. That's when you remember who you are. Make us come together when it's alright. That's when you remember who you are. Make us come together when it's alright. That's when you remember who you are.
got to get a hold of yourself. Just try and get to
Okay, I can see everybody is slowly coming back from the break. I hope you had fruitful discussions and had some time to rest, because we have 5 more discussions, and after that, 7 startups of clean tech catalysts will showcase the culmination of their hard work and can win 10,000 euros. So we still have some really, really exciting events happening very soon in today's conference. But now, before we continue the second half of our program, I once again want to say a very big thank you to the conference's partners and friends, the Innovation Agency, Ovoko, DocLogix, Clean Tech for Baltics, Tech Fusion, and Climate Kick, and many others who helped to make this conference possible. So a big round of applause for the partners and friends, and you guys for staying here after the break. And hopefully we will still have many more things to learn and get inspired. And now, moving forward with the program, coming up next, we have a very interesting discussion titled "The Color of Money, Shaping the Future Through Green Finance." Participating in this discussion, we have Vaida Markevičienė, Vice Minister at Ministry of Finance, Laimonas, yes. Laimonas Noreika, CEO at Heavy Finance. And moderating the discussion, we have Lina Žemaitytė-Kirkman, CEO at Rocket. Good luck. The stage is yours.
There is this granddad joke that says, you know, green finance must be American dollars because they're green. So with that granddad joke, I would like to ask you then, what is green finance? And what's the difference from the traditional finance? And imagine that I am 10 years old, and as simply as possible, what is green finance? And I'll ask you both that, and I'll start with you, Vaida, okay?
Okay, so you can evaluate which, which one is more clear. I would say that I will start from a bit of a distance. So in order to meet climate challenges, we all know that climate is warming. We have to transition our economy. We have to change the way we live. We have to change the ways we consume and the products we consume. But it may sound simple, but it's actually very complicated, because when we look at the sectors which are the largest emitters of those greenhouse gases that harm our environment, they are such sectors that we use every day. So it's agriculture, construction, transport. So it doesn't mean that we have to only change our lifestyles, but we have to innovate. We have to create something that didn't existed before, that doesn't have this harm to the environment. And it requires innovation, and it requires money. It costs. The change costs. So, of course, the state is channeling funds in order to enable that transition, but also the private sector, especially the finance sector, has to also channel funds towards projects that help the transition, that help to make the economy more green, more sustainable than it is now. And in order to know if we actually doing the right thing, we also need data, we need assessment. And green finance is about actually channeling the funds to those sectors, being able to evaluate the impact and actually say that it's not just greenwashing, it actually is making an impact.
Straight away, I have a question. Sorry, Limon, just hold that thought. You know, you're saying that we need to. So basically, if I understand correctly, it's the green finance. It's financing the economies turning towards green, right? The industries that usually most harmful to the environment. Are there any? Do we have any short-term metrics? When will we know that we're moving the right direction? How will we know that? I don't know, agriculture has turned greener or?
So actually the EU is making their own plans, and we as a country, we have a strategy that is about transition of all our sectors towards the green economy. So we assessed what is the current status, and we measured objectively where we can go in the coming 10 years. So it doesn't mean that in 10 years we will fully reach the goals, and different sectors will move at different speeds because of their specificities and because of the situation they are in and how easy or how difficult or how costly it is to change. So we have the plan for 10 years and we have the final goal for 2050. Then our continent has to become climate neutral. So it's a very long path, and for shorter term, this like medium term, we do have a plan. So once we get there, we'll see what are the further steps needed to reach the final goal that EU set for itself.
Okay, we'll come back to that plan, I think, very quickly. But Laimone, how would you explain to a 10-year-old what green finance is?
So I think Vaida explained it pretty nice, but I tend to simplify things, and for me, green finance is that investment which does good impact. And we used to talk on ESG, right? And now we're more focused on environmental part of the ESG story. And whenever you do invest in something which does the good impact to environment, that's your green finance. So that's very simple understanding of it.
Okay, cool, thank you. I'll come home and test it on my 10-year-old and see whether he gets it. But that was good, thank you. So last spring, Vaida, the Ministry of Finance has declared the Green Finance Agenda. And I'm just curious, how did it come about and what problems are you trying to solve with the Green Finance Agenda?
So when I was saying that we do have a plan how to transition our sectors, and I was mentioning that it may sound easy, but it's not easy because it's new, it's transition, it's innovation, and because it costs money. So someone has to pay the bill, and we understand that we have limited resources. So we estimated how much we can devote from the public funds, and I can assure that, for example, from investment money, like not the monies that go to the salaries of teachers or doctors or so on and so on, but from the investments that we make change, we commit more than half to different green initiatives, including energy, transport, agriculture.
Can I interrupt you? Vaida just said that it's difficult, and I tend to disagree with this one. And I really ask for audience who are here, right, and then you are interested in green finance in one case or another. I believe it's not hard, right? To do good thing is not hard. Look, very simple. 5 years ago, we're totally dependent as Europe on fossil fuel, and now how much of the transition did we do? Did it require some investment? Yes. But does the fossil fuel require investment? Yes. So we choose where to invest, right? And that's a public opinion which we need to change the mindset. It's not that hard. And our policymakers really need your support on this one.
It's nice to hear that.
It's not difficult, right?
It's not
To do good
that
is not
difficult,
difficult.
but maybe I also will add to that part of yours that for policy choices, if we decide to invest into green, it means that we don't invest in something else. So there is always an alternative. So what I think that you said very rightly, public opinion, public support is very crucial in that. And for example, even with energy, initially our goal as a country was to produce 50% from renewable energy, from wind and sun by 2030. And it was an ambitious plan at those circumstances, but when the brutal war in Ukraine started, everyone changed their mind, and we realized that we can speed up those investments because society and businesses, they already realized that it's not only about being green, but also about the energy security. And that helped to make the change. And now by 2030, we'll produce 100%. We'll be totally energy self-sufficient
Hey,
and
look,
sustainable.
round of applause to policymakers. Who imagined that in 2 years we will be exporting energy? Who imagined that, right? We were totally dependent on Russia, and now we're going to export energy because of green. Did you suffer a lack of money in the last 2 years? Did you suffer problems with the money in your pocket? No, we invested, we have green energy, and we are becoming investors, exporters. That's us. Congrats to the government.
I mean, there's two comments I want to say. First of all, this is real panel discussion because you're discussing, so amazing. Thank you for that. And second of all, it opens up the whole question of the carrot and stick, right? So to do the good, do you need to believe a good, or do you need the stick in the form, in our case, in the big bad wolf coming from the east to get us moving there? I'll see that our time is ticking, so I'll go to you, Laimone. Could you quickly maybe describe what does your company do, and how did you get involved in the green finance?
So our organization is first of all finance organization. What we realized is that this green finance is imprinted in all financial system due to policymakers. Now they have a stick. And all the financial institutions, they like it or not, must spend some time on green. What we decided is that we focus on green because we believe that we are business people, first of all. So we believe that that's a generational wealth opportunity to solve this, and we're focusing purely as a business people. So what we do as an organization, we work with agriculture, which is one of the largest polluters, but there are ways to change it, just like we changed the energy sector, there are the same ways to do in agriculture. So what we do, each time the farmer decides to do friendly farming for environment, which doesn't harm his business, we support him with different financial instruments, and we basically pay them. We take from someone who is ready to pay, and we give to the farmer who is doing good for environment. So again, to very simplify it, there's a lot behind it, but I don't think we have time.
This is interesting, so maybe we can spend a little bit of time, because I know that you labeled sometimes fintech, no, you are fintech, then agritech, climate tech, but you also are involved in the carbon credits. So another question for the 10-year-olds. How would you explain how do the carbon credits work, and what role do you play in that?
So look, I believe the audience is not here to hear about heavy finance, and that what we do. So let's feed some quality knowledge, which we have, right? And so what I want to convey a message to the audience is that I foresee that soon we're going to have a new currency, which is a ton of CO2. And we should adapt to this change, and I think Vaida will agree on this one, that whatever we do, we transport things, we do agriculture, we produce something, there will be always a CO2 currency on top, meaning how much of CO2 this created, right? And if that's 1 ton of CO2, so that's around, it should be around 200 euros per 1 ton of CO2 soon. And then you know how much you're going to pay for it, right? So if this bottle created 1 ton of CO2, so this bottle is $202, right? And that's the new understanding which we have to have. It's going to happen very soon, and that's how we business people should see things. And it's greenwashing. You call whatever you want, but these things are already established in the financial systems, in a policies which are incoming from Europe, and that's a new reality which we have to adapt. So Voko Solus, right? He speaks about sharing economy, but what he actually says is how much CO2 I avoided from selling old parts, right? And they are vinted. How much of CO2 I avoided because people are trading used clothing. And same in everything what you can do. Whenever you can avoid or you can remove CO2, that's money, and there are organizations and governments who are ready to pay for it. So I didn't answer your question, I suppose.
Yeah, okay, but you started an interesting topic. So this, again, question for both, because you very rightly said, you know, not everyone here might be from finance sector, so it would be good knowledge to share how one can invest in the carbon credits, right? Because if it's a new market and it has a value, clearly you can buy and sell, right?
So okay, 2 minutes on heavy finance. So if the farmer decides to switch from conventional farming to regenerative farming, meaning that instead of being a polluter, he becomes a sequester of organic carbon, we, as heavy finance, give such a farmer a zero-interest loan to buy a new equipment, basically free money. The farmer becomes eligible for the carbon credits. We prove that 1 ton of CO2 was sequestered, and that's money. So this money is, let's say, one carbon certificate, which you mentioned. And that's what we do, right? So instead of taking interest from the farmer, we make him eligible for these carbon credits, and we get these carbon credits. So what we offer to different institutions is, please invest to such a farmers, so make them change their practices and get, instead of interest rate, get these carbon credits, which are money. So if anyone is interested to invest in such a product, we're always open in our marketplace. And you can do it at any moment.
So do I have to be business, investor, or can I be a private person?
Whoever. So private person, business, institution, whoever.
Okay, this is interesting, right? New currency, carbon credits. Vaida, how would you explain how does that work?
So I won't explain that in that kind of simple scale, because from the policy perspective, our role is to create a favorable environment in order such investments can appear. And by that I mean that firstly, then we say green product, we have to ensure that they are actually green, not brown, not shade of brown or something in between, but what does it actually mean to be green? And for that, the standards are here also at the EU level. So it won't matter if it's Lithuania, Poland, Germany, or France, or Scandinavia. We all have the same standard, and it requires data. So first is to having one standard. Secondly is to have data that would be easily accessible, that would be open, that could be used then by academia, that could be used by journalists, like whoever, or businesses that want to create business model out of it. Because then it creates this kind of accountability and transparency, in order to avoid someone just kind of branding themselves green because it's a nice title. So from the policy perspective, for us, it's important to have the standard rules, then to have the data that is openly accessible, because there are, I would say, scandals each time. Kind of this greening of economy, it is important. It's in the policy. Companies invest in that. And for example, I think 1 or 2 years ago, there was this big issue that such companies as like Gucci or large companies, Disney, they all bought some kind of carbon offset credits, and then scientists proved that they are worthless or even harmful. So I don't think there was any kind of bad will involved in that, but probably the lack of data and lack of impact assessment. So from the policy perspective, it's important that we create this framework that business can operate knowing the rules and knowing the standards, and that it's kind of open, transparent. We have accountability. We can assess that it actually reaches the goals it declares to reach.
Because I think that would be a very major thing, right? How, as an investor, I wouldn't want to know that there is proof that what I'm, so I don't get in Disney's or Gucci shoes, and I know that, I'm not being greenwashed, and, measuring the impact of such investments. Do you hear that from investors at all?
Absolutely. So from day one, we engaged in this business. What we said, it's either measurable and you have a proof, or it's fake. So now we work with almost 700,000 hectares of land. And what we do, we literally go on fields and measure, all right? So we go, we put the stick into the soil, we squeeze out the soil, then we send it to lab. We know how much organic carbon is now, and then 2 years after we measure again. If there's more organic carbon, then the regenerative practices worked, okay. And so there's money. Mm-hmm. If no, then there's no money. Simple.
Okay, so so therefore the farmers are really, they really have to try to do what they promised, right? Because they know that you're going to come 2 years later and measure.
Yeah, very simple.
Okay, I like that. Thanks. You mentioned about data, obviously the new gold, and here we need lots of data as well, and that's one of the green finance action plans. Can you share a couple of steps? What is going on in that area? What are the actions that you...
So maybe firstly, I will briefly cover what is that Green Finance Action Plan and what elements it has. So the first job that we did in that plan, we created the Knowledge Hub. So in September, we established Green Finance Institute that is part of INDECA, our national promotional institution, and they act as a hub for knowledge for both private sector and business, and also they have a task to create this ecosystem, because we believe that in order to have some kind of lasting change, we have to have a community that have members from different fields that could share their knowledge, that could agree on the kind of shared goals and move somewhere together. So we already have this Green Finance Institute. Then the second role is for us as a state to green our activities, or in order to do that, we need to kind of know what is our status quo. So what we are already doing, we already this year, and I think last year we also reached that goal. For example, public procurement. So all the public procurement that the state does, it is already green. And the state is a large consumer. I think we spend around 8.5 billion euros each year on public procurement. So if we buy products that are green, so we incentivize the market to provide such products. And also we are planning in 2026 to know what our full budget, how it looks like, how green it is. And once we know, of course, we can make steps into the right direction. And then the third element is data, as you say. So we have different standards that have to be explained, but of course it's kind of easy to say now you have to report many different things, but we understand that it involves cost. So our first task is to see what data is needed. We already have that. The second task is to see what we can access from information that is already available, information that companies already give to different state institutions. And then only for the gap, we will assess what extra data has to be collected and how to do it in a very kind of structured and easy way. And probably in the future, because, for example, investors, they probably, at least for us, even as a state, the question about sustainability, ESG, is as natural as financial standing. So for investors, there is no kind of it's not a new thing. It's a very natural thing to ask. So it's important that we can give accurate answer, and it doesn't cost us much time and money to provide that answer. So it probably has to go into regular reporting, not only for large companies, but sooner or later it can arrive to all the companies.
So that's a public spending, right? 8.5 billion in Lithuania only. You green, we buy. You're not green, we don't buy, pretty much, right? But same goes with the financial institutions. You need a loan. You green, we give you a loan. You're not green, we don't give you a loan. You green, we invest. You're not green, we don't invest. And that's a new reality. And what I'm trying to explain people is that prepare now, because the financial institutions are forced. They have a mandate, not a mandate. They're forced to obey to these rules.
There's a stick coming.
There's
from
a stick
European
coming,
Union.
and the stick is so huge that you can't imagine. Like these guys in the banks, they don't know how to do business, right? And that's their problem. Which what they will do, they will put the problem on their consumers. Yeah, you're not green, you don't talk with the bank. Simple. Because otherwise you're a problem to the bank. You're a problem to the private equity, you're a problem to the pension funds, you're a problem, meaning you're out of financial system if you're doing harm to environment. That's how much of the pressure is incoming in Europe.
I can even add not only that if you're doing harm to environment, but if you can't prove that you are doing good, and that kind of actually having a proof, it does cost.
Okay, so what the good news is that there is help, right?
I want to talk, you mentioned the stick, and I thought that for now, I would say we are not at that stage. We are at the stage of, I would say, the carrot. And from the public perspective, we are giving funds to companies to transition. So I would really encourage you to check Innovation Agency website. Even now, we have open calls for digitalization, for shortening supply chains, for kind of transitioning the business energy consumption, and so on. So I would say that those businesses that want to innovate and transition, I'm almost confident that you will find different measures that you can apply to. Or you can also check in Vega that provide loans to companies in order to invest, expand, but also to, for example, get their solar panels on their roofs or in their fields. So for now, I would say that we are at this stage. We also have this Green Finance Institute that consult the companies, consult the investors, and we really want to kind of reach that goal, because we also see the potential for companies. If we do it quicker than others, then it means we have this competitive advantage. And consumers, investors, they will soon ask for it, so it's better that we do have a solution for them. So I would encourage really to use the tools that we have now to kind of eat all the carrots and be healthy and sustainable.
As a business, maybe I can a little bit explain what they are saying in government. You either do this, or later we will come and punish you. And why? Because public policymakers, they cannot do things themselves without a society, without the businesses, right? So if you don't act, they don't have a choice, right? So it's better to do what she says, go learn, adapt
and
to your
the
businesses,
carrot while it's
and
there.
Use a carrot, otherwise you're gonna use a stick.
So eat the carrot so the stick doesn't arrive. Okay, we have about 4 minutes left. It's nice to compare ourselves, right? So how do we look when it comes to the green finance and transitioning our economy towards green if we compare ourselves in Europe? Yeah?
We had a fintech story. I suggest we go for green tech. Let's do that. I mean, with
Fully
as a
agree.
small country, we can do that. We can really rock the
Yes,
the
there is
Europe,
lab
and
there, yay!
it's taken. It's still not taken. We can do that.
So there is not much competition in Europe yet?
No, not
okay.
yet.
So
Not yet.
we
can do that.
Okay, so what about you, Vaida? Do you think, how would we compare?
I would totally agree. I think we can create another success story. And in certain areas, we are even privileged, like why we can
And
transition.
happiest people.
Yeah, because we don't have a legacy. For example, in energy, we were importers. It's easy for us to have renewable energy. We just build the solar parks, the wind parks. We don't need to close the coal coal plants that some countries still have. So because we don't have so much of the legacy pollution, we can jump immediately into something that is more sustainable, into something that is future. And of course, some countries are moving as well. So it's not that we are already kind of much ahead. Like Scandinavia, they are doing very well in that field. But for example, in April, we had this Free Sea Summit, the international summit, and we initiated the network of green finance. Our Green Finance Institute was taking the lead to do that. And in Free Seas countries, there was a lot of interest, but little action in that field. That's why they are interested. So for some countries, we are showing the example and taking the lead, but some others are already doing well, so we shouldn't kind of be too slow or too sleepy.
Right, and with 2 minutes to go, I would like to wrap it up. And while you were talking, I thought that maybe it's a good time to ask you to give a call to action to the audience, whether it's a business or private people. What would be the call to action that you can give to jump on this green finance bandwagon? Obviously, one is check Innovation Agency website. There might be some financing for you. That's a carrot.
So subsidies in Innovation Agency, free money, come and take loans in Vega that are usually either on better conditions or conditions that finance sector just don't finance. So do that. I would also encourage you to kind of check your business practices, and I think the best example is next to me. How the business was made out of green. So
we make money out of thin air.
Literally, actually.
Literally, yeah. So I'm proud. I really, want to stop. I want to ask the audience and your families, stop this naysaying, right? The climate change is real, and we know it, right? We know it. We know it. 99% of scientists agree on that. And there will always be cowboys who try to ruin the party, who try to, use the situation. Then people are afraid of things. But please look at the bright side of things, not the dark side of things. Always remember that there are industries who are not ready for change. They don't want to change. That's fossil fuel industry. That's these airplanes and so on. So everything what we do, a mistake will be highlighted to the superior levels, but that's not important. The important thing is the people who do good things. And we have to emphasize the wins of our government, right? That's a huge win. And we have to endorse it, to speak about it, not about something which happened, somewhere in the Amazon forest, someone lied and someone did the shit there. It's not important. It is not important. Focus on the good things, and that's message which I want to say. And climate, the other thing, and I'm on the same page here. Look, I was a scout running the forests before. No, I was not. And the climate problem doesn't belong to climate people. We are all responsible for it. So whatever you know how to do things better in this area, from finance perspective, from logistics perspective, from whatever perspective, do it. It's your earth, just same as the scouts in whatever. Right,
and go invest in carbon credits. Okay, thank you very much. Our time is up. It was amazing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for a very lively discussion. If you could sit for one more quick second, I have a few questions actually from the audience, but since we're running out of time, I'll only ask one. And again, I encourage to ask the panelists the questions if I haven't asked yours. You mentioned it briefly, but in regards of greenwashing, how do you fight and avoid greenwashing in green finance, specifically carbon credits? So I guess both of you could answer if anybody wants to start.
So firstly, there are standards, there is regulation, and wherever there is regulation, there is some sort of supervision that ensures that that regulation enters into place. So it's one aspect. The second aspect also, I haven't finished about the Green Action Plan, but the last aspect, not the least aspect, but the last in the plan is financial literacy and general literacy of people, of companies, so they could assess the information they have, they could kind of process it themselves and arrive at right conclusions. So they are kind of immune to disinformation, they are immune to greenwashing and all other things, and they can make informed financial decisions.
Thank you. And Lamine, the same question for you. Perhaps you can visit the farmers. You can see what's...
Oh yeah, that doesn't help. But we go for measure, remeasure. So you know, if it's measurable, then it's not greenwashing. That's what we say. And what we say as well is that everything is measurable. Everything. You do the wind energy, you can measure the impact. Then if you can prove the data is there, right? You just need to focus on the data, and government is collecting data. Organizations like Nestle and all these superior organizations, they are collecting the data. So soon we're going to have enough data to judge. And it's a journey. So as I said, there will be cowboys. There will be wrong judgments on data because there's limited amount of data, but it's important the direction.
So basically numbers. If we have numbers, we avoid data, we avoid greenwashing. Okay, thank you very much for the discussion. It was very, very interesting to listen. Thank you. And now we will quickly move to the next discussion, which is titled The Science for Cleaner Future, Deploying Engineered Enzymes Against Polyester Pollution, which may sound difficult, but in reality, this discussion will address a critical global concern, environmental pollution by plastics, and how science can help solve this issue. Participating in the discussion, we have Vilius Malunavičius and Jokūbas Daunoras, scientists at Vilnius University Life Science Center at Institute of Bioscience. And moderating this discussion, we have Agnė Vaitkevičienė, Vice President at Lithuania Bio. Good luck, the stage is yours.
Hello, hello everyone. It should be working, yes, yes. Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm very happy to sit among scientists, brilliant scientists that come up with interesting scientific ideas. So as introduced, we will move from money to science and looking into very detailed, very technical topic on enzymes and how enzymes can be enabled in solving pollution problems. The problematic environmental impact from humans living and using materials, extracting a lot of gases that do not comply with the environmental sustainability is huge. It's a big topic, and there I don't know, 100,000 scientists are working on each of these topics, and we have scientists in Lithuania that work on that topics too. So I would love to hear more about that technology, but before we start, because during the introduction the topic was highlighted, this is plastic solution. But if you look at the name, because if I understand correctly, not a lot of scientists are in the audience, yes, some, I see some, but not all. So I wanted to give like a quick intro, so we would understand better, Vilius and Jokūbas, what they're talking about. So the focus of their technology is on particularly polyester pollution, correct? So I have written down what is polyester, which is really common name you can hear in your lifetime. Talking about textiles, talking about clothes, you will always see these taglines in there. Not just bottles, not just plastics as we see plastics, but we also use that in films, in filters, in isolating tapes, in multiple items. Actually, clothes are one of the largest one where polyester is used, but definitely it altogether, besides the plastics, but also other like textile waste also causes this polyester pollution. So I was really interested in reading your latest article on how you come up with this enzyme, engineered it what did you do with it? How this science came into the head? It's not very fast. Probably you worked for a while on this. I've worked on some fundamental science. How did it move from lab into some kind of already innovation that can be actually applied?
So good day, everyone. Yes, and just as you said, it was actually a relatively long time. And to give just some short backstory, essentially, what happened was we actually. My supervisor started working with enzymes, and specifically we were working with she was working with lipolytic enzymes. Then I came to study under her and also was working with lipolytic enzymes as well. Now, why lipolytic enzymes is, the name itself is polyesters. And polyesters is actually a very, very large group. Just like you said, a lot of are used in clothes, but there are various types of polyesters that are used. And what we essentially at first were doing was just fundamental science. Essentially, what we wanted to do was how can we change an enzyme to better degrade or better synthesize some sort of compound. Then afterwards, what we saw was that since these are polyesters, and since they are enzymes that were relatively recently discovered to be able to hydrolyze, we decided, well, how do our enzymes compare? Maybe we can test them out. So we essentially decided to try to test them out, and we were relatively surprised that certain modified enzymes that were created beforehand actually did possess the capability to actually be efficient hydrolyzing enzymes for this objective. So we were relatively surprised. We wanted to see, can we find new enzymes that can degrade polyesters, and can we improve the current enzymes to be able to essentially hydrolyze them more efficiently and perhaps in an industrial way, essentially.
So scientists, when they work on fundamental science, they always are looking ways to apply it, of course, in basic world. Yes. So how this pollution problem focus comes, for instance, you work with biocatalyst enzymes and all these processes that can enhance, well, enzymes either enhance or downhance, I don't know the term, the chemical reactions, yes, materials. So how this pollution topic is often in the mindset of scientists. Maybe Jokubas.
Yeah, sure, I can take that. Well,
or you go like from like a technical things and you're like, oh, this could work.
I mean, it really depends. In biotechnology, there are a lot of ways we can go and solve pollution problems, and especially sustainability problems. And how we solve this, especially in what our research does, is we try to degrade plastics that are usually found, for example, in bottles, right? And plastic pollution is a very big deal, and so we try to degrade them. We try to research for new enzymes that work really well in doing that. And we are currently, for example, working with some trash recycling companies in Lithuania and trying to apply our own research in the field. We've just started doing that.
So you were trying to find solution for that particular problem when you find out that in theory this could work, yes, correctly? So if I understand, you're using biologic bacteria basically to isolate, extract these enzymes. Why do you use that particular bacteria that you work with? Why I'm asking is for scalability, yes? So that everything that you're doing is in science lab. Can we scale up? Can these industrial partners be using this in a larger scale?
What we chose essentially was, what we started working with all those years ago was essentially bacteria from a genus called Geobacillus. Basically, it's a genus of thermophilic bacteria. That means that they like to live where it's warm. 50 degrees is their ideal growing temperature. It's sometimes even higher. So the first thing is that, well, we started working with them because there was not a lot of data on these enzymes. So we were first interested in what can we discover new about these enzymes. But when we work, for example, we usually don't grow the bacteria because they are relatively difficult to grow, especially at higher temperatures. Usually this will cost much more to grow them than standard bacteria. So what we will usually do is we'll usually find genes that interest us, and we will usually try to transform them into bacteria that are much more easier to grow. So our bacteria of choice is Escherichia coli, like I think most scientists in the world will use that. So we will usually use these bacteria to produce the enzyme. We'll extract the enzyme, and then we will attempt to use the enzyme by itself. So scalability-wise, there are many techniques that enable efficient growth of Escherichia coli, so it would be possible to scale up these experiments in due time. Of course, it can require optimization and of what are the best conditions to actually produce the most amount of enzyme for the least amount of costs.
But I think, just adding from my knowledge, that Lithuania is strong in enzyme field, very much, and this is one of the scientific and industrial strengths that we have, and to transfer this from scientific lab into industrial scale, it looks pretty feasible. What do you think, Jakub?
Sure. I think what I should explain is that the research we do is like at the start of the chain. So what we do is we find the enzymes that have the potential to be used for some application, right? And then we sell our ideas for other people who are more experienced in, for example, scaling up the production, and then they apply it in the field, right? So this is what we do. We do research. This our step is the first one. Yeah.
I'm just continuing. I remember you mentioned just recently that you worked with industrial partners, with those companies that produce plastics or manage plastic waste. How did you find that connection with them? Is it easy? What's the experience that you had as a scientist?
So the connection was found through, since we work at Vilnius University, we have basically an agency that can assist us. They basically they read our publication and they said, well, this is interesting. Perhaps you would like we can try to set up several communications with industry experts that are working with these problems. They sent out, and we actually had a couple of answers who wanted to talk, wanted to discuss what possibly could be done. And actually, these communications weren't just inside these fields. We also discussed other topics, and we hope that these discussions could flower into essentially new projects that we could potentially begin to work on as well.
Oh, that's amazing. So is that program was constructed by Innovation Agency or other organizations? It's just that this connection, or is from university?
So yes, in the university there was a department that was essentially,
okay.
yes.
So that's very, very interesting and very admirable that university itself creates these connections and facilitates this scientific advancements moving into industry. So that's also very, very great news. I'm happy to hear on these advancements and hoping to spread more into other universities and other teams as well. So, but that's not the only thing that you found when you started working on these engineered enzymes and what they can do and focus on the polyester pollution. You find something else. What is it, Jakub? Can you, or Vilo?
So I believe that, by my understanding, you're talking about ester production, yes?
Yes, yes. Yes, because one of the component of the invention that you did is how to degrade the polyester, but the other one, how to create a value-based product, which is a basis for bioeconomy. So that's one of the key things that biotechnology helps out, using something, you know, some biomaterials or microbes in this case, and producing something high value. So what it is?
In short, the enzymes that we work with, they do not only degrade steric bonds, essentially. We not only degrade polyesters in this case, they are able to, if the conditions are right, we can also perform synthesis. That means that they can create the same bond that they broke. So what happens is that we added alcohols. And we knew beforehand from our previous experiments that alcohols can seriously enhance the activity of these enzymes. So the first thing we saw was actually the degradation increased, I think, maybe approximately 3 times. So that was actually very nice to see because we were able to actually efficiently degrade like the films that we were using. And but we then decided to test out, since we knew that using alcohols could produce esters. And actually it's relatively interesting because when you work with these enzymes, you will, you know, sometimes you have to take out your samples and you will notice that there's this weird scent, this slightly pleasant, maybe, you know, slightly pineapple-y scent. And this is usually a sign that esters are being produced. And we were like, okay, let's check it out. Let's see if esters are actually produced because, I mean, the smell is something different than what we added in. And we actually noticed that, yes, there appear to be esters that are being produced. And we hope that this essentially allows us not to only degrade in the same reaction, but it allows us to also synthesize the ester in essentially the same reaction with higher efficiency than just degrading without.
That's amazing. And you know, I think that the most impressive thing in science is where you find something you have not expected. So that's something that probably drives you being a scientist, yes, correct? This is why you came to bio or biochemistry field, Jakubi?
Oh yeah, I mean, the whole potential for change, for something, doing something bigger, you know. For example, the first studies that I was doing was I studied in medicine, and it's awesome. You can directly influence and change people's lives and do all that stuff. However, in biotechnology, the greater potential is to do something for more people, more than one person. You can directly, even though it takes more time, you can indirectly influence a large group of people. So that's, for me, that is why I've started working in this area and why I love it. Yeah.
So continuing that topic on, you know, why you're in the science, Vilo, why you're in the science?
Well, I guess at first I really just found it incredibly interesting when I was, you know, studying. I was still at school, and I found it to be just this very, very intriguing topic, how life itself is able to adapt and work towards. And I think that maybe that's the sort of adaptation. The fact that as both an individual and as a society, we see the troubles that are happening, and science is essentially the first step of how you see the problem, you try to work towards the problem, and just like Jakuba said, you can actually help other people, and I think that's one of the biggest potentials that I really like the most about science, is that the capability of your work helping people, and just as we heard on another discussion, on the previous discussion, to do good to as many people as you can.
And it also very correlates with the translation of that research data or inventions into actual industry or applicability. So that's something we can talk a bit later. But I wanted to ask, because we're started talking about science, how is the community? Are there a lot of scientists working on environmental sustainability topics in Lithuania? How this community collaborates or works together, or they don't? What is that impact that could everyone see in the future from our Lithuanian scientists? What do you think? Do you collaborate?
Yes, we do. I think what's important to mention is that collaboration actually happens on many levels, because there are many things that we cannot do. For example, we can grow bacteria, we can work with enzymes, we can modify the enzymes. But what we needed, for example, in our work was very special analytical methods. We needed very special microscopy methods. So yes, we definitely did have to collaborate with other people who are working in these very, very specific fields. So yes, we definitely do collaborate. I guess it's still I should say that I'm still in a relatively early stage. I definitely support collaboration and wish to collaborate more, but I'm actually gonna be defending my PhD thesis soon, and not yet. So I'm not yet like an independent or a PI. So usually collaboration doesn't happen from my point, but I hope
It
to
should
have much
not
more.
be. It's never too early, you know. You are creating a innovation. You're moving forward. You're publishing articles that are really with high impact. So I don't think that should be a problem. And there's definitely young generation scientists all over Lithuania and all the universities that would be happy. You should like form a community just for youngsters, have like a beer night or something like that, and talk about science, which actually happens when, for instance, we with colleagues in Lithuania travel a lot worldwide. The best collaboration ideas or merger of how we can improve science happens after like in a lunch breaks or after the conference when you have like a cocktails or drinks, not to get drunk but to start this conversation if someone is shy. So just an advice from my side, but I know that Vilnius University actively collaborates with international scientists. Do you have any experience in that particular topic, like enzyme for activation for pollution and other issues?
Yeah, we had several collaborations with scientists from other countries several years ago, I believe. So yeah, we have had some collaborations. Although I definitely think that's one of the fields that we should definitely be improving because it definitely improves both the way you look at the problem as well as the various solutions that you can find. So yes.
I think I wanted to add a little bit about the collaboration side of things. So there is a little bit of a problem. We work with innovations, we work with new things, so collaborating with other people from the similar areas, it's kind of difficult because it's kind of hard to share secrets, essentially.
Competitive.
It's a very competitive area, so we cannot allow ourselves to freely collaborate with other people. I would love to do that. It would be amazing. The amount of work we would be able to do would be much more. However, this is still some sort of a business area. It's people still want profits, people still want money, so people tend to do a lot of shady things for money.
Okay, but if I think that it's for any I don't know topic industry, it's not easy to collaborate with your competitors or something like that. But science is not just about one-way street. It's like a multiple community. You join for different topics. So, for instance, if you were focusing on plastic solution, one of the largest problem is microplastic that goes into our watering system and so on. Especially, I actually have a number, I checked. So I was very shocked, that's why I'm sharing, that polyester, because it's used in clothes, there's a calculation that approximately 176,000 metric tons of synthetic microfibers are released each year to waters from clothes. So that's basically through washing machines, through washing your clothes. And it all goes into a watering system, and we know how it affects everyone, nature, including humans. So, for instance, have you ever discussed within your team whether your technology could be applied, maybe solving that problem? Is there like any discussion on that topic?
I mean, there is a possibility. I think this should be a thought experiment. Yes, we could apply our enzymes for treating the water, but there are a couple of problems. First of all, synthesizing enzymes and using them for this kind of application is very expensive. It's too expensive to be economically feasible. Then say we use just the E. coli and so that it synthesizes the enzyme straight into the wastewaters. The problem is our regulations, and the problem is GMOs. We cannot just put GMOs into water and expect that they would work, at least in the European Union. Maybe in some other countries that have more relaxed regulations, yeah, we could do that. So there are a couple of main problems. I think.
But from technological point of view, because I will get back to your points, but from technological point of view, should work.
Essentially, if well, the first thing is that while we don't specifically focus on microplastics, the capability of being already able to degrade plastics means that we should possibly work with microplastics. It could be a different system, and then we would most likely require either engineers or some sort of somebody who specializes in collection systems, etc. Now, from a thematic point, we did discuss of how we are going to go further with our experiments, and there are several methods that could potentially lead to a system that either simulates or is relatively similar to microplastics, because we needed to create new substrates that we would be able to hydrolyze, and a system that's similar to microplastics was actually one of them, and we hope to test it out in the near future. As well as we also have a colleague working in our lab. She doesn't focus on polyester production, but she is actually working towards the degradation of various other microplastics that can be found in the environment. So while yes, there are definitely problems with working with such systems, especially in waterways where you have a lot of volume, a lot of movement, it would be still relatively difficult. If we do manage to find a more efficient enzyme, even more efficient enzymes than what we are currently using, then ideally this would definitely be one of the fields that we would hope to be able to attempt to solve.
So that's a good option for collaboration, an internationally one. It's not like straight away competition also, just an idea. And just coming back, because you mentioned two issues, regulatory and money. So just before our conversation, there was like, oh, there's a lot of money. Someone said free money. so there's a lot of money, especially related to creating sustainability and greener economy and so on. So these green money. So maybe that could be reflected into that area. I'm just in general saying, I know there are a lot of issues on that, but regulatory as well. It's ongoing process for, all the time. Europe is a bit slow, but it's still ongoing. So scientists are the ones that everyone's looking for solutions. Problems, we always will have problems, but this is where you come to, and you have, start of one solution and then another idea where you develop. So that's amazing. So there are multiple solutions using enzyme for different type of applications. Yes, not just for plastics, polyesters. What do you, are you interested in that topics? Do you explore them and see some connections to that as well?
I think I could comment on some previous research me and Vilus did, and then one other of our colleagues. What we searched for was essentially a new additive to cement, and we called the whole combination biocement. So what it was is we took bacteria and some enzymes, and the bacteria and enzymes, they used urea and made it into calcium carbonate, if I'm not wrong. And those calcium carbonate precipitated and created crystals, and it essentially strengthened the cement, and
so it's like glue. Works like a glue, or
kind of
essentially similar. Maybe. Well, yeah, I guess you could imagine it like glue, or maybe like cement, essentially. Yeah. And what's even, we didn't not test out, but there are definitely teams that are working with the capability of maybe putting bacteria or enzymes into cement. That, for example, if microcracks form, it could self-heal essentially. So, and what's another important thing is that since manufacture of concrete does release a lot of CO2 into the atmosphere, this could be one of the ways to, for example, assist in the not releasing so much CO2 in the environment, as well as the formation of the cement can actually aid in the sequestration of CO2. So this was one of the fields that we had a short I'm not gonna say not like a project, but it was definitely something that we were working on. We are not actively working on it now, but we are considering that maybe continuing these experiments maybe at some later date.
So, as we're coming to an end, so I'll talk about the next experiments. So, what's next? From scientific point of view, what are your next goals or, topics that you're digging into? And also, for both of you, two questions. And also from that particular invention and moving into forward to be more applicable in the industry and solving these issues. Any ideas how to do that? So personal, scientific, research, and how to move your invention further.
So I could comment on what our current plan is. So currently we're trying to search for more enzymes, modify some other enzymes, other classes of enzymes to do the same thing in hopes that they could degrade other plastics. So currently we can only degrade one type of polyester, but there are many types of polyesters, and so it would be nice if we could degrade all of them. So we are trying to search for some other enzymes. So that is one thing that we are currently doing.
Yes, and yeah, I guess modification or searching for new enzymes is our current plans for ourselves. Maybe on the larger scale, one of the biggest problems is that these enzymes, ideally, especially if you want to degrade difficult to degrade polyesters, you need relatively high temperatures. Essentially, about 50 to 60 degrees is that ideal temperature range, which is why we are planning to focus on thermophiles, as in more bacteria that like those high temperatures. So ideally, if we were able to find an enzyme that is stable in high temperatures, which can be difficult, a more industrial work plan could be created that would help degrade polyester waste in an efficient manner, because this is one of the most difficult things for to create an industrial method to hydrolyze.
So there's still some steps for applied science to be done in order to transfer into more like a scalable solution or commercialize it basically and so on. I have always, for the last seconds, a question for the scientist, because one of the main issues for, science moving into commercialization and becoming a product in the market is whether scientists themselves wants to do that or be a part of that. Are you like deep scientists staying like in the science and creating new, or not particularly, I don't want to ask you personally, but in general, how is the position of young scientists to move like into more commercial area and create startups or something like that in that area? What do you think? Just share your opinion.
I believe we need a little bit more robust research, I would say, to fully start moving on into a startup. But for example, me personally, I'm quite a fresh scientist, I would say. It would be nice. It would be nice to...
I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, it would be nice to earn some money from the research, because universities academia is not the place exactly
but
where you earn.
It should not be just about the money. It should be,
it's not just
because if you do the research, you have to find someone who can translate it. If there's no one, then it's kind of your task to move it forward, unless it's going to be in the draw. Vilo.
Yes, I think it's very exciting when you see that what you do in the lab can be transferred to the field. And I guess personally, I'm definitely a scientist at heart. I would not say that I'm an effective businessman or that I know that much about business. But it would be definitely something that I would love to get more experience in, and something that I think, want to see more up close. I would say in that. So as much as my love for science is, I definitely agree that it needs to have an applicable side and to analyze that side more.
Communicate, join the teams, and translate the science. I'm really happy to meet you here today. Thank you so much, Vilo.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the discussion. Don't run away for a quick few minutes, just a few questions from the audience. So one of the questions is, do you have any legal issues behind your technology? You mentioned GMOs a bit, but are there any legal issues at the moment? And perhaps some of them could be avoided if we change the law, or a few.
Maybe I wouldn't say that it's legal issues, but if it were to attempt to apply it, we would definitely either need to use some form of closed system, essentially, or some method to highly purify these enzymes to essentially allow us to isolate them from the environment. So while this was still mostly at the research stage, so we don't have this yet as some form of application. If we wanted to scale up, yes, I think that we either had to find methods to highly purify them, or it could still be used only in a closed system due to the fact that the producer is technically genetically modified.
Thank you. And second question, do you think business sector listens to scientists? You talked a lot about business and science communication, but when it comes to climate change and pollution, we often sort of, there's business doing ESG and green finance, and then there's scientists doing their own things. Do you think there's enough communications at the moment from scientists to business sector and vice versa in regarding what's happening and what solutions need to be done at the moment?
I would say that there could be maybe more communication. Definitely, many steps are being taken in the right direction, for sure. I guess more communication would be definitely welcome to integrate maybe science better into business and to provide this sort of the way that business can look like, so that scientists can create can better adapt their plans and their research to that business would find much more tasty, I would say. I'd say maybe not the best word, but essentially in that way.
Okay, so thank you very much. Thank you for the discussion. It was very interesting, and I wish the best of luck with your research.
Thank you.
And continuing with the discussions, we won't run way far from science for another discussion. The next topic addresses the transformative potential of biotechnology in addressing environmental challenges. And the discussion is titled Seeds of Change, Biotech Innovations for a Greener Tomorrow. Participating in this discussion, we have Jonas Ignatavičius, Head of Innovations at Nando, Aušra Baradokė, CEO at Deep Scientific, and moderating this discussion we have Donatas Staniulis, CEO at Lithuania Bio. Have a fruitful discussion.
Thank you. Oh, it's so comfortable. So, hello everyone. In the morning we started with the topics that we can clearly understand as a normal and standard people. Right now we are moving to harder topics, so there will be more punishment with science for you. I hope you will survive that. And I'm going to start with some big words. The understanding of life sciences and biotechnology enables us to create the world or make the world healthier, cleaner, and safer. Actually, it could be a great slogan for some company, yeah. But if you would look to that from the health perspective, biotech competences allows us to develop new treatments against diseases, develop personalized therapies, as well as create new diagnostic tools, vaccines, and so on and so on. Basically, in other words, we could say that biotechnology allows us to identify and to fix all of the issues, or in the future we'll be able to do that, what's going on inside our organisms. And everything what's happening internally really depends on the things that are going externally outside our organism. And all of you can imagine your environment, the conditions you're living in, the air you are breathing in, the food you are consuming, as well as your personal habits. It definitely has an impact to your personal health, to your insights. And those habits are always related with the comfort. We love comfort, we love to consume, and as a result, we are using more and more natural resources, which causes more and more wastes, as well as we are polluting our environment in this way. And as a science guy, yesterday I Googled for some numbers. I have to mention those because nobody mentioned yet. So globally, we are emitting over 35 billion tons of CO2 every year. So it's equal to about 6 billion African elephants. So you can imagine our population is about 8 billion people, so 6 billion elephants could be a quite good competition for the area on the ground. And if we would look to waste, over 2 billion tons of waste is produced across the world each year, so about 300 kilos per human. And it is caused because we love the comfort. And I believe that nobody, including me and all of you, don't want to give up on that comfort. We love to consume, we love to live that comfortable life. Therefore, those green initiatives, sustainability, and so on. For some part of society, sounds like mission impossible, or someone trying to push that responsibility away from them. But you know, biotech is already acting a really important role in that, and you know, new innovations allow us to develop sustainable manufacturing and farming practices, reduce or give some opportunities to reuse waste, and to have a huge impact to our bioeconomy, to circular economy. And today, together with our speakers, we are going to discuss about those greener technologies, about sustainability. And I would like to welcome Aufra and Jonas, and please introduce yourself briefly. What are you doing, and make it in human language. We will jump to scientific stuff in a few minutes. So Aufra, we can start.
Good afternoon, everyone. Since I am a human, I believe I should be speaking in human language, right? And for a decade, actually, even I look so young, I've worked on sensors for blood detecting diseases, various diseases, cardiac diseases, cancer, and so on. And then I realized after making several sensors, what is gonna be after? After should be treatment, right? And the treatment to get medicine takes so long, then I decided to move back a few steps back to check our environment and the reasons why we don't feel well, why we are ill, why we get those cardiac disease and cancer and so on. And actually I found out everything is in our environment. And therefore I established a company 11 months ago, which is called Deep Scientific. And now our main focus is on environment, on monitoring our environment, our water, the water we drink, our wastewater, our air, and so on. And I do believe that we will be focusing for this for another decade from now, and we will grow more faster, preventing our health, taking care of our health. And in these days, we work on very miniaturized platforms. I think I even have one in my pocket.
Oh, sealing procedure
It's green.
starts.
Yeah. So these are the sensors. And here's just an example, right? And here you have 15 sensors to test your water before you drink, not only for yourself, also for your animals in the farms, for crops. Soldiers are on the list and so on. So we have 7 different products ready for certification, and I hope we can discuss some issues we are facing in this panel as well. Like certification is very big, long process for us, and since I even started like business company, we are still involved very much with universities, and we need a lot of help from universities, especially from life science, to help us to move further, faster.
Okay, so as we got a little bit longer introduction, Jonas, we'll keep it for later, but you already started to touch some aspects of of my upcoming questions. So if we would start from the beginning, you know, in order to solve some environmental issues, some challenges before any actual disasters came up, we have to identify what's going on in our environment, sometimes in micro, in nano, and even smaller levels. And you know, Aufra, you are the CEO of the company which is developing those novel detection systems. And I would like to ask, there are so many different molecular, electronical, analytical detection systems, detection solutions. Why do you need to create something new? Why do you need something maybe reinvent, or it is a new invention?
Thank you. This is like very good global question. And at the moment, like Europe and globally, there's a big issue about methodologies for sensing. And one of the main is like standardization of the methods. There is no single method which can be used for environment for different purposes. I really enjoyed our last panel discussion about talking about plastics and how enzymes can come and bite the plastic, eat it, consume, and so on, and generate some nice output. And there is no such a methodology which can be used for testing like standard methodology globally in different regions, like in different continents, in Europe, Asia, in USA, which can tell us, is this water really clean after the treatment or not really? So therefore, I brought like a box of sensors. And I'm showing you here. I was wondering, is it a good place to show? But now I'm showing since you asked such a questions. So we have 7, and it comes in different colors. So these are for heavy metals. These are the ones for nitrates and nitrates for agri-food and fisheries. Very important question. And these, the green ones, was supposed to tell us about the plastics. Is the plastic still present in the water or not anymore, and how much efficiency? So therefore, it's just a sensor. You put a sensor into the water, 30 seconds, you get color change, and that's it, right? But then you have loads of data. And the main issue we are facing right now in our R&D, it's data collection and data analysis. And these sensors doesn't cost much. One sensor would be around €1, which is like available for every single person, right? Even in rural areas, they want to buy. But then we have to analyze the data, handle the data, and then we need the whole university to help us with this.
Okay, so if someone don't like to drink a tea, you can always use the sensor pockets to make your water better and to check that. Okay, so thank you, Aušra. Jonas, let's jump to your part. If you can introduce yourself a bit, you are representing company Nando. You are doing R&D manufacturing activities. You're also looking for some opportunities to do those detection activities as well. So can you a bit elaborate on your innovations, what you are aiming to achieve, as well as give us some example what we have in the world, but we do not have in Lithuania yet from the solutions which can help to solve some environmental challenges. So many questions in one.
So firstly, I'm Jonas from company Nando. I'm head of innovation. Sorry for that. 1, 2, 3. Oh, now it works. So in Nando, we are producing mostly agricultural inputs. We are researching and scaling up technologies, including adjuvants and microbial inoculants. And microbial things and biotech things are the main one, what we are doing. So we are scaling up these technologies from strain level or from idea concept. We even include some enzymatic products also in our portfolio. And we are in essence, we are mitigating the reduction of standard agricultural practices in modern biotech way. So, for example, microbial inoculants to the soil or on the seed, which mitigates the natural process of nitrogen fixing from the atmosphere, phosphorus, potassium, other elements solubilization. We can reduce the usage of traditional mineral fertilizers. And also improve the condition of soil and also improve the levels of organic carbon. So kind of attacks everything what we talked today. Also, some of microbes, especially microscopic fungi, can be very valuable to replace some of plant protection products. Even though this is a bit more hard topic in European Union with quite harsh regulation. But still there are potential there. And also we do straw decomposers or organic matter decomposers, which helps to humify and assimilate the nutrients from residues of all sorts of compounds, including like natural straws, but also digestats and other bio-waste materials applied on the soil. So convert them into biomass and make available for a plant. So this is very important what we're doing because with the Green Deal initiatives and all other things what is going on in European Union, there's clear intention to reduce the usage of agricultural inputs, both fertilizers and plant protection products, and simply by reducing without implementation of some modern technologies, it would cause the reduction of agricultural outputs. And with reduction of agricultural outputs, the market comes in and supply and demand comes in, and potentially price increase comes up with in general inflationary environment, the increased food pricing would be even more problematic. So Green Deal has to come with advanced solutions which can mitigate the reduction of traditional mineral fertilizers, and these biotechnological stuff can really work on that. So what we are doing and what's next, like in the pipeline general for us and in the world. So first thing what comes into my mind is obviously genetics. The CRISPR technology and gene editing makes some sort of revolution in agricultural business, and even though we are in quite early stages, still there are already plants introduced worldwide with some aspects of gene editing, which is very different from gene modification, which is much less intervention and comparing with gene modification. And even European Union is discussing to allow some sort of regulation, and from 2026 gene-edited organisms, including plants, and for us, most importantly, microorganisms, supposed to be allowed to be used. So gene editing comes after gene sequencing, gene analysis, and functional gene analysis. So all the analytics is very important, and we also do more and more analytics, both for searching new strains and evaluating their potential, still from a genetic level, but also evaluating the impact for the soil. And we are in quite tricky position when on one hand we want to evaluate how our microbial inoculants are changing the soil after multiple years of using, but on the other hand we are clearly seeking not to change in general the proportion of natural colonies distribution, not to increase some specific colonies in the soil. That's why we are evaluating all these aspects, so analytical methods are more and more important as well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. My microphone. Oh, it's okay. So I think I should get back a bit to human language. Yeah. So right now we are using a lot of chemical fertilizers, mineral fertilizers, and their company and companies like Nando are using bacteria and microbes instead of those chemical elements. And with the gene editing, you can make not standard bacteria, but super bacteria. So it could work even better. It could give you even better results when you're growing your crops or other vegetables. And I also have a brief question on top of that. So how are you doing your R&D activities? How do you create that pipeline, what you would like to develop? And you're already talking about the future gene editing solutions. How those ideas came to your mind?
So there are different sources of new product development. One traditional use was some sort of technology transfer. Then something what is already used in other industries, for example, in case of adjuvants and pesticide improvers, there is much more advanced in building and construction, and materials used in these sectors, where we collect that knowledge and we go through our research and development stage. When we evaluate the products, we cooperate a lot with universities, and we come up with the final prototypes, and when we standardly commercialize them. In case of biotechnology, also in case of enzymes, enzymatic products for agriculture are almost non-used, but they are quite significantly used already in detergents, in other industries. So we collect some of the knowledge from there. We did some formulations of enzymatic products and then introduced them to work on hardly decomposed organic matter, especially in some specific technologies, in some specific climate conditions, when straw simply cover the field so intensively that naturally it's impossible in intense agriculture to be decomposed in natural manner and to do not distribute upcoming crop. and also the nature helps, like when we are selecting new strains and we are evaluating them by understanding in what conditions and how we are performing. For example, with phosphorus solubilizing bacteria, we identified that there's the difference between so-called slow solubilizers and fast solubilizers, when some bacteria are consuming more phosphorus for themselves and accumulate that in biomass, and others are releasing that immediately for the plant in a faster manner. So we can already understand how to position these products and how to combine these bacteria. So we take strains, we evaluate them, and based on what nature offers to us, we can come with the new products and technologies. And nowadays, new topic which is getting much more important are so-called endophytes. So bacteria is living not in the soil but in the plant itself, in intercellular part of the plant. So new wave of products come here, and also formulation techniques to make these products much more stable, much more effectively applied, research more and more. So all these actions are really needed to be able to compete with traditional plant protection products and mineral fertilizers, not only from the green initiative, but also from economical initiative to make products stable, effective, long-lasting, long shelf life, viable. Yeah, strains need to be strong and formulation needs to be strong.
Okay, so thank you. So as far as I understand, scientists are not developing a new bicycle. They just see a problem, trying to learn from the nature and trying to apply those solutions in order to make more benefits, make it more comfortable for humans. Aufra, your company is still in a more R&D phase, you know, and what are your upcoming projects? What are you going to develop newly? Maybe you have some pipeline of innovations as well.
Yeah, but very good questions. And by the way, this is the sensor for fertilizers. And the pink one. So we are doing R&D. And actually, I think if I have to say what is the main advantage of our R&D, we are pretty fast. If you have to compare to other companies, they are focusing on miniaturized platforms. Or, for example, we can make almost any kind of sensor in 2 weeks. But our struggle, the main struggle is not R&D anymore, it's certification. We're trying to extend our collaborations mostly with universities, because we do believe that universities are very powerful, having decades of experience in research, even not only research and development. So we are focusing now on making stronger connections, not only in Lithuania, but in foreign countries, to start commercialization process, like selling and certification if it's needed to sell.
Okay, thank you. So I also have a question about the future. You already mentioned a bit, but you know, in what kind of areas you would see some upcoming breakthrough innovations? You know, especially in the environment protection, in carbon fixation, and so on. Maybe you have some insights on that as well.
Basically more of what is already going on, and we are lacking basically scaling up potential to come with these technologies a bit faster, but technologies are kind of already near or already introduced. For example, only 2 weeks ago there was introduction of new technology, also using gene editing and CRISPR technology by allowing plants to multiply their DNR, not to reduce half DNR when the new generation comes in. So it's a very breakthrough thing which helps to have plants to have much bigger DNR, and it helps them to be much more effective in different various conditions. So these kind of technologies are here. And now there are 2 main limiting factors which will help these technologies to come in. One is scaling up facilities. Now worldwide, 99.9% of all fermentation potential is fully occupied, mostly by pharma. because 60–70% of all pharma products are being produced in a biological way. So all CDMO and CMO factories are fully occupied. So for cultivated proteins or industrial agricultural inputs, it's really hard to find capacity to scale up. That's why we are building capacity also in-house in Nando, and that we are launching multiple lines of different types of fermentations because we could not get enough of outsourced capacity for our products. So this is clear limitation. And another limitation is regulation, especially in Europe. So as I said, for example, if in Europe I would like to register new bacteria as officially as biofungicide, it would cost me about 5 to 7 million euros and to take about 8 years. So that's why everybody is doing it under other names or leaving European Union market without doing here anything. So yeah, it's kind of sequencing, the gene editing, the modern genetics allows us to do more and more stuff. The CRISPR technology, which Vilnius is famous on, allows to do really amazing modifications and introduction new products into the market. But we have to solve out scaling up and regulation aspects to make it faster.
Okay, so thank you. I see the final seconds are coming. And who said that our scientists are bad politicians or bad businessmen? Someone just sold their systems, detection systems. Another was able to change the angle of the question and answer what is important for him. Just 30 seconds, I would like to ask a brief question. You know, in the nuclear physics, oops could be really dangerous. So what was the biggest fail in your scientific activity? Just one sentence.
No fail so far.
Okay, a successful one.
What was the biggest fail in ours? Like every day there are like 7 fails until you make it happen. So like every prototype or every formulation which actually does not happen is kind of failure, but we are happy about that because we learn from that and we go forward. So I don't think that failures are big things.
Fail fast.
Yeah.
Someone said.
Yeah, exactly.
If there are no quick examples in your mind, then it means that it's not equal to nuclear physics. So thank you very much for the responses. And just briefly, I can tell that biotech can be used for basically all of the loop. From the identification to manufacturing, production, and we can always use those biotech technologies for waste treatments, wastewater treatments, and that's how we can close the loop and make that circular economy. So thank you. Let's give a stage for questions from the audience.
Yes. Thank you very much. And I would like to start by saying that, Donato, you focus so much into translating everything into human language, yet we received a few questions that shows that the audience might know quite a bit about the topics you were discussing, which is very nice. And one of the questions is directed towards Jonas. It goes, isn't it possible that microbial inoculants could influence the field, water, and surrounding area microbiota negatively? Could you translate that to human language for those who didn't understand?
Very good question, like very typical question although it comes from farmers. And I said in my presentation that, that's why we are evaluating biota of the soil. From one side, we want to understand how positively we are affecting it with multiple years of using inoculants, like also physical, chemical parameters, pathogen content, etc. But on the other hand, we are clearly checking if we do not do dramatical changes in natural soil biota kind of proportions. For example, we do not want to increase so much spore-formating bacteria instead of non-spore-formating bacteria because they are very dormant and we have them selected in our product. So we are evaluating these kind of things. On top of that, all the strains which we are using, at least now, are wild strains. So we collected them from the soils and we select them and we apply. So we are not somehow invasional strains. They are strains which are selected from natural soils. With my mentioned gene editing technologies, which will come into place with also microbials, there are very certain limitations what can be done in terms of number of nucleic acids which can be modified, and these interventions will be quite minimal, comparing especially with gene modification. So it basically just increase the natural evolution process, which bacteria are doing all the time, and it won't be so significant that bacteria could dominate or strategically influence the soil biota. And on top of that, soil biota is changing dramatically throughout all the season. So when we do input for the specific plant, in most cases after harvesting, it's already changing so dramatically that the bacteria which we put are then over-dominated by other microorganisms which work in a different condition when plant is not growing anymore. So it's these inoculants are used for many years, like Bacillus subtilis was introduced and firstly applied as biofertilizer in 906, like more than 100 years ago. So nothing very dramatic happened since then, and it's quite old technology finding new background right now. Something similar like with EV vehicles.
Thank you. Very broad and very interesting answer. And a question to Oshra. What about recycling of your sensors? Maybe it is possible to reuse them.
The best question. It made me so relaxed because when we started to make sensors, first thing we thought about this sustainability and it can be recycled and so on. So at the moment we use bioplastics, which can be like biodegradable, right? Even my earrings right now are made on with the same plastic, and we use this 3D printing technology, which can be used to make the core part, and the rest is the paper actually. It's cellulose, so it can be, yeah.
So it can biodegrade in natural environments without like
in some time, right?
Facilities.
We can measure how long does it take to biodegrade these kind of biodegradable plastics.
Looks
and
like
with
we
the help
will have
of
new collaborations.
yeah, with the help of enzymes and bacteria, yeah, I'm really looking into this collaboration now. Thank you.
Thank you for your discussion. Thank you for your answers, and I think the discussion will follow later during the networking break. So thank you very much.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay, and now we will move to another discussion, which doesn't go far from science because it still stays in the realm of education. And the discussion is called Talent Pipeline, from university labs to business leaders in sustainability. So very much in correlation to what we heard in these past two discussions. And participating in this discussion, we have Dr. Rūta Mikučioninė, Coordinator of Sustainability Programs at Vilnius Tech, Žilvinas Kazlauskas, CEO at DocLogix, and moderating this discussion, we have Angelika Rusteikienė, CEO at Junior Achievement Lithuania. So I wish you a very good discussion.
Great, hello all. Really great to see you there. Welcome our great panelists for the sharp discussion, half an hour about the, I would say, an issue or the future of our progress in Lithuania, the pipeline of talents, right? So it's great we've got academia and hands-on business practitioners over here. So guys, just to set up the ground, so while working with the students in schools and a bit of the universities, I usually hear and say myself a lot publicly in the media, like, wow, our students nowadays are so much focused on sustainability. They love engineering in sustainability, running businesses in sustainability. And then before our discussion, we talked with Rūta about what is the gap. Nobody is really setting up and studying sustainability, right? So this is something we're going to talk today and see where is this gap between the talent pipeline, really experimenting in the school and then going to university. Then after university, how do we really bring them to businesses so they can shape up our business cases and models? And I've been looking a little bit in the statistics, and in really recent years, the urgency of sustainable business models and people having the knowledge in the area is definitely increasing. And I think from 2015, the green jobs, the sustainable jobs have been growing like really 8, 9, 10% in different regions. Unfortunately, the uptake of in universities is much slower. At the same time, in general, the green skills have increased for the need like 40% or more since 2015. And this is where we absolutely are behind. Like I think we are preparing all across in Lithuania even less, like 10% of something we need, right? So this is just setting up for us the ground for the discussion and looking for some answers, so what we can do hands-on. So I'd love to start from Ruta, because you're really running the Sustainability Center and Vilnius Tech University. A great job to do, very timely. Would you be so kind just to share with us here, like why, very hands-on, you have established it, because it's just 1 year old startup, right? So what is the need you see? What are the guys you're doing hands-on to really set up and prepare students for the market, and what is the issue you try to solve?
Thank you for presentation of me and our sustainability hub. Yeah, it's really nice to hear that we are startup. Yeah, because we feel like we are starting and we are in the first steps. A quite new unit in our university, but we have quite challenging goals. To spread sustainability virus in community, not only in our university, but in community in general, in Lithuania and maybe later in globally. Of course, maybe focusing more on European Union. So the point of our sustainability hub is to be like mediators between business, between market and our academia, our university, and to fill this gap of the specialists. And now what we have done in these first years, we established 2 new study programs, especially focusing on sustainability technologies for bachelors and sustainability management for masters. But we understand that it's not enough, and we need in Lithuania and globally not only the sustainability specialists, but we need people having understanding, wide understanding about sustainability, about life cycle assessment. That's why we are working on our quite new product. I could say that it's a new product of university. It's micro-credentials, short courses for people who have some diplomas education, and they want to have the wider understanding, knowledge, and that they can in few months have additional knowledge, additional understanding and new news, and that's what we are starting working on it. We're just in the beginning, and it's the quite new thing. This micro credentials, the point is that you can select you after these courses you get credits, and you can use it in your further studies. It's the same ECTS which you have in your university studies, so you can use later if you are deciding to study for a master's or other degrees.
Yeah, I think really great innovations from the very fast pace we've got in business, where we don't have time to spend 4 years studying and then get a diploma only. So what I hear from you, Ruta, you set it up the program just to really address the pipeline need in the market, right? You're gonna give them knowledge, gonna give them a credential so business can trust you, then they come here. But then I really want to come back to you and really ask, so university looks like a good first step, right, Žilvinas? And so what is the need of the business nowadays? You run an amazing IT company, right? So what do you think you need and your business community needs now, and what is lacking really, right? Because I think I've started my journey back in 2008 here in Lithuania, working with UNDP when we first time presented like sustainability and the business is going this way. And it looks like, wow, guys, we're like tens years forward and we're like kind of back there. So yeah, please tell me where you are now as a business and what is your need in terms of sustainability, the people, the knowledge, the business cases you want to change.
Hello, everyone. Pleasure to be here. First of all, thank you for invitation. It's a very important topic for us, I think so, for the business, because, you know, in general, Loglogics is running about 22, 23 years in the business, in digitization, and just a little bit shame of that just like 5 or 3 years before we had started talking about sustainability, what it is, what is the passion, what is the communities, universities. Thank you, alma mater, but in my times there was no such kind of program, so sign me in. And yeah, what we are searching now, I think so the passion, because I think so will be very, I don't know, unusual that saying that employees doesn't search for the money. Now they're searching for the passion about the company, about the ideas, about the vision. Where are you going? And I'm really happy that I had the questions from the potential colleagues that they're asking, what is our sustainability index? Okay, that's good one. So yeah, I think so we're in a good way, but we need a lot of effort to make something bigger than now, because, you know, the sustainability is now, it's like a big bubble, and we don't understand what is the main point of it. It's digitization, okay, but we have a server, so where's the sustainability? Okay, the cars, electricity, okay, lithium batteries, recycling, how about that? And this is the main questions.
Okay, so I understand you really need from a very, very basic understanding what is sustainability, what it takes off, because it's a great buzzword, like, wow, everybody want to like green, be sustainable and all of this together. But at the same time, as I see, you know, employees nowadays demand it. And me leading the junior achievement in schools, I can tell you guys, in more and more, you're gonna get only the ones who really care about your reputation, really care about transparency, the impact on society and impact on environment. And the business as usual will be really fading out because this will not be enough, right? So probably shaping up your business case, and that's very nice what you said about servers, because they're also a huge polluter, right? We like kind of say, oh, we're a great digi company. Well, let us count your service impact, right? But then Ruta, so what do you say? So this is a hands-on experience, why they need sustainability and the pipeline of the talent, right? One, raising awareness. Second, really thinking about business models, how they can shape their business model, right? And they know that, unfortunately, if they will not be sustainable, people will not come to work for them. So what do you see, Ruta, the need? Why? What is your why you started these programs in Vilnius Tech, and what you think you want to address, what you more hear maybe from businesses as well?
Exactly. We hear from businesses that we need people who understand. They have understanding, not only diplomas, but they have understanding. And we hear from associations that they need, like banks, because of taxonomy, they have to finance only green projects. So they need experts who could be able to read these projects and understand if it's really green or it's just green cover. So we need the experts who prepare these projects for companies, for industries, for businesses. Yeah, so it's we really need a lot of experts, deep experts, who could go deeply in technologies to understand the green finance. This interdisciplinary research could be called. And that's why we focused on these new study programs, because it's new thing. It's a lot of new technologies coming every day, and we need new people, new places, job places to work, and That's why we created these study programs, but Sustainability Hub is focusing not only on these two study programs, because we are Vilnius Gediminas Technical University. We have Faculty of Building Constructions, Faculty of Aviation, the most polluting sectors. What we have to do if we want to be sustainable university? Maybe we could shut down this, and what will happen?
Start from yourself,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, it's not a solution. So what now we are thinking how to implement this sustainability thinking in each discipline, that we would have the experts, the specialists, like industry specialists, but they have this deeper knowledge about what is sustainability, and the sustainability from with all 3 P's: people, profit, and planet. So not only if you are an environmental engineer, you can focus on planet very deeply, but you have not to forget that profit still exists. We need to think about it. And the people, the socialization is very important. So that's how we're trying to work interdisciplinary with all faculties, and what's the aim of our university, just to implement in each discipline the question of sustainability.
Very nice. I think what Ruta has addressed, there's also a two-way street in a way. One, I think what we have more and more from the younger generation coming to the job market is they all know or try to understand the sustainability feeling, right? They want all to do something meaningful in their life. And this is where there's something coming like horizontal. In every job, in every lifestyle of ours, sustainability will become just like, you know, our usual hygiene, like we all know and understand it. But on the other hand, what we need for the business cases, we need a proper specialist who does not only understand how to write a good sustainability report, but how to really make a business case out of it. You know, doing well by doing good. This is something where we're transforming our businesses to nowadays, and this is where we look more and more, and this is what Ruta is, I think, really stressing out, and we're gonna come back to you, Žilvina, soon. This is very closely now related to the funders. Because if you want to get a loan, if you want to get an investor, if you want to grow, it's not anymore voluntarily that you think, okay, I can be sustainable. It's more now a pressure from the government. It's more pressure from the investors. You have to be, right? If you want to get our money, if you want to get our subsidies. So this is the business case you have to start shaping up. And this is, I think, a huge transformation for the past 20 years. Like, back in 2008, we've been talking a lot about like, oh yeah, do more than the law is required from you. Now we say law really comes into your house, right? And I think this is very important to take into action, because for the businesses who were like a bit postponing it and the need of a talent postponing it, right? Now we really say, okay, now we don't have a way back, right? We really have to work on. So Žilvinas, you have a program, you have more and more employees coming to the market. So how do you think we can bridge now the gap of like really students learning something, understanding something about sustainability with the real needs of the businesses, right? Do you think about some like cooperation with universities? Do you think about any networks creating in Lithuania? Do you think that the university will prepare you, the person you already need, or you think, you know, you still have to look your way to invest and what to do with it?
You know, if there will be the one answer, I think so. We don't sit here, because everything will be clear, and we're working daily stuff, and it will be very easy. But in general, and I think so, reflecting what colleagues said, I agree to disagree, because we missed in translation in general. We're talking about we need new, we need to create, we need to new, we need to create. What to do with the old stuff? What to do with the old software? Maybe we need to optimize what we are doing, not to create, to make a new, and what we have in the end of the day. A big wallhouse about nothing, I think so. Because, you know, from the daily use, if you have a lot of new cards, a lot of new apps for that cards, and you have maybe 25 or 100 apps on your phone, so you use it? No. maybe we can make a cooperation, as you're saying, and with the university, say it's a great idea. We're working on it. Sorry, with the Latvia now.
Okay, Lithuanian universities catch up.
No, I'm be very open here. You know, Latvia has started new European Union funds, and they have programs for universities. So I think so they are first somewhere in this place.
Congratulations, Latvia.
Yeah, but yeah, in Lithuania the same, because we are working with the universities. Vilnius Tech, Mykolas Romeris, another from Lithuania. So it's very good topic for the next coffee break, I think so.
Oh yeah, I see. Potential partnership is really rising. So Ruta, are you ready as a university to really uptake the universities, the businesses, for the really cooperation on one, I think, aligning your studies, right? Because I think what Gilvin has definitely said very right is when we think about sustainability, it's not only about new business models, but really how they can shape out the ones they already have. So one is really like, are you ready, or you do something already, or like on really shaping up your curricula? Second, are you ready to really get the business people in the class to work with students? And are you, Gilvinas, ready to get the students in the process of learning, right, to shape up them a bit? Because, you know, usually the academia and the hands-on life is like really two ways to really, you know, heaven and the earth in a way sometimes. So, Ruta, do you have any already maybe good case studies or thinking about it, how you can both really bridge up together? So, as we say in our discussion from University Lab, they're really ready for the business leadership.
Yeah, of course. We are thinking about this cooperation, and we are doing. And I could say that it's very successful because it's working. Okay. Our new programs, but we also implementing in the existing programs also this problem-based model. So it works in the way that people from companies, from enterprises, from business, they come, they present their challenges, and students are solving. It's like course projects. It can be like final thesis. These problems, challenges are coming from companies. And the Sustainability Hub had, it was summer school, but it was in September last year. It was like first initiative of our Sustainability Hub. We had International Summer School Sustainability, and we had this model. Companies went to present their challenges, and students were solving, and was very successful. It was only 2 weeks, but they made great projects. The companies, which we had 7 challenges, and it was no problem to find companies. We just came because they heard about Sustainability Hub. Maybe they asked, maybe we need some cooperation and what you are doing, and I started telling about Sustainability School, and just came. We had just we didn't need the invitation. And after these 2 weeks, they got answers. They got from these projects some new ideas, and it was very successful. So we are implementing in our study programs this model, not in each discipline. Of course, we have mathematics, physics, some fundamental parts, but for the projects, for the final thesis, we are using this model, and we see it's really successful, and we are inviting all companies to join and participate in our study process.
Oh, that's great. So challenges-based learning, case studies are already there. But Gilvinas, do you have already some like employees working for you with sustainability thinking or areas?
Yeah, but just self-learners, you know.
Just
starting from somewhere, we need a lot of information. I need to ask the colleagues how they missed the Vilnius Tech about this once. Shame on me. But yeah, because this, as I mentioned, this bubble, I think so in our company is more about 5 or 6 years ago it started.
It started.
Yeah, because we are talking about it. What is sustainability? Why it's important? Why we need it? Then later on there was, I think so, one of the bank initiative regarding the others, and yeah, what is this? What we need to fill it? We doing it or no? Because we are paperless, so we are sustainable or no?
Oh yeah.
So there's a lot of questions.
What is it all about?
Yeah, and step by step we answer them, but I think so we're not 100% sure what is the sustainability in our business models.
Exactly. So, but when the employees come to you, or like, are only the young generation like really sustainability focused, or 40 plus is also care?
Yeah, I think so. Major is 40 pluses.
Yeah?
Because the youngest one, yeah, they like, it's fashion. Sustainability, yeah, cool words. We need to use it. Okay, it's good. But if you have a work experience, you have a different field experiences, then I think so we can agree to disagree with some meanings, with some, I don't know, translations about sustainability, what it is in general, but it's more, I think so, proactive.
Proactive, yeah. So what I hear, like while bridging this, academia and business life, I hear from Ruta that really business is ready to help you, right? So the question is for you now, how you like get like 1,000 students next September to study sustainability, and the businesses will be there to really give you challenges, case studies. Žilvinas is definitely pledged 10 times to come to you and make a CEO speech there. But so in a short and a long term, when it comes to Lithuania, right? So we are competitive, sustainable, and great country to live and create. So both of you, so what do you think, Žilvinas, you need to do as a business to really bridge the gap of the missing pipeline for you to come to work? So not only 40 plus really understand this deep in heart, but youngsters also don't see it as a fashion, but the real business case. What do you think, what do you need to do as a business person in a short term and a long term so you're really competitive with a business case you have?
I think so it's one word for the all fields, learn. Yeah, learn more and more. Because, one day is sustainable, another day it's no. So you need to understand, need to translate, and need to learn from the specialists, from the teachers and others, and make this practice, use it in a daily life, in the business daily life, I mean. Not of a one-on-one with the employees, how are you feeling, but implement a little bit, do you know what's sustainability or no? How do you think it is? Do you like it or no? Because if we do not talk with them, we have no communication, I think so that bubble will be just blow. And after 5 or 10 years, we have just, it was sustainability. Now it's trending what? I hear green, okay, it's green.
Yeah, this is probably what we usually try to break or find a way how to explain sustainability. It's not easy, right? Because sustainability is environment, it's social, it's transparency, governance. Not only like we say green, this is probably the most understood by everyone, right? Yeah.
I would like to feel it, and mindset.
Yeah. But this is what is very important, what you are saying, because you're starting from learning, but that's very nice that you also stretched it to mindset, right? Because we probably can learn everything if we have a right mindset, that we really want to do it, that it's in our passion, it's in our strategy, and it's a way we live and the way we do business, right? It's not about the business case, but how we do it. So Ruta, what is your take on like short-term and long-term? What should we do to really probably first bring the kids to the lab and then from the lab to the business?
As what I was listening today, and it's my thoughts. What we see like university, and it's a challenge. We are working not only with businesses but with schools, teachers also, to implement critical thinking and this mindset. And then you have another thing is very important, to spread the understanding that you have to learn all the life. When you will get diploma, it will be not the end. Everything is changing every day. New technologies, new things. It's if you got diploma, it's important, but it's not everything. You still have to learn, to find out, and to be interested in your subject. And that's why we are doing this micro credentials, and we see that it will be more and more important, and to change and to reflect what we have in that day, because everything is changing very quickly. So in this long term, this the critical thinking and understanding that you will be learning, but you will be learning all the life. It's not the end with your diploma. But in the short perspective, it's what we have. We have to work with schools, because if we want some changes, we have to start with small kids. kindergartens, not only schools. We have to start with kindergartens, then schools, and then we will have the students who will come university with mindset, with understanding what is important, with critical thinking, and then we will get knowledge deeply in their specialities. But we have to start from small kids.
Well, so we thought about we're going to talk about university and businesses, and we landed back to pre-kindergarten, right? So Žilvinas, a final note. So when Ruta is saying, okay, that's great, you already pledged to come to university 10 times a year, you remember? So what do you want to do and what you going to do to make sure that we start raising awareness and setting up the mindset already from the school set?
There was a very good thought about kindergarten, but I disagree. Not the kindergarten you need the parents. Because in the kindergarten you will be just, I don't know, five days per week. But if you have implement the mindset to the parents, I think so it will change. It's my opinion, you know, but in general, yeah, regarding the mindset, you need to be curious, learn every day, every life, all your life, sorry, and stay strong, because there is a lot of misunderstandings and a lot of confusions, sustainable, not sustainable. And if you have your position, I think so you learn it, you got the knowledge and you share it.
Wow, that's great. I really enjoyed talking to you guys. So just to summarize what I've heard and what we can uptake and bring to the audience for the further question is like, I think what we ended more is like in a really talent pipeline first, we should start from the mindset both. And I'm really grateful, guys, that you work in your company already for 5 years with employees on setting up the mindset. And these are the parents who probably gonna be good, yeah, to families, yeah. I'm so happy we've got like a 1-year startup already in the university on really bringing the bright kids to the future. So probably want to make sure that we've got a pipeline to the university first. We will start early on in the schools, right? Raising awareness, trying to really give the kids more understanding, not only experimenting, because the kids in the schools now really experiment a lot with sustainability. But what is probably the missing gap, they don't realize that these are the skills you guys need nowadays, right? Because they still imagine that business is like something else, not like sustainability nowadays, yeah? So I really wish you, Ruta, to more bring awareness to the school. So you've got this 1,000 students next September there. I'm happy that you really have already the partnerships with the businesses, and this is for the audience. You know, this is the topic where we need a hands-on learning, where businesses come to the class, they bring challenges, they bring business cases, and then the Ruta is happy with her team to train them, and then the Žilvinas is happy to employ those lovely talents and to really shape up, not only create the new business models, but also change and adapt the existing ones, which are also great, very profitable. And as we say, by doing good, do well as well. So thank you so much, guys. So the questions, I think, might arise from the audience.
Yes, we have Yes, hello. Yes, we have a few questions from the audience, but first of all, a big round of applause for the discussion, for you guys are doing. So there's a few questions, but one I think is important from both sides, university and the business sector. What's more important, soft skills or hard skills while working in the sustainability area? So maybe Ruta wants to start.
I will try. I will start. Yeah, difficult question, very difficult question. Because I'm grown in environmental engineering faculty. And
so hard skills.
Yeah, hard skills. We work with hard skills. But still, and when we were implementing new study programs, our master program is together with business management faculties. So I could say both, 50-50. And it's important. Okay, if you have team, it's nice when you have this hard skills specialist and soft skills, and they are collaborating. If no, you need one person who could be in both. But in general, for sustainability, both are very important.
And Žilvinas, so let's imagine a scenario. You're hiring somebody, exactly. You're hiring somebody, and they don't have the hard skills. They know ESG, but don't know what CSRD is.
You
Do
know,
you
fun
hire them?
fact, I'm from the Business Technical University, graduated transport engineering, and but for me it's a soft skills #1, because the hard skills you can learn, and you're learning all the life. So soft skills, and if we don't know what the meaning, because in IT is the same. You know, when I joined the IT company, it was a very funny situation about SLA. In Lithuanian, it's like a donkey, if you try it, spell it very fast. So I think, why colleagues talking about donkey? Why? And you then understand it's SLA, service level agreement, and okay, I'm a dumbass. But if I would like to learn, I learn it. And yeah, soft skills #1.
And another question received is, what green jobs are currently in highest demand? So perhaps Ruta has more knowledge on that.
Jobs, yeah. It's I think the question of today, what is green? Yeah, and if we call the sustainability experts green, so what we see, we need today, we need maybe the most important is the specialist who could be able to write this report of SDGs, but in total. It's very wide, and you know, we have industry companies. They have different issues. We have these companies which we need sustainability specialists more with soft skills, and it's a very wide question. I think we need, maybe we don't need so much today, but we will need it in 5 years, in 10 years in the perspective, and all companies, it doesn't matter how big they are, they will need some sustainability specialists, so it will be everywhere.
So that leads me to my last question. Is it even possible to have a description of a sustainability professional? Because if it's all sectors, all business types, and so can we describe one if somebody works at an energy company, transport company, education, and they're all sustainability experts? Is it even possible to create one program that prepares sustainability experts?
Yeah, it's a real challenge to create the program for sustainability experts. That's our, we have 2 programs. Firstly, and our program, the bachelor is called Sustainability Technologies. It's more for the hard skills, and it's not the ending. And why we are creating this micro credentials, because we see that in companies, maybe people with some knowledge, they need some extra knowledge about sustainability. You know, it's a hard question, and I could try and not answer it directly, because it's critical thinking. It's one of the most important, in my perspective, thing. And then you can collaborate. Then if you don't have this hard skills, you can find, you can reach, you can collaborate with other specialists. But another important thing is for sustainability specialists is communication, because it's very wide. So you have to hear everybody, and then to reflect and to be able to answer for all parts, and that these people could understand you in their language. Maybe that's
so
would be
you're
the
talking
answer.
about CEOs?
Somehow,
leaders.
Yeah,
basically, I think from what you're saying, leadership is very important.
Yeah, exactly. When you have one sustainability expert in the company, then you have the team. They can be with different skills. Yeah, but when you have the only one, it could be.
We finished off the questions perfectly, and I thank you for your discussion. Thank you for your answers, and I wish the best of luck for the program and for the business. And I hope you find sustainability experts once you need ones, and you'll find plenty of students to study these programs. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now we have the final, as we say, last but not least, definitely a discussion, Capital for Change, private funding's role in the environmental transition. This panel brings together leading experts to explore the strategies and impact of investing in green projects. And participating in these discussions, we have Erke Ane, partner at Sunlight Future Ventures, Anna Rosite, co-founder and partner at AJP Capital, and Claudia Budreikaite, principal at Open Circle Capital. Moderating this discussion, we have Greta Mieliauskaite, managing director at Lithuanian Private Equity and Venture Capital Association. Again, a few seconds to prepare the stage, and then the stage is yours.
Okay. Okay, so we can see that we are the last one, but do you still have some energy? Because I was sitting in the first row, I saw some sleepy faces, so yeah, just maybe we should do something to wake up. But basically, I think it's the last discussion, but as it was mentioned, it's not the least. Basically, we have a really diverse background here on the panelists. We have all three Baltic countries, so the startups, the people who are creating some businesses, please keep in mind those faces. You should definitely catch them up after the event and pitch your ideas. But in order to do that, maybe just to talk more about you, to talk more about your funds, Erke, could you please start with introduction? What your fund is doing?
Yes, hello. Pleasure seeing a bit familiar faces, but also total strangers. And I know there's a demo day later in the evening as well, or later in the afternoon, so I'll be there judging all the startups here as well. I'm coming from Estonia, obviously, from a venture capital background. Today I'm a managing or a founding partner for a 50 million clean tech venture capital fund. We are doing investments across the Baltics, but also wider in the Europe. We're doing 500,000 initial tickets into startups, meaning that we are very hardware oriented in energy, electrification industry, novel materials, ag tech and food tech, water waste, you name it, whatever it classifies as clean tech, which I'll think will be another topic today as well. By background, I'm an environmental engineer, and I've been working in the sector for a very long time.
Yeah, so I think we can move to Lithuania part. Yeah, Claudia.
Yeah, hear me? Okay. So my name is Claudia. From the VC perspective, I'm representing Lithuania here today. Yeah, I'm principal at Open Circle Capital, or OCC, and OCC is raising its second fund. It will be a 70 million fund with the geographic focus in Nordics and Baltics. Stage-wise, it will be late seed to Series A with tickets ranging from 500,000 to up to 5 million. And vertical-wise, we will be focusing mainly on health tech, industrial automation, and enterprise software. So not specifically focusing on clean tech. However, as I will explain later, health tech can very much overlap within the clean tech area. So let's see.
Anna.
Yes. Oh, you can hear me. Great. So hello, my name is Anna Rosite. I'm head of business development at AG Power. This is a Latvian-based company, and we are active in a number of energy-related businesses. So it's B2B commodity trade. It is development of all various energy projects, solar parks, heat pumps, storages, cogeneration plants, etc. And we are also active in waste management. Several years ago, we decided to raise capital in order to invest in solar parks. So we have created a venture capital fund and invested into 7 solar parks in Latvia. And total investments were 14 million euros. So now we are looking into the second fund that will be significantly larger. Yes.
Yeah, so see, I didn't lie. It's a really diverse background here. So basically, we had just a quick call before this event with all three panelists, and basically what we agreed that we should also define the clean tech, because as Claudia has already mentioned, is a really broad term. So basically, we will talk broad today, because what we think is the clean tech is basically any process, any product, any idea that help us to reduce a negative impact of the environment, right? So basically, from your own perspective, from your fund's perspective, so why investing into the clean tech specifically? Because from the association-wise, each year we're doing a survey about private equity and venture capital industry, and this year we asked the funds of the question why they investing into ESG, what are the key factors behind it. And basically, the biggest part was that it's basically on the fund's mission. It's like their own values. And the second biggest part that it's also create a value for the potential investors. So it's also some business-wise. Anything to add from your side, Claudia, from Open Circle Capital?
Yeah, well, from Open Circle Capital perspective, we are not specifically focusing on the clean tech solutions. However, it is not very widely spoken, but the health sector, not health tech, but in general, health sector is actually one of the most polluting verticals globally. And we are investing, we have shifted our focus with the second fund compared to the first fund towards health tech. One of the reasons is the longevity. We are moving into the times where we want to live qualitatively, and breathing polluted air or drinking polluting water is not adding any benefit to our longevity. So that's one side why we chose health tech and why we see health tech potential synergies within the clean tech. But another thing is clean solutions within the health industry can reduce the damage that the health sector is generating towards the climate situation that we're having nowadays overall. So on a broad spectrum.
Yeah, Anna, you had a really strict opinion during our meeting. Something changed?
Well, it's very straightforward. Business is business. We invest into ESG-related projects simply because we can make money. And we all individually, as a company, we are there for already 10 years, and individually we have experiences for 15, 20 years, some of my colleagues. And we kind of, every time when we face a new project, we can kind of estimate the potential outcomes of this new technology in this energy or environment field, and bet on the good outcome. So that's one. Second, we because we have this good track record of starting with absolutely new thing and making it to generate money, we can attain money from commercial banks and private investors. And the third thing is broader. Obviously, this green trend and this European Green Deal creates a regulation where investments in green area is stimulated through taxes, through all kind of carrots for investing there. Plus also end consumers start to consider sustainability as an important factor when making their purchases, and they request, and all value chain is adapting. So we expect a boom for sustainable solutions.
Okay, so we see the boom. Erkki, anything to add from your side?
Yes, I was here thinking, I think investing in clean tech definitely doesn't make one's life easier compared to other sectors, because if you would, you could also invest in fintech, in different applications or software-based technologies. But there has to be something wrong with a person who actually starts to invest in sustainability, because it's so capital intensive. It's a hassle. It's not an easy founder and a presentation. They validate their product, iterate it, if it's software-based, and then launch or scale up it fast with a minimum amount of sums. But in clean tech, there's a lot of regulatory push towards the local nations, who in turn influence or push their companies, their corporates, but also their consumers because there's a kind of a one certain message. I don't want to bring too much kind of sustainability in this, but of course we do have to be sustainable. I think every reasonable person also in this room understands that the life on Earth is finite. We cannot use too much, as we will just run out of things, and we'll be living on a heaps of waste in no time. But clean tech definitely isn't what it used to be before. So clean tech is an evolving topic in time. Right? So what used to be regarded as clean tech maybe 5 or even 2 years ago might not be clean tech today, because clean tech is all about innovation, about improving efficiency, optimizing, providing alternatives to fossil-based or polluting materials, energy productions, et cetera, and why investing in it therefore remains unanswered, because I think it's kind of like a very logical step to go into, and of course there has to be capital in it, otherwise we wouldn't be sitting here. So I kind of, in my mind, how I view why do I invest in clean tech is, of course, because of capitalism, right? It's not a trend. It's a normal. It's a new norm. We're living in an age of reindustrialization where we have understood that what we have been doing for the past 100 years since the Industrial Revolution, we have been doing a bit too polluting wise. So we need to change things, how we produce things and generate energy and so on. So we're living in an era of reindustrialization, and that just makes sense. There's huge capital opportunities there. That's the major and the largest capital opportunity in the world, as the world is where we are, and that is finite. So I think, sorry for the kind of long thread here, but I think capitalism is what drives clean tech. And why? Because if you cannot have impact without capitalism, right? You gotta have scalable solutions. You gotta have applied science, which we heard before today as well. There's a lot of applied science which is unapplied, which is nonsense. You have fundamental science and you have applied science. Fundamental science, yes, you can have that. That needs to be there. But applied science has to be applied. Otherwise, it's nonsense. It's not serving the society. Sorry for the long thread here.
It's okay. I think it's definitely okay, right? But I really liked what you said. It just makes sense, right? So basically, we have a support, we have push, and I really also liked what Anna said about the boom effect. So we will wait for that. But Erkki, you already mentioned talking about some procedure things. But if we compare the investments into the clean tech area and, for example, investing into the fintech startup, is the whole procedures are the same, the whole due diligence, or is there some big difference into that evaluating startups in the clean tech area? So maybe you could continue with a shorter version, and when we move to Claudia and Anna.
Sure. Yeah. One more thing. I'm not disregarding any other technologies. I mean, we need all the technologies that are being developed, including fintech and all kind of different sustainable or software-based solutions. But not all, of course. There are some stupid technologies as well that are getting too much money. Process-wise, there's nothing too much different, I think. I think a lot of clean tech solutions are based on science, because these are the groundbreaking solutions that need to be scaled and commercialized into our daily normal lives. It's science-based economies that we're living in anyway, and we just need to now look at ourselves and think of some better ways to produce and consume. So science definitely comes in first. The second, I would think, is the financing of the whole timeline from lab to commercialization. And that includes, because the science-based solutions usually are hardware heavy. If you pivot in a lab scale product, that takes a lot of capital and so on. So all the pivots and all the product developments that you do in hardware versus, for example, software or more typical software, they're more capital intensive. But that you cannot fund with venture capital. that's too expensive. That will be too expensive. So you have a lot of support mechanisms, grants, debts, subsidies. They're especially good in the US and in China. So Europe is, I think, in the lead of regulatory push, creating the demand, but also in grant funding from the InvestEU facilities, EIF, and all those. So they help the startups that are developing their products or processes or services to capitalize efficiently so that they would be attractive also to venture capital or private equity in the long run. So keeping the valuation normal, but also the development of the startup more or less normal. But the timeline definitely is longer when it comes to hardware-based solutions, double it, 10 versus 20 years, for example.
Okay, Claudia, anything to add up from Open Circle Capital? As you mentioned, some health tech focus on your area. Is it something different or just resonates what Erke mentioned?
A lot of things resonates. I would second to most of what has just been said. Process-wise, I think that clean tech does not differ from deep tech in general. But if you, for example, said how does the process different from fintech? Well, fintech is a software. So I think that because clean tech and deep tech in general is so capital and hardware intensive, the only successful model where VC funding could add value is when VC funding is complemented together with other funding options such as subsidies and grants.
Anna, anything from your side?
Okay.
Your sector is also really wide, yeah, and energy, and maybe there are some differences as well, or just the whole process is quite the same as?
So we take a look on IRR first. Let's be honest, and of course, all calculations based on assumptions. So we do a lot of sensitivity analysis and etc. That's first thing. Second thing, we typically work with proven technologies, or we are ready to take already proven technology and invest into a larger scale project. But for whatever startup company that developed a pilot, there is a necessity for additional like support mechanism, probably state defined or at European level, to kind of get from this project base, first project base to a normal scale project. There are a lot of risks involved, and it's hard to finance with regular tools. And another thing in the energy and environmental project area, so as a fund, we had to define based on taxonomy and based on SFDR regula, which article we are compliant. So basically we have to say either we are a gray fund, a green fund, or a dark green fund, and so our fund is dark green. So basically, in this case, when we finance clean tech projects, we need to check your compliance, and it requests a lot of paperwork to fit in, and I want to shorten it for sure. But basically, if you're coming to our fund or we cooperate, be aware, we'll check your emissions, check that you don't do no harm to the environment, like large harm at least. And we don't employ kids and slaves and don't do the bribery. So we will be checking it on every single step.
But just to add up on this, but it's not like a deal stopper, yeah? Let's imagine some startup come to you to request for investing, right? And there's some like minor changes that have to be made in the solution. Is it a deal stopper that we're not compliant in ESG angle, or you just trying to work with that startup and implement some specific areas? Because you presented like a
well, there are several answers to one question. So I think if the fund has attracted large chunks of money from European Investment Bank or EBRD and etc., they have very cruel, very not cruel, but sorry. end of the day. But they have very strict rules what they allow and not, and it is being cascaded down. Also, it will affect decision of a particular fund manager if to proceed or not. But of course, at the same time, if we see a large potential in the project, then we could take a look how this problem can be assessed and resolved. So, yeah.
Okay, now we moved, I think we talked about some specific things, what's happening in the process, right? And we already talked a little bit about that regulation thing, and you mentioned the European Investment Fund, etc. So is there any specific changes that have to be made in the investment process in your countries? Claudia, do you think there are some specific, I don't know, angles that have to change in Lithuania, regulation-wise, ecosystem-wise, that we could, have more clean tech investments in the near future?
Yeah, I think on this topic, as I'm not an expert on the clean tech, maybe my colleagues will be able to dive deeper in this. But just looking retrospectively, for example, on our success cases, how Lithuania did become fintech a few years ago. So we can reverse engineer what were the actions that were taken then in order for this to happen. So Lithuanian regulations were adapted in a way that it would be favorable and attractive for fintechs to launch their headquarters in Lithuania from tax perspective, licensing, and etc. So initial talks with the stakeholders, what would be the specific regulations that could be adapted within the clean tech, I think could be a good start.
Anna, you also had a really strict opinion during our meeting. I'm just checking if something changed. Probably not, but how it's in Latvia if we're comparing that with our Baltic countries?
We have general problems that relate not only clean tech, but whatever economy generally. So there is a lot of bureaucracy in banking system. It takes a horrible amount of time just to open account, register VAT number, and also to accept transactions that exceeds your limit even by a little bit. So, and at the same time, I view it not necessarily helps to limit the money laundering and all those crimes, financial crimes. So this has to be improved. It's just not acceptable that it takes months to open an account. That number one. And number two is in respect to how banks treat investments into sustainability. So we have faced that when we come with projects that are taking some risks and investing into innovative technologies, banks are very cautious. They don't want to deliver the loans with acceptable terms. So what we need is some kind of instruments, and we have in Latvia some state-run instruments. So one bank, it's called Altum in Latvia, where the state guarantees are being delivered. So it really helps, but there should be much more when we invest into innovative, also clean tech solutions.
Yeah, just sorry, if we have any stakeholders in Lithuania, I would like to add that bank account opening for startups is a major problem in Lithuania as well.
Erkki, is a huge problem in Estonia as well?
I have a bank account already, so. No, I wouldn't say it's a major problem, but definitely it's an issue that is being tackled at the moment. But in Estonia, I think we're pretty good. I mean, the process of launching a startup, also a process of becoming an e-resident and launching your company in Estonia has been made very efficient. In terms of sustainability, so I've been in sustainability since 2015 in Estonia. A lot has improved. They used to be, the main narrative, of course, for Estonia is, the land of unicorns. There's, I don't know, 10 or 11 now, so most per capita in the world. That's nice. Most of them are, of course, software-based companies. We're very much looking forward to having our first unicorn, although a unicorn itself isn't a goal from cleantech. quite soon, hopefully. From the government side, we now have a climate ministry, which is great. So, but that again is combined of two previous ministries that were before. So there's still a lot of work and kind of unawareness of who does what, who responds for or is responsible for specific topics. Innovation in sustainability is regarded today mostly as deep tech or as hardware-based solutions, and there's a lot of topics on on science being commercialized. That's maybe the kind of current status of Estonian clean tech, which is a good thing. And now we also have our Estonian governmental fund manager, SmartCap, 2 years ago, launched our 100 million euro venture capital fund, green fund, as well. So that is boosting the local ecosystem. So I kind of think that we're good. There are different incentives, different funding mechanisms to kind of overcome the first steps of becoming an entrepreneur and then launching your business. But then still, of course, we have the valley of death, the TRL 427. So basically meaning that science doesn't get commercialized too fast or as fast as it should. But in general, I think we're good.
Yeah, now we moved a little bit to the lobbying part and of course saw some things that have to be changed from the regulation perspective. Where were some discussions previously with the Vice Minister of Finance and with new initiatives in Lithuania. So actually a lot of good things happening. But if we, maybe Erkki, you have some data as you're one of the founders of the Cleantech for Baltics. You have yes, Cleantech for Baltics. Yeah, I heard that previously, the previous panelist mentioned that Baltics should be like the new hub for the green finance, for the clean tech. How the Baltics looks, worldwide? Are we comparing with the Nordics, maybe sea region?
It's very tough to compare, of course. But we are well known as Baltics. I mean, even Bill Gates' Breakthrough Energy Foundation invested or is supporting the development of Cleantech for Baltics, which is a policy advocacy for cleantech startups towards the government and policy, regulation, development, and so on. So that's a huge sign that was established 2 years ago, I think. Investment-wise, Estonia and Lithuania are kind of walking in the same path. Of course, Latvia is a bit lagging behind, but we can see there's, by Altum, there's multiple funds now coming up. And there are things that are getting better and better. In Latvia, there's a lot of science. Just it hasn't found its spot towards creating into a business or towards commercializing. I've been there many times during the past 2 months. Great science, great guys, great scientists, ambitious, but business is lacking. Although there is, commercialization reactor and these, which are great. In Lithuania, mostly software-based solutions, but also industrials that engage a lot of people. So employment rate is the highest in Lithuania across the years. So we are monitoring, Cleantech for Baltics has been monitoring since 2017 until today, all the data. There's around 244 cleantech startups across the Baltics. Most of them are in Estonia, then comes Lithuania, then Latvia. Funding-wise, Estonia and Lithuania are kind of on par. Lithuania has had some major deals that have pushed them a bit further than Estonia even. Wow, I said that out loud. If you compare, for example, 2021 was the kind of the record year in investments across the spectrum, right? Also in cleantech. In 2021 versus 2020, in the Nordics, the growth was 212%. That's 5.8 billion euros invested in cleantech in 2021. In the Baltics, the growth was 400% better, but the investment amount was 422 million euros. across the Baltics. So we're pretty much on the same level as Finland, total investments in clean tech. That was also around 400 million euros in 2021. But all in all, across the Baltics, we are looking at skilled personnel, policy push, later stage investments to attract larger international investment funds also to invest here. So later stage investment is what is lacking. There's a lot of support, ecosystem is strong, but I think pan-Baltic collaboration needs to be ever stronger than before.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for preparing all those data. I know that Laima presented in the first part of the day also some specific data, so hopefully it was not too much data for you guys, but we have 30 seconds and actually for the closing and as we have the last one, just a quick question for you. You have like 10 seconds each. If imagine you have a magic stick, yeah, and you can make a wish for the clean tech industry, what that wish would look like. So Anna, magic sticks is for you.
It's not only for clean tech, but it will definitely help. I want to see the end of war that is happening in Ukraine. Not talking about any other implications, just financially wise, it will bring stability to this region and more trust from huge investors and more investments here. So we really need it, even just from financial standpoint, not talking about anything else.
I think anything after what Anna said will sound like a little weak right now. But yeah, in the Baltics, I think we are, as Erkil just mentioned, we are lacking later stage funding. So all the good startups that are successfully attracting early stage funding are later struggling. So we could step up there.
If I would have a magic stick, wow, I would do so many things. But clean tech wise, I think I would bring definitely the Baltics all closer together to each other. Because there's a lot of innovation that hasn't been invested in or hasn't been deployed yet, and there's a great amount of potential.
So cheers to that. First, of course, Anna's wish, and then other things comes with that, right? So thank you very much, and thank you guys for listening till the end.
Thank you very much. Don't go away for a few more seconds. I have a few questions from the audience, so we will try to be quick. I will try to just sort of put two questions together. So, how do you think investments in clean tech experience a downfall in the face of war and other crises? And there's another question which I think is very much in line with that: is how do you balance the financial risks and returns while investing in sustainable startups? So I think it's a question for all three of you, so whoever wants to start.
I can start with the first question. Because of the geopolitical uncertainties, we have witnessed a decrease in investments overall. I would not focus on clean tech as specifically having been harmed most significantly, but startups ecosystem has definitely witnessed downsizing.
Well, if to talk about energy sector, it is experiencing, from my perspective, increase into investments. I foresee hard times in energy sector for the upcoming several years before the business can diversify their ways of earning money. So I think there could be some minor shock, and then we will face against a new evolvement there. But it's a big topic that we don't have probably time. Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Clean tech definitely isn't on a downfall due to the geopolitical situation that we're having. I would say vice versa, because clean tech is all about competitiveness and security. And that is what it is providing. That's what statistics is showing as well across Europe. So Europe is strongest, with the strongest growth compared to Asia or US, as well as in the Baltics. The investments have rather grown.
It's nice to hear. So thank you for your answers, and thank you for the discussion, and thank you for staying here, and all of the listeners who stayed to listen to the last discussion. Thank you very much. And now we just concluded our final discussion, but we have not yet finished the entire conference because we have the most exciting thing coming up in very near future. In the next 15 minutes, we will start Clean Tech Catalyst Incubation Program Demo Day, where we will see 7 startups pitching their solution on stage and aiming to win 10,000 euros, which is very, very exciting. But we need like 15 minutes to prepare, and then we will meet all of you here back next to the stage to hear what startups have to offer. So see you very, very soon. Welcome back from a quick break and welcome to the most exciting part of today's conference. A quick explanation of what is going to happen now. So we will have Clean Tech Catalyst Incubation Program startups presenting their pitches of their innovations and their solutions. And each startup will have 3 minutes to present their solution. And then there will be 2 minutes for Q&A with the jury. For jury, it is important to know that your question is included in the time, so please be quick with your questions so the teams have more time to answer the questions. The jury will evaluate the startups according to these parameters: problem and solution, market opportunity, innovations, impact, and pitching skills. After all the startups do their presentations, there will be around 10 minutes for jury members to decide the winner of the first Clean Tech Catalyst batch, and they will win a prize of 10,000 euros. So a big round of applause for the prize and for all the startups who are attending. And this prize is established by Sunrise Tech Park. Now, let's meet the jury members, who you probably still remember because they were just right here on the stage, so they know the nervousness of being on stage. Now they're in another seat of being the judges. So we have Greta Miliauskaitė, Managing Director at Lithuanian Private Equity and Venture Capital Association. Erkki Ane, Partner at Sunly Future Ventures. Anna Rozite, co-founder and partner at AGP Capital. And Claudia Budreikaitė, principal at Open Circle Capital. So now I will invite the first startup on stage, and that is BioHifas. So a reminder, you have 3 minutes, and if you don't finish in time, I will have to stop you. It's very serious. Good luck.
Hi, I'm Thomas, CEO and co-founder at BioHifas. I love food. We all do. We need it to survive, but we can't enjoy it the way we did. Our food is polluting our planet, endanger our health, and can't sustain growing human population. It's overly dependent on livestock farming, which is responsible for 15% of all greenhouse gas pollution. There is rising market of plant-based proteins. It takes less water, less land, and it emits less CO2, but it's too much expensive and ultra-processed. There is a better way to make our food. Fungi, the largest living organism on our planet. Its root, mycelium, can help solve our food problems. It's nutrient-rich with complete amino acid profile, fibers, minerals, and vitamins. It's much more superior than plant protein, and it's possible to grow it on side streams. Beer breweries generate million tons of side streams, and there are other factors which generate side streams. Our goal is to plug in modular facilities next to these factories and make food out of their side streams. 2 B2B models available. One is license our technology to the factories, or operate those modular facilities ourselves and sell products to the food manufacturers. We already partner with the food manufacturer and beer brewery. There are 3 patentable technologies that we are developing: side stream processing into edible substrate, mycelium cultivation in solid state fermentation, and raw material conservation. The market potential is huge. It's projected to reach $290 billion by 2035. So brands well known like Beyond Meat need our product to make their burgers cheaper and more sustainable. There are other companies who make protein from fungi, but we will be able to sell with 15% higher margins as we're using side streams. This is the path for BioHifas. We are finalizing our prototype. Later this year, we'll start developing pilot scale production. Next year, we'll be starting selling MVP, and in 2026, we'll start developing commercial scale facility. Every day, we do experiments. Our team is ready to solve problems in the food industry. I am passionate plant-based diet promoter, a nice PhD with background in food technology and fermentation, and Simas is doing his PhD in cultivation on side streams. We've been incubated and accelerated and raised more than 100,000 euros. We are backed by experienced advisors, and we're looking for 500,000 euro to start our production. Let's employ the power of mycelium and make our food more sustainable. Thank you.
Jury, do we have questions for BioHIFAS? Let's get 2 minutes on the clock. 1 second. How many contracts?
Yeah, so we are in the process. We are early startups, so we are developing our prototype, and already we are talking with food manufacturers. So we talked with 4 food manufacturers who are interested in our solution, and we are working with them so we can adapt and apply our product to their needs. So it's in the process to get the contracts because we're still at the lab scale.
Okay. Yeah, you mentioned competitors, and you mentioned that there are some of them. So how many of them, and where are we? Because yeah, it was in the slides.
Yeah, I have the slide. So there are competitors who use side streams. So we ourselves, you know, it's all of them are startups. So there is no such a product as we do already on the market. So all are running, you know, to put their product on the market as soon as possible. And yeah, our advantage is that we do not take protein from the substrate. Our goal is to make substrate from side stream edible so we can produce more mass to make food. Because as I showed, the market opportunity is really huge, and we will need to fill it with something. So it is really important to be able to be scalable.
So where do you see yourself selling your product to? Who's your end customer?
Food manufacturers. So the ones who want to enter the alternative protein market, and they are looking for the material to produce their meat alternatives or, yeah, meat alternatives, for example.
So why don't you produce yourself?
We see that, you know, to enter the market with the product, it's really expensive. And there are already established food manufacturers who can who have the path. Yeah, so we are concentrating on producing in big scale.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And now I'll give a second to quickly change the slides. And I will welcome to the stage the second team, which is Deep Scientific. Oh, hello again.
Slides. Hopefully you can hear me, and I need my slides. Should I move further?
And we should reverse the clock. It's already going, so we should start
great.
again.
Good afternoon, everyone. I was really having very hard time for focusing on CO2 cleaning for some time. And then we did clean CO2 in water. And you guess what? We didn't know if the water is clean or not. Therefore, we worked for 2 weeks more to develop different kind of sensors to test the water if it's clean or not. And this is a very huge issue because at the moment there is no such a platform which can tell us if the water is clean or not. And this is our product, which can tell you is it clean or not. This is tea bag, you are right. And it has special structure with 15 sensors, which can be used in any kind of water. Just an example for you here. This is our water we drink daily. It contains many different things like plastics, microplastics, nanoplastics, and so on. And think of the water in our environment, like in our rivers, for farmers and rockets and so on. So we are focusing right now on making several different sensors, and we have 7. And each sensor would cost around €1, and it will give us around 3 million revenue every single year for one sensor. So 7 sensors, you can multiply and you get the number right. And our competitors, of course, are all the companies working on CO2 emission, focusing on CO2 cleaning, focusing on CO2 reusage, and so on. But we are offering our solution as a sensing to monitor environment to check if the water is clean all the time. We also develop different kind of sensors for your air. We check the air, we check the water, we know the environment is healthy. Healthy environment, healthy us. And this is our credo, actually. At the moment, we are reaching very high tier level. Certification is missing. Then we can start selling.
and we will sell to different markets. For B2B, European Space Agency is already interested in this. Farmers who are working in rare areas, also for every single person who is drinking water daily, for animals, for crops, for soldiers, for those who need the water urgently to tell if it's clean or not, and if it's not clean, they can apply one of our cleaning procedures. Therefore, we have our wonderful team. Elizabeth, biologist, she's based in Sweden. Her wonderful husband, he's data scientist who will help us to handle all the data we find in this class. Also Giovanni, coming from Italy, he's based in Lithuania right now, our business person. Myself, I am coming from scientific background, chemistry background, I understand how the process is working. And Royander, he's handling patenting process because we are having 3 different patents in one glass. And thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's start the clock for 2 minutes for jury's questions.
Thank you, Osha, for presentation. Okay, so if I understand correctly, so you can determine how polluted is the water. But okay, so how to say, conclusion is the water is polluted. What's next?
Yeah, so when the water is polluted and you know how much, you apply one of our treatment procedures, boiling the water, chemical treatment, cleaning with magnetic beads, UV light treatment. Or we also working currently on CO2 process, which can be used to clean the water by changing pH in the water, and all the plastics will go down, and all the heavy metals will be cleaned by polymers and so on. So it's like supporting our business idea by having those sensors, because currently in the market we are facing problems. We don't have enough sensors in one place, in one company, for sensing heavy metals, for sensing pesticides, fertilizers, for sensing plastics, microplastics and so on, microbiota and this kind of stuff. So we are fast in developing the sensors. This is our main goal, to be fast.
Okay, and then the pricing. So are you pricing for the pollution or for the solution to the pollution?
So each of the sensors will cost €1, available for everyone, even in different countries in rural areas. And the main business model would come from licensing, because we also want to make other companies to make the same sensors themselves. And then, of course, the main big business will be coming from data and data analysis and communication. Thank you.
Can you explain a little bit more on those sales? How experienced you working with all this specific, like, military area and etc. clients, and how far again you are in actual sales?
10 seconds. Yeah, very good questions. We communicate, it's feedback loop. We talk to farmers, we talk to soldiers, we talk to people to test, and we get the feedback, and they really need it. They need to know if they have to boil the water before drinking it.
Thank you. Thank you. The time's up. Thank you. I'm very sorry for being rude. I don't like being in this agenda, but that's what I have to do now. Okay, coming up next, the third team we have presenting their innovation. It's Ekomuras. Ekomuras, the stage is yours. So we will need a minute or a few seconds to quickly change the slides.
Do you hear me well?
Yes.
Yes, awesome. Are we ready?
Yes, let's wait a second to change the slides. I think it's still loading. Oh, maybe you can click. Oh, that's good. So 3 minutes on the clock, and we can start.
So hello, everyone. My name is Antanas, and I represent team Ekomuras. In Ekomuras, we provide our clients an option to build sustainably. And we do this by adopting modern, hempcrete constructive methods and novel materials that we develop ourselves. Today we're looking at Ukraine, and we know that there's at least 300,000 destroyed houses at this very moment. And therefore, with our Ukrainian partners, we are planning to build 10,000 new habitats there. If we are successful, we'll be creating hundreds of jobs, bringing education, affordable housing, and making sure that everything is done as eco-friendly as possible. Our business model is quite simple. We trade in constructive materials, mostly processed hemp and other materials used in hempcrete, We provide design and construction services for our clients, and we develop new ways and new materials to use in sustainable constructions. As you can see in the graph, it's our last few years. So green represents material sales, red is construction work, and green is income from science projects. Our team, our core team consists of 7 members. Austėja Platukytė, Antanas Valčiukas, me, Audrius Ramonas, Viltė Domovičiūtė, Daktaras Tadas Juknius, Mantautas Murauskas, and Audrius Dzikevičius. If we are successful in the Rebuild Ukraine project, we'll be creating 700 jobs yearly for 5 years period. We'll be creating a lot of affordable housing for local population. We will be generating 15 million euro investment into local agriculture, and do our sustainable building practices will make sure that these projects will reduce the carbon footprint by 1 million tons of CO2. Also, we are working in development of other products. We work with bioplastics, packaging materials, acoustic panels, hemp wood, and insulation materials. Thank you for attention.
Oh, even faster. 40 seconds left on the clock. Okay, so 2 minutes on the clock for jury questions. I think, and we're ready.
So what's the main product that drives the growth at the moment?
We use hemp as agriculture product, and we use it for various purposes. At this moment, I'm presenting a hempcrete. So it's a building material which combines hemp herds with mineral binder. So it's an eco-friendly alternative to carbon, not to carbon, but to concrete. And we can also reduce plastic insulation used in constructions. So it's like a wall filler. So we just can build walls, flooring, roofing, basically the whole body of the building.
How your material compares price-wise to regular materials? Who will pay for this? And why have you selected Ukraine opposite to much more wealthy other markets?
Well, the pricing difference at this particular moment, I can already probably say that we can build cheaper using our materials because it's sourced locally, so we use very short supply lines. At some time, when we started to work, it was quite more expensive, but we're improving. And we selected Ukraine because the situation is like this, and we're also hoping that peace will come sooner than later. And we already have a network of partners in Ukraine. So we have a lot of raw materials there, and we have a lot of constructors there. We do not say that we're not working with other areas. We are already talking about trade deals in Germany, Spain, Scandinavia, Estonia, but this is more like a goods export. But like construction work, we're looking at Ukraine.
And we have 6 seconds on the clock. So I think that is up, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
And coming up next on stage, we have a team Noir. Good luck.
Hello. Thank you for having me. My name is Robertas, and I'm a developer at Noir App. And what we're trying to do, we're trying to scale small farms. First thing, let me describe what small farms are in how we see them. If you as a farm produce enough produce to sell in a shop or to sell in a marketplace, you're not a small farm. If you're a small farm, most probably you are selling on Facebook, you are selling on social network, you are selling in classifieds. The problem is that each sale for each person in classifieds or social networks is a result of a conversation, a result of a chat. Is it still available? Do you deliver? How to pay? And so on and so on. And let's imagine that we will have 37,000 classifieds like that. It would take over 1 million requests, over 1 million chats to sell 30 items each, maybe more. And that is only one country, and that is only one portal. If we are talking Europe-wide, guess it's billions of minutes, hours, month lost just to chat. And we are the solution, of course. We are a platform for small farmers that can help to scale that C2C model. First thing, we are getting rid of individual chats by introducing group buying. Then we get rid of a lot of miles for delivery by introducing group delivery, initiated from both sides. And finally, and maybe most importantly for farmers today, is that we can grow their consumer base, their shopper base. Talking about the scale, we have 9 million farmers in Europe. Most of them, over 60% of them, are small farmers like that, who do not sell in marketplaces, who do not deliver to the shops. And by charging listing fees and order fees, we believe that from one attracted farmer, from one paying farmer, we can generate, for the start, 14 euros. You do the math. We believe that we can make a break-even. At the moment, in current situation, we would make break-even at 2,400 farmers.
Your time is up.
Oh, man.
Thank you. Perhaps the jury will have questions that will help you to explain more about the app. So 2 minutes on the clock and jury's questions.
Yeah, quick question. Have you talked with the potential farmers? What they
Yes,
say
a
about
lot. We talk about 70 farmers, I think, all across Europe. So it was half a year of interviews, and only then we started to develop the app.
So what we say, they will use your app, or is there some specific issues with the mindset, because why?
Half of them, frankly, they're crying because they said, damn, it changes everything. It's very emotional.
Question, at least in Latvia, I have seen a number of those applications already.
Yes.
And the group purchasing. What's new compared to existing platform?
Group purchasing platform in Latvia?
Yes. There are a number of, like we can talk afterwards, that's a typical practice that both the end consumers are purchasing in a group and farmers are offering bundled options.
Oh, so we have a competition then.
What about your experience? Maybe you can show team.
Monica, which is from Signal Marketplace in the United States, and me from Joiner App, ex-Joiner App, which is like booming now as a new social phenomenon.
What is your aspiration? How big area should be covered by your application?
As we know that Asia is booming on similar models. In Americas also, it's already kind of, there are big competitors. So we're looking into Europe, which is culturally very similar to how we understand. And we see no big players in the area.
And your time is up. Thank you very much.
You.
Thank you. And coming up next, we have Restori. Good luck. 3 minutes on the clock. Let's go.
Good afternoon. My name is Domantas. I'm the CEO and founder of Restori, where we refurbish electronics for a second life. Electronic waste is a global, very fastly growing problem. With only 20% of it properly recycled or reused, huge amounts of resources used for new device production, global yearly production rates reaching billions, and lowering and shortening average replacement cycles, we have a very huge challenge that also brings its opportunities of its own. Our solution is refurbishment as a service that helps companies save up to 70% of their money, helps save natural resources and lower their carbon footprint by 90%, and also extends life cycle of each device by minimum to 2 to 3 years. We have chosen iPhones as our key product, and for the market size, it looks as a very highly potential area. We have chosen Western Europe and Germany and Benelux as in particular, and we assess these numbers. What we're looking at is at 93 million euro opportunity with Germany market alone, with 0.5%. If we would capture 0.5% of that, we would be looking at a solid 4.5 million opportunity in that market alone. Our ICP target would be mid-large corporates with at least 500 employees that provide iPhones for them or have a bring your own device policy in place. We know, and it's no secret, that there are many great refurbishers on the market. However, we differentiate on being focused on corporate clients as well as service-based rather than product-based, which is our model. Service-based model is much less cash-intensive, is much more scalable, and brings more stability and predictability than B2C segment. Our payment model would be twofold: pay-per-use and pay-per-month, latter being the cheaper option. What companies get is one full refurbishment for each device, meaning changing or upscaling the display, changing the battery, any other components. Warranty, of course, and an extra benefit at the end of the contract, a buyback of the old device for around 100 euros per device. Having 2 years experience in refurbishment, we are changing our business model right now from product-based to service-based. With our traction right now, we have over 350 customers, and we have managed to reach a 60K turnover in the first quarter of this year. This is our team who's experienced and ready and up for the task, and this is what we're looking for. We're looking for financial resources to
your
build.
time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Durit. 2 minutes on the clock. Do we have questions?
Why have you selected this particular segment? I mean, the family with children whose phones are just flying around definitely will need this.
Yes, so we started off as a product-based company. So we bought, refurbished, and sold these devices, but this is way too much cash-intensive model. That's why we're switching to a services-based model where we're not buying the device, but we're only providing a service. And to do that at scale, we need big companies and many users at once.
So what's the service?
The service is refurbishment of the device. We get the device, we fully refurbish the parts or change them, and then we send it back to the company for them to use for 2 or 3 more years.
Okay.
There was mentioned you have already have some services sold. Can you expand a little bit more?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so our core of the business is refurbishing and selling the products. So that's the biggest part, but we already tested the refurbishment as a service model with around 20-25 clients who part of them, yes. And we have been able to reach very good feedback, and that's why we're looking at a services-based switch from product-based model.
30 seconds. Do you still have time?
Yeah, and who is doing that technical part? Who's changing all the things? And because you showed that team, it's 3 people.
Yeah. So I didn't have time, but yes, we have a technical team of 3 people right now, and we also outsource some of that for IT development or software development that we need as we need it. But we have 3 people right now on the team.
If you were to scale, like
3 seconds. I'm sorry, I'm being very rough.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. And another team on stage, we have Water Shield. Good luck.
Hi, everyone. We need 3 things to survive: food, water, and air. We can survive 2 weeks without food, 4 days without water, and only a couple of minutes without air. That's why we are introducing an innovative air purifier for businesses managing everything from hardware to purifying. The indoor air pollution market is huge. It takes as many lives as population of 5 Vilniuses yearly. The environmental impact from the HEPA filters is growing exponentially alongside with the cost of the lost labor. The market is growing very big. We have a 10% growth each year, and even recently the booking introduced a new tag which says an environmental certification. And here we are, if you can play the video. We're purifying the air with the charged water, attracting every microbes, viruses to the water and destroying it, emitting the ionized air in the ambient. And we're aiming for the public spaces such as hotels and etc. So how we rock it? Operational area is 70 square meters. We are easy and simple to maintain. We are balancing humidity, reducing CO2 emissions by 70%, and we not only attract microbes but also destroy them. Our main competitors are HEPA filters, ionic purifiers, but we are standing by environmental impact and air purification technology. So, how our business model operates? We're selling device plus subscription fee to the app and maintenance to B2B owners such as hotels, businesses, offices, and we have 2 client streams: 7 years of customer lifetime value, or we are trading after 2 years with a 40% of discount. How our financial business model operates. We are selling the device, maintenance, and application in the first year, and the rest in the 6 years. And we are having the recurring revenue of a 38%, having a strong ratio of 1:6. We have a strong team with a 6 years experience in STEM, international competitions won, and a professor on the board. Right now, we're aiming for our first MVP by the end of the year. We need a 30K for that. We have 5 ongoing negotiations, 12 companies in a waiting list. We are waiting for the 3 distinct product lines. And finally, integration with HVAC system. Purify air with a water shield. Refine it right now. Thank you for your attention.
Just in time, 4 seconds left. And 2 minutes on the clock. Questions from the jury.
How are you planning to deliver a service, this ongoing service, maintenance service? And what is your expected geographical coverage?
First of all, let's answer geographical question. First, we're going to the Nordics because we believe that clean tech for young startups is first to go. So we're going to the Finland, Norway, and Sweden first of all, and then expanding to the Europe. And in the later stages, we're going to Korea. For second question, how we are maintaining and operating, we need only maintenance for the water tank and small features in electronic system. We have potential technical engineers for that. Alongside with the smart app, we will be able to detect the rate of air purification and do it in the best way.
So how many times you have to provide maintenance to the device, and what's the coverage of one device per square meter?
As we described, coverage of one standard solution is 70 square meters, which is 60% higher than our opponents. And for the second question, how we're maintaining, we need to change the water every 3 weeks. 3 liters of water every 3 weeks, and to control electronic system that everything is fine there.
Okay, again, if you were to scale to other countries where you have no employees, does the device need maintenance from your side?
Not from our side, of course. We're engineers and we're business makers, but we will have a dedicated team for that. As for every hardware design, it needs maintenance. And of course, if it's air purifiers, it should be maintained once per 3 weeks.
We have 8 seconds on the
And
clock.
how
so-
big is that engine, you know? Because hotels are usually fancy,
Yeah.
etc.
Lastly, standard solution is 2 meters high, a little bit higher than me, 1.5 meters width, but we're aiming to integrate in a facade. So it will be from floor to the ceiling and
Thank
has
you.
a bigger operation area.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And last but not least, we have a person representing Honix. Good luck.
Thank you.
95% of all hydrogen in the world is produced by a method that is producing 10 kilograms of CO2 emissions for per kilogram of hydrogen produced. The remaining 5 is so expensive that if you would want to fuel your car with this hydrogen, it would cost you 10,000 euros. My name is Paula, and I'm here to tell you about Honix. We are UV sources to empower the third alternative way of how to produce hydrogen sustainably and cost-effectively at the same time. To explain in very simple words what we do, we are creating the electromagnetic field to generate the... So we are creating the electromagnetic field to divide the water into the oxygen and hydrogen parts using the UV light as a source of the radiation. Our technology has a potential of making hydrogen 5 times cheaper than currently available on the competitors' market. Thanks to robustness, scalability, you don't need hydrogen manufacturers anymore, durability, catalysts, so metals that we use in our system is cheaper than the electrolysis. And coaxial system allows us to react with the biggest surface possible at the time of the reaction to increase the efficiency of the process. To talk about the market size, it's more important to mention the demand of it. So out of the all global hydrogen demand in the world, only 8% maximum can be satisfied with the gray hydrogen. That means that all the remaining hydrogen needs to be green. And that is approximately 600 millions of tons per year. Our revenue model is very simple. We will earn income from the rental services and the maintenance services of our source. So this is the birthday of the Honix idea. Complete strangers met at the hackathon, which we won at that day, and later we decided to continue on the idea. So there's 2 co-founders. I am responsible for law and business side. I am the second-time founder, and the engineer who's the expert in the photonics and electronics. And as you can see, I'm looking upwards. That's because of him. And he's the PhD in physics from Cambridge. And exactly after this talk, he joined our team as the advisor and the team member. Also, we have the finance and the IT experts in the field in the team. Of course, for that scale of a project, we don't have all the competences covered in our core team, but that's why we have a lot of institutions and companies that help us to acquire them. And lastly, I really want to encourage each and every one of you to become the solution for our future problems by simply preventing them today. Thank you.
Thank you. And I see we have 2 minutes on the clock. Jury, if you have any questions.
What is your prospect?
Sorry?
Clients.
Clients. So currently we are in negotiations with 3, and already 1 is interested, and he was interested already when we have the theoretical 2. Profile of client is the hydrogen manufacturers who want to optimize the process, or anyone who needs the energy in the B2B sector, and now we are laser focusing on the space industry.
Congrats for having Harald in your team. He's a great lad. What's your energy needed to produce the H2 with your process?
Can you repeat
your energy demand for a certain amount of hydrogen?
So energy demand is calibrating depending on the scale of the product, But I can't say the exact numbers because currently we are at TRL 3 and we are experimenting to get to the TRL 4. So it really depends on the size and, of course, on the economy of scales.
You have raised some grant funding or
No.
different funding sources?
We are now at TRL 3 with zero funding.
It's a lab, it's a university-based.
No, we are not a university spin-off. It's important to mention. All the rights and like ownership is ours. But we are doing that in the collaboration with the Riga Photonics Center.
Thanks.
How can you ensure me that your concept is working properly and will work, for example, for a camera who obviously needs green hydrogen?
How can I ensure you that it will work out?
Yeah, like where can I see it? I want to see it in actual operation.
You can come to us in the Riga Photonics Center, but well, we have the website launching in 2 weeks, so there will be the demo and everything. And all of the partners with whom we are discussing and partners who we have now are coming to us, so we have the prototype and all of the photos are real that I showed.
And the time is up. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for all the pitches. It was very interesting and intriguing to be here backstage and to listen to everything. I'm very excited to hear what the jury will be deciding. But before we go into a really quick break, I just wanted to say thank you before all of you started leaving. You know, we wanted to say big thank you for organizers, Sunrise Tech Park and Clean Tech Cluster Lithuania. And we wanted to extend our deepest gratitude to all of the speakers, all of the panelists, discussion panelists, moderators, and pitchers, everybody who participated in this conference, and of course, our partners and friends, Innovations Agency, Ovoko, DocLogix, Clean Tech for Baltics, Tech Fusion, and Climate Kick, and many others who made this conference possible. And now we will go to a very quick 10-minute break, so we will see you here at 4:35. We will give 10 minutes for the jury to decide who's the winner of today's competition, and we then come back with the prize. So see you soon. So welcome back, everyone, after the very quick break. So we have the decision, although it wasn't a very easy decision, as one might think. The jury had to discuss a bit, but they made the decision and picked the finalist and the winner. And to announce the winner, I invite to the stage Laima Balciūnė, CEO at Sunrise Tech Park.
Well, is it possible that I'm... Oh, sorry. Oh. So, is it possible that I'm also nervous and a bit too nervous, more nervous than our startups? Well, 3 months was pretty intense, and I would like to make some tension, but well, the day was long, so I will not take more time and just announce that the winner of this Cleantech Catalyst batch is Honix.
Congratulations, Honix! And other teams, we invite you also to the stage to come and take a group photo and congratulate your competitor, Honix, as well.